The alarm was silence itself, until a tiny click echoed through the midnight vault. Mara's gloved fingers danced over the clock's gears, each tick a whispered promise, almost there. Behind her, the museum slept, unaware that its most prized artifact was seconds from vanishing. She had only one shot to outsmart the new security system, a puzzle wrapped in steel and shadows. Outside, her partner Leo waited, his watch ticking down the minutes until their window slammed shut. Mara's breath steadied, eyes fixed on the delicate mechanism. Almost, now, she muttered. The vault door's bolts began to retract, inch by careful inch, like the slow exhale of a holed breath. Light flooded the chamber as the door creaked open, revealing the legendary clockwork heart. Its intricate cogs seemed to pulse with a life that rivaled the thief's own heartbeat. Suddenly, a soft beep, the secondary alarm triggered from a hidden pressure plate. Quick as a flicker, Mara snatched the artifact and dove for the shadowed exit. Behind her, footsteps, guards rushing, voices slicing through the quiet night. Leo threw open a side door just in time, pulling Mara through the narrow escape tunnel. They didn't speak. The urgency thrummed louder than any alarm in their veins. Outside, their getaway waited, a sleek motorcycle cloaked in darkness and promise. The engine roared to life, blending with the chase as guards spilled into the streets behind them. Mara checked the clockwork heart. The prize glimmered, safe and whole against the moonlight. As they sped into the night, Leo grinned. "Thought you said this clock was impossible to crack." Mara smirked. "Nothing's impossible when time's on our side." With the city fading behind them, freedom ticked forward, one perfect second at a time. Under the pale glow of a flickering streetlight, Mara pores over an ancient blueprint, her fingers tracing the faded lines beneath the dim, shifting shadows of the night. The city hums around her, a maze of secrets waiting to be unraveled. Nearby, Dex sharpens a compact knife, his scarred eyes darting across the darkened alley, each scrape of the blade echoing his readiness and caution. His hands move with practiced precision, muscles tense to spring at a moment's notice. Lyle leans against a rusty lamppost, flicking a silver coin that catches the faint light, the cryptic symbol shimmering briefly before it spins through the air. He tosses a smirk toward Mara and Dex, his playful tone a fragile veil over the tension tightening around them. Sophia arrives silently, her sleek bob framing sharp eyes as she spreads tactical maps across a cluttered table strewn with tools and mechanical parts. Her calm presence steadies the group, bringing focus to the unfolding plan. The team huddles close, poring over the intricate designs of an unbreachable vault hidden beneath a corporate monolith. The stakes loom large as they outline each step, knowing the consequences of failure could unravel them all. The silver locket catches a stray beam of light against Mara's black-gloved hand, a silent talisman as she listens intently to Sophia's crisp, calculated instructions. Time hangs heavy in the air, measured and unyielding. Close-ups reveal their faces etched with determination and fear. The clock ticks relentlessly as the weight of their mission presses down, promising ruin if they falter. Eyes meet briefly, unspoken resolve passing between them. In near darkness, they practice hand signals, swift, precise gestures weaving silent conversations. Each move is rehearsed with an urgency that mirrors the pounding rhythm of their hearts. Dex rolls up his sleeve, a faded tattoo and fresh scar narrating tales of past close calls and battles fought in shadows. The mark is a reminder of the razor's edge they now tread. Lyle's fingers trace a rough sketch of an escape route, highlighting a seldom-used service elevator hidden behind walls of steel. His smirk fades to a look of pure concentration as he explains the delicate timing required. Mara's gloved fingers dance deftly over a model safe, the clicks whisper soft promises of mastery. Her steady hands belie the storm of adrenaline surging beneath her calm exterior. Sophia aligns their watches, the metallic ticks synchronizing their resolve as each second seals their fates. Her slender fingers brush the dials, marking the moments where luck and skill must intersect. A wall clock looms large as its pendulum swings, and the minutes cascade into midnight, silent herald of the heist's inception. The neon glow outside flickers in time, casting fractured shadows on faces ready to move. Blending with the neon-lit crowd, Mara, Dex, and Lyle navigate the city's pulse, their presence swallowed by the nightlife's kaleidoscope. Each step forward is a step deeper into danger's heart. Inside the polished skyscraper lobby, Footsteps echo ominously as security patrols draw near. Breath catches as each passing guard tightens the invisible noose, their vigilance sharpened beyond expectation. Dex clamps a gloved hand over the corner of a security camera, wires snipped just in time. His eyes betray a flicker of unease. No plan survives perfect execution, and shadows whisper of unseen threats. Mara slips through a locked door with practiced ease, her touch a ghost against cold metal. Lyle watches the guards' shifting patterns, their rhythms a living puzzle to evade. Suddenly, a guard's flashlight beam jitters, casting erratic light that dances over Mara's shadow. Time suspends as she freezes, heartbeat loud in the silence, then the beam swings away, granting her fleeting reprieve. Relief flickers briefly on Mara's face as the danger passes, her breath shallow but steady beneath the mask of composure. Every second counts, and every slip could be the last. Lyle crouches by a control panel, rerouting alarms with deft hands. Mechanical clicks and faint, electronic hums dissolve into silence, a fragile piece amid the approaching storm. The low drone of unseen machinery grows louder as they ascend toward the vault's guarded sanctum. Tension prickles the air, thickening with each step nearer to the prize and peril. Their rhythm shatters as Sophia's plan collides with an unforeseen laser grid, red beams crisscrossing like silent sentinels. The team halts, recalibrating under the pressure of this stark new barrier. Mara's gloved hand brushes a laser beam, the hairs on her skin standing on end as she inches past. Not a sound betrays the near trigger of the alarm, a razor's edge walked with breath held tight. Thinking quickly, Dex tosses a small mirror into position, bending light to forge a narrow, new path through danger. The fragile diversion shimmers in the neon glow, a fleeting thread of hope. Lyle's earlier grin fades as he spots movement, a secondary security team closing in swiftly. Shadows lengthen and pulses quicken. The clock ticks loudly against the rising tide of threat. The team huddled tightly in the shadows, eyes darting as hands moved swiftly in silent communication. Every gesture conveyed urgency, adjusting their tactics without a single whispered word. The dim glow of streetlights flickered above, casting fleeting patterns over the tense faces. Sophia, her expression composed, traced elegant signals that reassigned positions with effortless precision. Her voice remained unused, but her calm authority resonated through their movements. Each member absorbed the revised plan instantly, ready to adapt under pressure. Mara's fingers closed firmly around the silver locket hanging at her neck. The cryptic symbol reflected faintly in the muted light, anchoring her resolve. Despite the chaos surrounding them, it remained a silent talisman, a tether to purpose. With a nod, Dex stepped forward, his scarred brow furrowing in concentration. He navigated the labyrinthine corridors with measured stealth, every footfall calculated yet silent. The faded tattoo on his forearm seemed to pulse with determination as he led the way. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed sharply behind the team, shattering the fragile silence. Without hesitation, they pivoted sharply, squeezing through a narrow ventilation shaft. The tight space swallowed them whole as they escaped imminent danger. Inside the cramped shaft, the air was thick and their breath shallow, strained against constriction. Clasping gloved hands gripped cold metal as bodies pressed close. Their tense eyes scanned the semi-darkness, alert for any sign of pursuit. Emerging near the vault, Lyle crouched and produced vintage lock-picking tools from a worn pouch. His nimble fingers danced expertly over the intricate mechanism, bypassing security with practiced ease. A subtle smirk played on his lips despite the stakes pressing in. A faint mechanical whir cut through the silence, followed by the slow creak of the vault door opening. The aged door groaned as metal met metal, revealing the chamber beyond. Relief flickered briefly among the team as opportunity presented itself. Within the vault, soft light shimmered off meticulously stacked assets, their origins untraceable and unknown. The tangible weight of their hull pressed silently against the tension in the air. The stakes of their mission crystallized in that guarded cache. Without warning, a small panel blinked an urgent alert, a nearly invisible trap snapped into motion. Taut wires slid into place, threatening lethal electric discharge. The room's calm shattered instantly, peril surging like a storm in the confined space. Mara surged forward instinctively, reaching the trap with nimble speed. Fingers brushed metal bars just as a shocking jolt sparked through the air, narrowly missing her grasp. Her breath hitched but resolve hardened. Escape was still within reach. Dex positioned himself protectively before Mara, eyes flicking around as Lyle swiftly began bagging the assets. Sweat gleamed on their brows, intensity mirrored in every motion. The clock was unforgiving, each moment weighted with risk and necessity. Amid the chaos, the silver locket slipped free from Mara's neck, dropping silently. Dex's eyes caught the glint, a flicker of recognition passing through him. Mara snatched it back quickly, fingers tightening around the talisman with renewed guardedness. Outside, rain began to fall, slickening streets and intensifying tension. Neon signs blurred through the wet sheen, casting an otherworldly glow over the damp night. Every step now carried greater danger, surfaces treacherous beneath hurried feet. Sophia's precise hand signals guided them, timing movements against predictable patrol rotations of the building. Her keen strategist mind calculated every variable with icy clarity. The team moved as one, blending shadows with neon-lit flashes along their escape route. Pursuers closed fast through the glowing streets, but Dex unleashed raw urban Parker skill. Walls and railings became allies as he vaulted and swung with effortless fluidity. Each leap stretched their lead, adrenaline fueling the desperate chase. Mara's silent signals cut through the noise as escape routes snapped shut one by one. Her steady gaze traced outlines on cracked walls, mapping dwindling options. Tension mounted, urgency spiking in every tense glance exchanged. Trapped and nearly out of paths, Lyle hastily tossed a smoke bomb to the ground. A dense cloud erupted between them and their pursuers, swallowing the chaos in mist. Precious seconds blossomed from the murk, granting fleeting safety. Breaths ragged but spirits unbroken, the team regrouped within the hollowed walls of an abandoned warehouse. Shadows wrapped around them, a brief refuge from neon glare and pounding rain. Their eyes met in unspoken questions, the mission far from over. Sophia's face tightened as she revealed a harsh truth. A mole lurked within their own ranks. Betrayal cut deeper than any external threat, confidence splintering beneath flickering lights. The fragile trust that held them began to crumble dangerously. Tensions flared like sparks in dry wood. Accusations flew in harsh, silent exchanges under the unstable glow. The team's unity fractured, doubt poisoning every gesture and glance. Loyalties hung precariously, a fragile web threatening to unravel. In quiet defiance, Mara examined the silver locket anew, her gloved hands steady despite the turmoil. A minute-hidden compartment caught the edge of her attention, unnoticed until now. Curiosity gnawed beneath her resolve, promising revelations ahead. Delicately opening the tiny compartment revealed a microfilm, minuscule but undeniably real. Etched upon it were encrypted coordinates, mysterious and compelling. The weight of new possibility pressed upon them, challenging every conviction. Dex's voice, though still silent, carried fierce insistence as he advocated pursuing the cryptic lead. The risk was massive, but so was the hope it offered, a chance to salvage what remained. His belief in salvation sparked resolve anew within the group. Sophia swallowed hard, the strategist's resolve bending but not breaking under the shift. With grim determination, she recalibrated their priorities, steering the team toward uncertain horizons. The mission's true test was just beginning. Inside a dimly lit room laden with scattered maps and dusty tomes, the team huddled around a small projector. The microfilm flickered onto the wall, revealing cryptic diagrams and faded handwriting. Sophia traced her finger over the symbols, while Lyle's sharp eyes pieced together the cipher's meaning under the watchful gaze of Mara and Dex. The coordinates extracted from the microfilm led them straight to an underground network, long forgotten beneath the city's worn streets. This labyrinth of tunnels whispered secrets of a past buried deep, barely touched by the neon glow above. The team studied a worn map, plotting their descent into shadowy corridors that promised answers or danger. Discarding their usual high-tech gadgets, the group assembled vintage equipment tailored for the old tunnel's unique challenges. Mara donned her black leather gloves tighter as they checked aged lanterns, rope coils, and weathered picks. Each piece, relics of a bygone era, prepared them for a silent journey where modern advantages held no sway. Under the cloak of night, the team advanced silently towards the concealed entrance, shadows lengthening and thickening around them. Mara's piercing green eyes scanned the area as Dex moved steadily, both communicating through practiced hand signals. The air was thick with tension, every step careful to remain unseen in the shifting gloom. Suddenly, a familiar figure stepped from the darkness, the faint grin betraying a hidden agenda. The mole's reveal sent a sharp jolt through the team, blocking the passage with confident ease. Mara's gaze burned intense, the black leather gloves clenching subtly as the tension between them crackled. Words unsaid hung heavy in the charged standoff, until Mara's quick wit and unwavering calm shifted the balance. With a deft feint and pointed gesture, she outmaneuvered the betrayer, forcing a retreat. The path opened once more, with the team's trust tempered but intact, ready to press onward. Navigating the winding tunnels, faint luminescence from the silver locket's cryptic symbol revealed subtle markings along damp walls. Each step carried them deeper into the maze, where time felt stretched and fragmented like the flickering lantern light. The rhythm of silent signals maintained their cohesion amid the echoing emptiness. They emerged into a hidden chamber where evidence lay scattered across a battered table, enough to unravel the corrupt organization's iron grip. Documents, photographs, and a map detailing illicit routes promised a turning tide. Hope flickered in their eyes as the weight of their mission crystallized in this clandestine trove. As dawn's first light spilled over the city skyline, the team exchanged glances heavy with relief and quiet triumph. The long night's ordeal had shifted the balance, their silent struggle drawing to a hopeful pause. In the crowded street below, life stirred anew, ignorant of the battles fought just beneath its surface. In the soft morning glow, Mara placed the small silver locket upon the worn table, its emblem catching the light with a quiet brilliance. The cipher etched on its surface symbolized not only the secrets uncovered but the hard-won freedom ahead. A new day had begun, marked by resilience and the promise of justice restored. At dawn, Ira trains beneath towering stone arches, their surfaces carved with ancient runes that pulse faintly under the early light. Her piercing emerald eyes mirror the shimmering veil overhead, its translucent threads weaving subtly in the morning breeze. Kalen approaches quietly, the gravity of his expression deepening the early serenity. He bears dire news about the veil's weakening threads, warning that the very balance of their world teeters on the edge. Together before the ancient veil, Ira and Kalen observe faint tears forming along its delicate surface. A soft, almost mournful hum vibrates through the air, signaling the veil's distress. From the mist, Silas emerges silently, his ash-gray hair catching the pale light. His piercing eyes sweep the horizon with a tension that speaks of unseen dangers lurking beyond sight. Ira clutches the Everlight amulet near her heart, feeling its glow shift from calm blue to an urgent crimson. The shifting light echoes the rising peril coursing through her veins. Suddenly, a vision blazes before her. Fractured memories and shadows mingle, revealing glimpses of a forgotten past, and a looming cataclysm threatening their world's fabric. Kalen breaks the silence, reciting a prophecy that foretells the unraveling of time itself if the veil breaks completely. The weight of his words presses on all present. Ira and Silas exchange a charged glance. Her fierce determination contrasts sharply with his wary skepticism, hinting at a fragile alliance poised on the edge of trust. The earth trembles beneath their feet as shards from the veil flutter down like fallen stars, each one a warning that time's fabric frays dangerously close to collapse. Resolved, they set out on a quest to recover lost talismans essential to mending the veil's rift, starting with the elusive whispering stone said to whisper secrets of the past. Ira scales jagged cliffs beneath gathering storm clouds, the Everlight amulet pulsing erratically with uneasy energy, matching the tempest around her. Silas threads cautiously through shadow-laden forests, where eerie whispers slither through the air, carrying secrets half-spoken and warnings unheeded. By flickering candlelight, Kalen pore over ancient texts, piecing together elusive clues long buried and overlooked by time itself. Unseen by the group, an ominous figure cloaked in shifting shadows mimics the veil's ethereal patterns, watching silently from the distance. The stakes crystallize. Should the veil collapse, time will fracture, trapping souls in an unending limbo between fleeting moments and eternity's grasp. Ira seizes the whispering stone, its power awakening hostile spirits that surge toward the group with spectral fury. Scylla's moves like a shadow, his scar glinting sharply as he fends off the spirits with swift precision, each blow a testament to battles etched in his past. Kaelin observes a familiar symbol etched into the spirits, an ancient mark tied to a long-forgotten betrayal within their own order, deepening the perilous mystery. A sudden storm halts their path, the veil above rippling wildly like a wounded beast thrashing against its unseen tormentor. They seek refuge within a cavern, adorned with ancient murals, foretelling their struggle and hinting at sacrifices yet to be made. In the cavern's uneasy quiet, Ira confides her fear to Scylla's, her emerald eyes flickering with vulnerability as the weight of their quest bears down. Scylla's responds with a glimpse of his own hidden past, revealing a lost bond intertwined with the Veil's very creation, forging a fragile thread of trust between them. Deep within a crystalline grove, they uncover the second talisman, the luminous leaf, glowing with otherworldly radiance embedded in icy branches. As Ira extracts the luminous leaf, a burst of blinding light erupts, disorienting them momentarily and awakening ancient guardians bound to the grove's defense. Amidst the chaos, Kaelin's steady voice guides them through darkness, his presence a steadfast beacon anchoring the group to resolve and purpose. In the mist-shadowed depths of the forest, Ira and her companions confront the shadowy figure cloaked in tattered robes. His eyes burn with bitter fury, once a guardian like them, now exiled and bent on unraveling the veil to rewrite history's course. A violent clash ensues as destructive spells cascade through the air, but Ira's Everlight amulet flares fiercely, its radiant glow forming a shield that deflects the darkness. The veil shimmers subtly around them, rippling with each spell's impact. The exiled guardian vanishes abruptly into the swirling shadows, but not before imprinting a cursed mark upon the veil's delicate fabric. This dark sigil pulses ominously, threatening to hasten the veil's decay and unravel time's fragile bonds. Ira's gaze hardens, her resolve crystallizing like the amulet's shifting hues now steady in steadfast gold. The Everlight amulet's light no longer flickers crimson, it signifies strength rooted deep within her heart. Their journey presses forward to the Cradle of Echoes, a place whispered in legend as the resting place of the final talisman capable of restoring balance. The veil continues to shimmer, guiding their uncertain path through shifting realities. As they traverse the cradle's desolate expanse, time itself distorts unpredictably, moments looped and flickering, past and present colliding like waves caught in a storm. The shimmering veil pulses with uneasy energy at their sides. Suddenly, Scylla's falters, drawn into a haunting memory from long ago, his form caught in threads of the veil that threatened to trap him forever. The scar along his cheek deepens in shadow as the bonds tighten. Without hesitation, Ira reaches toward him, her fingers brushing the amulet resting near her heart. The Everlight amulet's warmth spreads through Scylla's, grounding him in the present and releasing his grasp from the veil's unraveling strands. Within the heart of the cradle, a radiant glow reveals the third talisman, the heart of eons. It pulsates with rhythmic energy that seems to measure endless time itself, its light weaving into the shimmering veil. Ira's touch sets the heart of eons aglow, triggering a surge that unfolds hidden passageways and long-forgotten truths woven within the veil's translucent fabric. Time's layers ripple visibly, exposing secrets kept for centuries. Kaelin studies the shifting light surrounding them, decoding a cryptic warning etched in luminous glyphs. The veil's restoration demands unity rather than force. His voice is measured as he speaks, the echoes lingering like a solemn pact. Suddenly, the exiled antagonist returns, bolstered by dark reinforcements determined to seize the talismans. Their eyes glint with ruthless intent beneath the restless shimmer of the veil's ever-changing weave. A fierce battle erupts beneath the enveloping veil. Colors and shapes blur and bend unpredictably with each blow and spell cast. The boundary between time and space distorts violently as they struggle for control. Harnessing the combined power of the talismans, Ira channels energy through her Everlight amulet, which radiates a pure, blinding white light. This brilliant glow weaves into the veil, pushing back against the encroaching darkness. Amidst the chaos, Scylla's moves swiftly to shield Kaelin from a lethal strike, their bond deepening past old grudges and wounds. The flickering light of the shattered veil witnesses their growing trust. In desperation, the antagonist unleashes one final, catastrophic spell, but the veil itself pushes back, wrapping around the group like a protective shroud. The shimmering fabric pulses with renewed strength, resisting the attempt to break it apart. Time seems to settle momentarily. The veil's tiers stitch themselves slowly with radiant threads of light. A fragile peace fills the air as the shimmering fabric regains some of its former resilience. Ira places each talisman carefully into ancient sockets carved along the stone arches where their journey first began. The veil shimmers brightly around them, responding to their unity and the completed ritual. A harmonic resonance fills the air as the veil shimmers more brilliantly than ever before, patterns of light and shadow weaving complex tales across its surface. The fabric of time glows with renewed vitality, a testament to their combined strength. Stripped of power, the antagonist fades into a fracture of time, leaving behind only a silent warning that lingers in the air. The shimmering threads of the veil flutter softly, cautious but undefeated. With the veil stabilized yet still fragile, Ira reflects quietly on the cost of their victory and the delicate balance they have preserved. The Everlight amulet hums steadily, its light a gentle reminder of hope amidst lingering uncertainty. Silas and Kaelin, framed by dawn's soft light, swear a solemn vow to watch over the veil. Their silhouettes form a steadfast guard, united in purpose beyond past conflicts. Ira's eyes fall upon the Everlight amulet glowing softly against her chest, its steady hum now a symbol of hope renewed. The golden light pulses gently, echoing the heartbeat of time itself. The ancient stone arches begin to pulse faintly as runes etched into their surfaces come alive with protective magic. The veil's blessing seems woven into the very stones, an enduring shield against future threats. A gentle breeze carries glimmering fragments of the veil, shimmering like ethereal blessings descending upon the land. These fragile lights dance around them, heralding a new dawn infused with lingering mysteries. Beneath the ancient stone arches, a hidden chamber slowly opened, revealing murals etched into timeless walls. These images depicted Ira's arduous journey, each scene illuminated faintly by the shimmering veil draped above, its translucent threads weaving through her story. As Ira studied the murals, the figures shifted subtly, unveiling new paths and other guardians who stood vigilant through the ages. This silent transformation signaled that the balance required constant watchfulness, a never-ending effort to protect the fragile flow of time. Reaching out, Ira placed her hand gently upon the veil, feeling an ancient connection stir within her. Threads of time intertwined seamlessly with her own fate, reaffirming her bond and the deep legacy she carried within her heart, glowing with the Everlight amulet's steady pulse. Kaelin stepped forward, his eyes reflecting wisdom earned over countless years, and shared one final prophecy. He spoke of balance as a cyclical force, explaining that with every turning of the veil, new challenges would arise, testing the strength and resolve of those who guarded it. Without a word, Silas turned toward the horizon, his ash-gray hair catching the fading light. His purpose fulfilled here, he departed quietly into the vast unknown, leaving behind the echoes of his scar and a path yet to be discovered. Ira returned to her people with renewed purpose, dedicating herself to training the next generation of guardians. The Everlight amulet now shone with a warm hue, symbolizing unity and resilience, inspiring hope in every young heart under her care. As night embraced the land, stars scattered across the heavens reflected in the subtle shimmer of the veil above. It hovered like an eternal sentinel, its gentle radiance watching over the flow of time with timeless grace. In a humble village beneath the veil's light, a newborn child opened their eyes, a faint glow encircling their wrist. This subtle illumination whispered of future guardianship, a new chapter gently unfolding beneath the watchful threads. The veil stirred softly in the night breeze, its translucent threads alive and intertwined with countless stories of courage and sacrifice. Each flutter carried the silent weight of history, safeguarding the memories woven into its shimmering fabric. Beneath the restored veil, Ira stood with a serene smile, her emerald eyes reflecting the endless flow of time. Fragile yet unbroken, the destiny she embraced carried forward, a testament to endurance and hope woven through the ages. Lena sprinted through the dense jungle, the mysterious compass clutched tightly in her hand. Every step felt heavier, but the compass needle pulsed with an eerie glow, pointing deeper into the unknown. "Where are you leading me?" she whispered, heart pounding with adrenaline. Suddenly, the dense foliage gave way to the ruins of an ancient temple, vines crawling over majestic stone pillars. The compass tugged insistently toward the temple entrance, urging her forward. Inside, the air was thick with dust and secrets, shadows dancing as sunlight filtered through crumbled walls. A faint hum echoed, as though the temple itself was alive, beckoning her onward. Lena stepped carefully, eyes scanning hieroglyphs etched in gold, revealing a tale of lost explorers and hidden treasures. She followed the compass down a narrow stone corridor, feeling the weight of history in every breath. At the corridor's end, a door barred her passage, covered in intricate symbols. "The key must be near," she murmured, examining the carvings. Her fingers traced a pattern, triggering a hidden latch that slowly revealed a small chamber. Inside, an ancient chest lay covered in dust and cobwebs, waiting patiently through the ages. With trembling hands, Lena opened it to find a radiant gemstone pulsating with warm light. The compass needle aligned perfectly with the gem, its glow intensifying. The heart of the jungle, she realized, understanding its power. As she lifted the gem, the temple walls seemed to sigh, like a long-lost secret finally unveiled. Outside, the compass stopped glowing, its purpose fulfilled. Adventure isn't just about treasure, Lena smiled. It's about trust, courage, and discovery. With the gemstone secured, she stepped into the sunlight, ready for the journey still to come. It started with a faint tapping sound coming from the attic above Mia's bedroom. Every night, just as the clock struck midnight, the tapping would begin, slow and deliberate. Mia tried to ignore it, blaming old house noises and her restless imagination. But the tapping grew louder, more persistent, turning into a rhythmic knocking that could not be ignored. One night, curiosity won over fear. She crept upstairs, flashlight trembling in her hand. The attic stairs creaked under her weight, a long, narrow space filled with dusty old boxes. Then she heard it, a whisper, soft and urgent, brushing against her ear like a cold breath. "Help me," it hissed, a voice barely louder than the wind. Mia's heart pounded. "Who's there?" she whispered back, her voice shaking. Silence answered before the whisper returned, trapped, alone. Searching through the boxes, Mia found an old journal, its pages yellowed and torn. The diary belonged to a girl named Lucy, who once lived in the house decades ago. Lucy wrote about a terrible secret, about being locked in the attic by someone she once trusted. Suddenly, the attic door slammed shut behind Mia, plunging her into darkness. Desperately, she opened the journal to the last page, a chilling plea to anyone who found it. "Set me free," Lucy's words begged, "before it's too late." With shaky hands, Mia looked up and spotted an old latch on the window, half covered by cobwebs. She forced it open, letting in a gust of fresh, cold air that seemed to lift the oppressive weight around her. The tapping stopped, the whispers faded, light filled the attic once more. Mia whispered, "You're free now," and as dawn broke, the house seemed at peace for the first time in years. The rain slammed against the city, like a warning, neon signs flickering through the haze. Jake Morgan lit a cigarette, the smoke curling like a question mark in the dim light. He didn't expect company at midnight, least of all a dame with secrets in her eyes. "I need your help," she said, voice trembling, clutching a faded photograph. Morgan studied the photo. A man, vanished without a trace 5 years ago. "Why come to me now?" he asked, flicking ash into a cracked tin can. She hesitated, then whispered, "Because the shadows are closing in." Days blurred into nights, as Jake hunted clues across rain-slick streets and smoky bars. Each lead tangled deeper into a web of lies, betrayal, and long-buried sins. The city's underbelly pulsed with danger, but Morgan was no stranger to the darkness. One alley, one fistfight, one whispered tip later, he found himself staring down a crooked cop. "You're out of your depth," the cop sneered, holster empty but menace full. Morgan cracked a grin. "Maybe, but someone's gotta dive deep." In the bleak basement of a forgotten warehouse, the truth waited in cold silence. The missing man was alive, chained by debts and addicted to silence. Reunion was bittersweet, shadowed by the price paid for freedom. Back in the rain-soaked streets, Morgan handed the dame the man she'd lost. She smiled faintly. "Thanks for bringing light to the shadows." Jake lit another cigarette, the glow a small defiance against the dark city. "All in a night's work," he murmured, disappearing into the rain and neon blur. Jamie raced down Maple Street, clutching the crumpled letter in trembling hands. The old mansion at the end of the block loomed, its windows dark and silent. Just hours ago, Mrs. Whittaker had vanished without a trace, leaving behind only a chilling message. The letter was brief: "Find the note before the clock strikes midnight." Jamie pushed open the wrought iron gate, its creak echoing in the quiet night. Inside, the air was thick with dust and secrets, the house frozen in time. A grand clock tower dominated the foyer, its hands frozen at 11:50. Jamie's eyes darted around, spotting a piano, its keys yellowed and forgotten. "The note," Jamie whispered, kneeling beside the instrument. Pressing a key, a faint melody filled the room, stirring something deep within the silence. Guided by the tune, Jamie traced the music sheets left on the stand. Among them, a single sheet stood out, a composition marked with mysterious symbols. This must be it, Jamie thought, piecing together the note's secret message. Each symbol corresponded to a letter, forming a hidden phrase. Under the floor, heart pounding, Jamie searched beneath the wooden planks of the foyer. Fingers dug into a loose board, revealing a small, locked box. Inside lay Mrs. Whittaker's diary and a key, along with another note. "Thank you for finding the truth," it read. "Now the story can finally be told." Relief washed over Jamie as the mystery unfolded. The disappearance was a staged escape from an old, painful past. "Justice is in the light," Jamie said softly, stepping out as dawn broke over Maple Street. The clock struck midnight as Emma sat alone by the window, clutching a worn envelope. She hesitated, fingers trembling, then unfolded the brittle paper inside. "If you're reading this," the letter began, "it means I never made it back." Her heart pounded. It was her brother, Alex, lost at sea months ago. He wrote of regrets, dreams, and a secret he had kept about their childhood. Emma's eyes filled with tears, but she kept reading, drawn into his words. "I've hidden something in the old oak tree by the river. Look there for me." Determined, she wrapped her coat around her and stepped into the cold night. The riverbank was quiet, bathed in silver moonlight, the oak tree standing tall. She searched the rough bark, feeling around until her fingers found a small, carved box. Inside, a collection of photographs, and a note declaring his unwavering love for their family. "I wanted you to know, even if I can't be there," the note reads softly. Emma clutched the box to her chest, feeling both pain and comfort mingling. She whispered, "Alex, I miss you. But now, I have a part of you to hold on to." As dawn approached, Emma sat beneath the oak tree, the weight in her heart beginning to lift. The letter had given her closure she never thought possible, a final connection. Slowly, she smiled through tears, ready to face the days ahead with newfound strength. "Goodbye for now," she murmured, "and thank you for the memories." The sun rose, casting warm light over the river, a new day beginning for Emma. She stood, carrying her brother's love with her, finally at peace. On a crisp autumn morning, Leela zipped up her coat and set out to explore the woods near Maplewood Bridge. She had heard whispers of a hidden garden blooming just beyond the old wooden planks, and curiosity tugged at her heart. The bridge creaked underfoot as she crossed, leaves crunching softly in the quiet air. Suddenly, a hush fell. Leela noticed a glimmer of light flickering through the trees to her right. Drawn in, she stepped off the path and pushed aside a curtain of ivy to reveal a small plot of wildflowers dancing in the breeze. In the center stood a tiny wooden bench, carved with delicate patterns of leaves and vines. Leela settled down, breathing in the sweet scent of blossoms and the earthy warmth around her. As she sat, a gentle voice whispered through the leaves, "Welcome, friend. Your secret is safe here." Looking up, Leela saw an old man smiling kindly from a distance, his eyes twinkling with stories untold. He approached, offering a hand wrapped in an intricate patchwork quilt. "This garden has always been a haven for those who seek peace," he said softly, "and now, it's yours too." Leela's heart swelled with happiness. She had found a place where time slowed and worries faded. The old man shared tales of the bridge, of forgotten holidays and quiet evenings spent beneath the maple trees. With every story, the garden seemed to grow brighter, more alive with memories woven through the air. Leela promised to keep the secret, visiting often to tend the flowers and listen to the breeze. When she left, the garden gently faded behind the ivy, waiting patiently for her next arrival. Back home, she arranged wildflowers in a vase, their colors vivid as the morning sun. And every evening, she smiled, knowing that beyond the bridge lay a world of comfort and quiet joy. "Sometimes," she whispered, "the smallest secret makes the biggest difference." And with a heart full of wonder, Leela drifted into peaceful dreams of maple leaves and gentle whispers. The village stirred beneath a sky where faint circular star patterns traced ancient constellations. Orin moved quietly through the morning mist, his footsteps soft as he approached the weathered stone circle at the village edge. From the shadows, Wren observed Orin with keen eyes, gripping the glowing pendant passed down from their grandmother. The orb's gentle light pulsed in rhythm with the restless beat of Wren's heart. Suddenly, the ground trembled beneath the stone circle, causing startled gasps to ripple through the nearby villagers. Dust and debris stirred, as the earth seemed to shudder with an unspoken warning. Orin gathered the elders, his voice low and grave as he spoke of a breach in the veil, the fragile boundary between their world and the unknown. Concern knitted their faces as each contemplated the consequences. Wren felt a strange pulse emanate from the pendant, the orb flickering with eerie light that seemed to echo the unsettled air. An inexplicable chill ran through them, as if the pendant carried a living warning. A shadow glided at the edge of the stone circle, barely perceptible against the dawn's light. Murmurs of forgotten warnings spread among the villagers, their eyes darting nervously toward the fleeting darkness. At the village border, the Veiled One appeared briefly, shrouded in dark fabric, unmoving and silent. Their presence was enigmatic and unsettling before they vanished as suddenly as they had come. Orin confirmed an ancient prophecy that linked the cycles of falling stars to the pendant's glowing orb. The alignment of these celestial events signaled a pivotal moment long foretold in their lore. Determined, Wren demanded to leave the village to seek answers beyond the distant mountains, clutching the pendant tightly as their guide. Their restless spirit burned brighter with resolve despite the unknown challenges ahead. The elders cautioned Wren of labyrinthine paths that spiral and twist, trapping souls in endless night. They warned that illusions laid by the veil might confound even the most vigilant traveler. As dusk fell, Wren departed, the rising wind swirling with patterns of glowing dust in circular arrays. Each step forward felt heavy with the weight of destiny and the pendant's steady pulse. Orin remained behind, meticulously tracing ancient inscriptions carved into the stone circle. Their worn surface whispered secrets of forgotten eras and the burden of the veil's weakening hold. Wren soon encountered a forest tangled with trees whose rings swirled unnaturally, resembling ripples on still water. The distorted nature of this place unsettled the senses and hinted at the veil's warping influence. A disembodied voice echoed nearby, bearing the cadence of the Veiled One. It spoke in riddles that questioned Wren's identity and the nature of their fate, weaving confusion with eerie familiarity. In a secluded clearing, the pendant's light surged in intensity, revealing a hidden gateway adorned with intricate circular motifs. The portal shimmered with otherworldly energy, beckoning Wren to step through. Crossing the gateway, Wren experienced a distortion of landscape and time, where moments fractured and endlessly repeated. Each loop brought a growing sense of disorientation and urgency to break free. Meanwhile, Orin uncovered an ancient manuscript that warned of the veil's erosion with every cycle of falling stars. The tome's fragile pages cautioned that balance is imperiled if the breach remains unchecked. Wren found a group of travelers trapped within the loop time, their memories fragmented like shards of shattered glass. Their despair and confusion mirrored the peril of the endless spiral closing in. The Veiled One appeared briefly beside Wren, whispering cryptic truths about the intricate weave of destiny. Their words hinted at choices with profound consequences, yet left much shrouded in mystery. Abruptly, Wren's pendant dimmed, plunging them into shadow and deepening their confusion. Doubts surged, shaking the fragile trust in the pendant's guidance and the credibility of their journey. Descending into caverns beneath the stone circle, Orin discovered inscriptions aligned with celestial circles directly overhead. The sacred geometry, etched in stone, hinted at a powerful connection to the veil's stability. With renewed hope, Wren sensed the pendant's pulsing light reignite, its compass-like glow cutting through the shifting terrain. The path forward became clearer, despite the illusions that sought to mislead. The Veiled One then presented a stark choice: grasp at uncertain hope, or surrender to the endless spiral of despair. Their voice echoed softly, tempting yet haunting in its quiet inevitability. Refusing to yield, Ren wielded the pendant to reveal hidden symbols etched in glowing circles on the forest floor. These marks formed a secret map, offering guidance amidst the twisting maze of illusions. Back at the village, Orin deciphered that the pendant's glowing orb contained a trapped essence vital for restoring balance. This revelation deepened the importance of the pendant and foreshadowed the trials ahead. Ren stumbled upon a still pool nestled in the shadowed grove, its surface shimmering with reflections not of the world around, but of multiple versions of themselves. Each circular ripple seemed to capture a different possible path their restless spirit might take, weaving a tapestry of choices that danced in the quiet water. From the edges of shadow, the Veiled One's presence grew more tangible, their silhouette expanding and twisting, distorting the space between reality and illusion. The gentle echo of their voice melded with swirling mists, seeding doubt and turning certainty into a fragile veil. Beneath the descending stars, Orin knelt before a ring inscribed with circular runes, arranging the ancient symbols with deliberate care. His silver-streaked black hair shimmered faintly under the pale light, as he prepared the ritual that might steady the unraveling threads between worlds. Ren hesitated, then chose to diverge from the reflections in the pool, stepping boldly into a shadow that twisted and unfurled into glowing spirals. The darkness did not consume but transformed, each luminous circle illuminating new facets of a path unforeseen. As Orin began intoning the ritual's chant, a voice rose from the ancient manuscript laid before him, blending with his words and weaving harmony. This primal resonance caused the orb in his grasp to pulsate, its glow stretching and deepening beyond mortal reach. Lost within shifting scenes, Ren found themselves wandering a village that never was, streets bending and buildings reshaping, a haunting mirage of what might have been. The line between memory and deception blurred, each circle marking a fractured truth or veil's wily trickery. Orin's ritual pulse cracked open the earth beneath the solitary stone circle, revealing a hidden chamber. Inside, circular mirrors lined the walls, each reflecting infinite skies that shimmered with the promise of worlds beyond comprehension. From shadow materialized a spectral form, mirroring Ren's own fears as flickering circles splintered in the air between them. Each confrontation smashed another ring of light, a relentless cycle of challenge and resilience under the restless gaze of the moon. Amongst scattered fragments, Orin discovered a piece of the orb's lost counterpart, a small, etched sphere bearing concentric rings. This fragment throbbed quietly, hinting it was the key needed to unlock the pendant's full power. With a steady hand, Ren harnessed the pendant's renewed glow, sweeping away illusions like mist scattered before dawn. For a fleeting heartbeat, the Veiled One's lips curled into a rare, enigmatic smile, a silent affirmation of paths converging. As Orin completed the ritual, the energies swelling between them caused the skies of their realms to meld, colors and patterns twisting in tandem. Though apart in body, their journey now intertwined metaphorically, bound by the glowing orb's inexorable pulse. The ancient stone circle erupted with luminous energy, its concentric rings ascending like tethered stars against the night's velvet canvas. Circles of light spiraled higher, a heartbeat in the darkness signaling awakening. Within the wavering form of the Veiled One, glimpses of a face emerged, marked by intricate circular tattoos identical to those etched on village stones. The fleeting reveal carried a weight of forgotten histories and silent vows. Ren's restless heart paused with understanding. The Veiled One was no adversary, but a guardian bound by eternal cycles. This keeper upheld balance, weaving the fragile threads between veils seen and unseen. Through the burgeoning brilliance of the glowing orb, Orin and Ren shared visions, fragments of insight and understanding flowing freely between them. Words became unnecessary as a deeper bond formed, tethered by circles of light and shadow alike. A fierce storm roared into being, winds swirling in violent circular torrents aimed at unraveling the stone circle's power. Their faith and resolve trembled under the tempest's assault, the cycle's stability put to its fiercest test yet. Amidst the chaos, Ren raised the pendant's light, turning it into a beacon that cut through the wrathful night. Guided by this luminous pulse, villagers found sanctuary within the protective embrace of the stone circle. Oren's hands moved with finality, placing both orb fragments into the circle's heart, where light met shadow. The fusion sparked a surge, melding power with grace, and the ancient magic whispered of renewal and unity. Stepping fully into the luminous embrace, the Veiled One unveiled a serene face, timeless and calm. Their presence declared a balance restored, a cycle completed without fracture or loss. As the sky cleared, the patterns of circular stars pulsed rhythmically once more, their glow weaving the fabric of the mended veil. This celestial dance marked the completion of a sacred cycle, echoing through both night and dawn. Bathed in dawn's golden, circular glow, Oren and Ren stood before the village, embodiments of hope and renewal. Their journey reflected in their eyes was one of unity between realms and the promise of what lay ahead. The pendant, now whole and radiant, was shared equally between them, a symbol of unity bridging earthly and mystical realms. Its glow a testament to their intertwined fates and shared guardianship. Villagers gathered, hands crafting new tokens, adorned with circular motifs that shimmered with inherited power. These creations commemorated the cycle's renewal, binding community with ancient legacy. Oren imparted to Ren the songs and stories woven into the circular patterns, melodies and tales that held the wisdom of many generations. In this transfer, legacy was ensured, and their bond deepened through shared purpose. Without a word, the Veiled One departed quietly into the mists, leaving behind a single circular feather resting upon the village stones. This token stood as a silent promise of guarded peace and the eternal watch kept over the circle's ward. As the pendant pulsates softly in Oren's hand, a concealed vision unfolds before them, revealing the eternal nature of the cycles. Shadows and light dance together, showing the pendant's glow fading and rekindling with each passing night in an endless loop. Ren's restless gaze steadies, a quiet understanding dawning as they accept the perpetual journey ahead. Alongside Oren, they embrace their role as keepers who guard the fragile balance through countless circles yet to come. The villagers gather at dawn, crafting a new stone circle in the heart of their home. At its center, they embed the pendant's twin glowing orbs, a powerful talisman fashioned to protect and honor what has been passed down. The final scene shifts beyond the village, where circles emerge in natural wonders worldwide. Ripples in water, rings of trees, and wind-carved patterns in stone, connecting this small place's fate to the vast world beyond. Oren stands quietly beneath a spreading oak, their eyes tracing the delicate circles traced in earth and bark. In these patterns, they see the balance between the visible world and the mysteries lurking just out of sight, always entwined. Ren turns their gaze upward to the stars, the pendant warm against their chest. The glow feels like a silent vow, a steady promise to remain vigilant against any unraveling of the delicate weave they protect. Night deepens, but this time the stars above swirl gracefully in perfect circles. Their light remains steady and reassuring, a celestial echo of the cycles held sacred below. Under the silver glow of dawn, villagers dance in flowing, circular patterns, their steps weaving ancient rhythms anew. Each movement honors the legacy, breathing life into the cycle once more with joyous celebration. The story gently closes on a child, eyes wide with wonder, discovering a small glowing circle etched faintly into their palm. This mark, subtle yet profound, signifies the enduring legacy of the cycle continuing through generations. As the camera pans upward, the swirling stars gather to form one great luminous circle, vast and radiant. This celestial symbol unites completion with endless beginnings, a timeless testament to the circle's eternal dance. In the heart of a forgotten village stood an old mansion wrapped in ivy and shadow. Alina, curious and fearless, had always been drawn to the mansion despite the villagers' warnings. One evening, armed with only a lantern, she slipped through the creaking gates and into the dim hallway. The air was thick with dust and silence, until a faint whisper drifted from the wall at the end of the corridor. There, hanging crookedly, was a portrait of a woman whose eyes seemed almost alive, gleaming in the lantern light. Alina stepped closer, feeling a chill as a soft voice echoed, "Help me." Startled but intrigued, she reached out, tracing the woman's delicate features with trembling fingers. Suddenly, the room spun, and Alina found herself in a sunlit garden, centuries past, standing before the very woman from the portrait. The woman introduced herself as Isolde, trapped between worlds by a jealous curse. Alina realized the whispers were cries for freedom, her only chance to break the spell and release Isolde's soul. To succeed, she had to solve a riddle hidden somewhere in the mansion, tied to an ancient family secret. Guided by fleeting whispers and unseen hands, Alina explored secret rooms and forgotten letters. In a dusty diary, she uncovered the truth. Isolde's love was betrayed, and jealousy bound her spirit to the painting. With a steady voice, Alina recited a passage from the diary, invoking the words of forgiveness and release. Light flooded the room as the portrait shimmered, Isolde's form slowly stepping out, free at last. "Thank you," Isolde whispered, her smile warm as she dissolved into a cascade of petals. The mansion sighed, the weight of centuries lifting in an instant. Alina stepped back into the present, the portrait now a simple painting of a serene garden. Outside, the villagers noticed the mansion's gloom had lifted, its mystery gently unraveled. Alina smiled, knowing some whispers carry the power to heal and set free. Lena leaned over the cluttered workstation, her sharp eyes following a shifting constellation on the holographic star map. Her finger traced the lines carefully, sensing an unsettling change in the familiar celestial patterns. Kale focused intently as he tightened bolts on his mechanical arm adjustment. Sparks briefly flickered, illuminating the faint scar above his left eyebrow, his stoic expression unwavering despite the growing urgency. Dr. Myerk stepped into the dimly lit lab, his gaze fixed on a machine pulsating with ethereal energy. The glow bathed his high-collared lab coat, his round spectacles reflecting the mysterious light. Suddenly, the ancient compass device strapped to Lena's wrist began to pulse erratically. Its shifting shadows cast an eerie glow on her weathered leather jacket as the light intensified and dimmed unpredictably. Outside the observatory, the sky distorted as a temporal anomaly twisted the stars into shimmering, unnatural patterns. The familiar nightscape warped, sending a chill through the crew within. Lena and Kale exchanged uneasy glances as a bright star blinked out on the star map in real time. Their synchronized watches ticked irregularly, echoing the growing instability. Myerk nervously examined fluctuating data on a holographic screen, illustrating rapid shifts in time and space stability. Lines of code and star charts flickered, mirroring their rising concern. Clutching the glowing compass, Lena watched as it projected fragmented images of unfamiliar locations. The device's erratic glow hinted at mysteries beyond their understanding. In the cramped quarters, the team debated heatedly, tension mounting as the anomalies corrupted their instruments. Voices overlapped, each aware that the stakes were climbing dangerously higher. Kale interfaced his mechanical arm with the compass, attempting to stabilize the chaotic signals. His brow furrowed with determination as sparks danced from the connection. Outside, the landscape vibrated subtly, a low hum permeating the air and unsettling the crew's nerves. Even the walls seemed to pulse in rhythm with the unseen disturbance. Without warning, a power surge caused the lab's lights to flicker wildly. Fleeting shadows moved unnaturally within the bursts of light, leaving an eerie impression on all present. Lena received a cryptic message on her wrist device, coordinates that shifted unpredictably, defying logic. The revelation deepened the mystery as she stared at the elusive numbers. Myerk's voice was grave as he warned of the impending meridian shift, a rare cosmic event with the power to alter reality itself. The weight of his words hung heavy in the sterile air. The crew prepared hastily to embark on a mission to the anomaly's epicenter, acutely aware that failure might disrupt time permanently. The atmosphere was thick with determination and unspoken fears. They boarded their sleek ship and launched toward the elusive coordinates, the compass glowing steadily to guide their path through the void. The ship's engines hummed with restrained power as stars blurred past. Approaching the anomaly, star maps warped visibly in the cockpit, and the ship's controls responded sluggishly. Lena's fingers danced over worn instruments as Kale kept steady despite the strain. Erratic spatial readings flickered on Lena's monitor, while Kale recalibrated the propulsion system under intense stress. The pressure of their task was evident in every precise movement. Suddenly, a blast wave from the anomaly rocked the ship violently, throwing the crew off balance. Equipment clattered and warning lights flashed, demanding immediate control adjustments. Myrick consulted the ancient compass, now glowing intensely and projecting complex star patterns swirling midair. The cryptic display hinted at turbulence far beyond their expectations. Through the ship's viewfinder appeared a visual loop of a distant celestial event, endlessly repeating with unsettling clarity. The scene blurred the line between present and past, deepening the crew's unease. Communication systems began failing intermittently, isolating the crew within the ship. Static and dead air replaced meaningful signals, raising tensions across the confined space. Lena spotted a flicker on the star map resembling a past event, possibly a memory or a warning. The team debated its cryptic meaning, uncertainty knitting furrowed brows. Ignoring warnings of space-time distortion, Kale attempted a risky maneuver to stabilize the ship's trajectory. His mechanical arm moved with precise urgency as the ship groaned under stress. The ship passed through a shimmering veil, and for a brief moment, the crew glimpsed alternate versions of themselves. The fleeting visions left them questioning reality as their synchronized watches ticked wildly out of sync. Dr. Myrick's voice cut through the ship's low hum with a dire warning. Crossing the meridian threshold risked trapping them in a temporal feedback loop from which there was no escape. He emphasized that the ancient compass they relied upon might be their only safeguard. Lena exchanged a determined glance with Kale, knowing the stakes had just risen immensely. Suddenly, the holographic compass emitted a sharp, high-pitched tone that resonated through the ship's decks. The shifting star maps aligned perfectly for a brief moment, revealing a concealed path hidden within the cosmic tapestry. The corridor through time and space shimmered like an invitation and a perilous gamble. Lena gripped the controls tightly, steering the vessel through the unveiled course. Each moment brought surges of gravitational distortion, the ship straining against invisible pressures that threatened to tear them apart. Her eyes never left the glowing compass, its light flickering as the anomalies intensified. Without warning, alarms blared, systems began to fail one after another. Kale sprang into action, his mechanical arm whirring as he improvised repairs on the erratic conduits amid the fluctuating time streams. Shifts in gravity and time warped his perception, but he worked with relentless precision. The environment around them began to flicker wildly, alternating between the ship's current state and fleeting glimpses of past moments aboard the vessel. Lena caught ghostly images of their distant origin world, fragmented and ephemeral, like echoes trapped in a loop. This temporal dissonance unsettled them all, reminding them of the fragile boundary they now crossed. Myrick studied the ancient compass intently, uncovering new data hidden within its quantum readings. He theorized it was resonating with quantum echoes left by explorers who had ventured here before, their temporal footprints embedded in the device's core. This revelation changed their understanding of the anomaly's depths. The crew gathered to debate their next move, torn between risking a temporal jump out of the anomaly's heart and the terrifying possibility of being erased entirely. Fear mingled with resolve. Any misstep could mean losing not just their lives, but their existence. The dilemma weighed heavily on every mind and soul aboard. As tension thickened, Lena's compass suddenly displayed an unfamiliar symbol, radiating a cool blue luminescence. This new glyph seemed to unlock additional data on the star map, revealing alternate routes and subtle shifts previously obscured. It was a clue, and perhaps a key, to navigating the chaotic currents ahead. Without warning, Kale vanished from view, leaving only an empty echo in the corridor. Moments later, he reappeared dazed, his memories fragmented and tinged with images from an alternate timeline of their journey. His brief absence cast a shadow of dread across the crew, signaling the anomaly's unpredictable reach. Myrick assembled the fragmented clues and proposed a disturbing theory. The anomaly fractured time itself into parallel streams, each threatening to overwrite their singular reality. The fabric of their existence might be unraveling, replaced by alternate versions slipping into their world. This revelation heightened the urgency of their mission. The ship's interiors convulsed in impossible ways. Corridors bent and merged, walls twisted in fractal patterns that defied logic and physics. Stepping through doorways felt like traversing shifting gateways between moments, each more disorienting than the last. Lena clung tightly to the ancient compass as it projected a star map that began to stabilize amid the chaos. The shifting lines slowly formed a coherent path, signaling a tenuous safe route through the temporal labyrinth. With cautious hope, they prepared to follow the compass's new guidance. Kale's voice grew urgent as he warned them all. They needed to act fast before their identities started blending with alternate versions of themselves. The risk of losing one's sense of self became more than theory, it was a looming reality. Time was slipping away faster than they dared imagine. Synchronizing their irregularly ticking watches, the crew set a coordinated countdown to time their leap through the heart of the anomaly. Each second carried immense weight as they prepared for a maneuver that could either save them or condemn their existence. The tension was palpable, the silence before the storm absolute. An intense surge erupted, flinging the ship forward through a kaleidoscopic storm of temporal fragments. Past, present, and future flickered wildly in the vessel's hull, a dizzying swirl of moments collapsing and rebounding against the hull. Every fiber of the crew's being was tested, as reality itself seemed to fracture around them. Through the chaos, Myerk managed to stabilize a core device, harnessing the anomaly's restless energy into a controlled rift. The ship sagged under the power as the device pulled a steady stream of quantum force into the breach they sought to create. This fragile control was their best hope for escape. Gazing through the rift, the crew caught a glimpse of a future warped nearly beyond recognition, the world they knew altered and broken. Silent cities, strange skies, and unfamiliar stars haunted the vision, a warning of what might come if their mission failed. The weight of their task was written in those fleeting images. Resolute, Lena vowed to preserve their reality by recalibrating the compass, using it to reverse the anomaly's relentless corruption. She studied the device closely, deciphering subtle fluctuations and guiding the adjustment with careful precision. The path to salvation depended on her success. Kale readied the ship for the upcoming temporal burst, a critical surge of energy needed to close the rift safely. Every system was checked and reinforced, his mechanical arm humming as it prepared to deliver the final pulse. The crew steeled themselves for what was to come, trusting each other implicitly. As the crew initiated their plan, the anomaly reacted violently, thrashing unpredictably against their intervention. The ship trembled and groaned beneath the strain, the very fabric of space-time shuddering in resistance. They braced for impact, hearts pounding with both fear and determination. The ancient compass blazed white-hot, pouring radiant waves through the vessel's structure that rippled like sonic pulses. Its light illuminated every corner, combating the darkness of temporal distortion with fierce brilliance. This surge of power was both a beacon and a shield against the unfolding chaos. Time itself began to mend around them. The star maps ceased their erratic shifts, freezing into stable and familiar patterns once more. The pervasive sense of fracture lifted slowly, the corridor of uncertainty gradually solidifying into clarity. Relief began to replace the dread that had gripped the crew. Lena expertly maneuvered the ship through the anomaly's now calm heart, racing against the imminent collapse of overlapping timelines. Every star and coordinate aligned as they sailed through the fragile corridor, the compass guiding like a steadfast ancient guardian. Each second was a victory in preserving their reality. Myerk tracked the crew's vital signs against the backdrop of fading distortions, confirming the singular reality strand remained intact. His relief was tempered by cautious vigilance, knowing the anomaly's effects could still surprise them. The crew's unity and endurance had preserved more than just their lives, they had preserved existence itself. Kale activated the final pulse from his mechanical arm, a surge of energy designed to seal the rift once and for all. The ship vibrated as the breach closed, the infinite fracturing of time snapping back into a singular flow. Their ordeal was ending, though shadowed by mysteries yet unrevealed. The anomaly finally collapsed in on itself, disappearing like a fading shadow. Outside the observatory's viewport, the stars shimmered steadily, undisturbed for the first time in weeks. Lena's gaze fixed on the holographic compass resting on the table as its glow softened to a gentle pulse. The device's dim light signified that the chaotic flux of time had balanced once more. Kale and Dr. Myerk exchanged relieved glances, their synchronized watches clicking with steady, even ticks after the previous irregularities. The certainty of normal time flow reassured them both. Back inside the observatory, the star map displayed a stable cosmic skyline, familiar constellations locked in their usual positions. The shifting patterns had ceased, confirming the universe's calm return. The crew methodically logged their experiences in the ship's records, emphasizing the compass's crucial role as a temporal anchor throughout the ordeal. Its importance was undeniable for navigating time's fragile currents. Quietly and with care, Lena slid the compass into her jacket pocket, mindful of its power and the responsibility to protect it. The weight of guarding such a device settled on her shoulders. Meanwhile, Myerk studied a subtle residual temporal anomaly detected in his lab. Though minor and far less threatening, it served as a sober reminder of their vulnerability to time's unpredictable forces. Kale set to work upgrading the ship's systems, applying insights gained about temporal mechanics and anomaly stabilization. His mechanical arm adjusted tools with practiced precision as innovation took shape. Under a calm and steady night sky, the team shared a quiet moment of camaraderie, their bond fortified by the challenges they'd endured together. The stars above seemed to witness their renewed unity. Lena gazed thoughtfully at the constellations, aware that the universe still held countless mysteries beyond their reach. Yet, for now, time itself was theirs to guard, a precious frontier guarded by steadfast vigilance. Elena Ward arrives at the dimly lit apartment on Marrow Street, her sharp eyes scanning the shadows that cling to the cracked walls. The night air is thick with tension as she moves cautiously, every step measured and quiet. Her gaze falls on shattered glass scattered beside a locked antique chest against the far wall. The fractured pieces glint like broken memories, hinting at a struggle that happened not long ago. From a shadowed alley nearby, Marcus Flynn watches Elena intently. His calm demeanor masks a flurry of concern as he fixes his gaze on the apartment window, contemplating his next move. Inside, Elena kneels to pick up a silver locket from the floor, turning it over under the flickering light. The intricate engraving catches her eye, pulling her deeper into the mystery woven around it. A distant siren wails through the night as Elena's eyes catch a faded photograph tucked beneath the chest. The image shows 4 figures, one unmistakably Victor Hale, their faces frozen in a moment from another time. Her phone buzzes suddenly, a text flashing, a terse warning urging her to stop digging into the past before it's too late. Elena's fingers tighten around the device, the threat crystal clear. Back in the alley, Marcus speaks in a low voice on his phone, mentioning Elena's name with uneasy concern. His words suggest that the shadows around Marrow Street conceal more than just secrets. From across the street, Victor Hale emerges from the darkness, his intense glare locked on Elena through the window. His unreadable expression blurs between menace and something more complicated. A flashback unfolds in daylight. Victor stands at a park bench, handing the silver locket to a young girl, his face softer than before. This memory hints at a hidden connection tied to the locket and the secrets Elena seeks. Returning to the present, Elena slips the locket into her pocket and moves toward a nearby cafe where Leela Marks waits anxiously. The streetlights cast long shadows, mirroring the unease that settles between them. In the cafe, Leela pushes a folded note across the table, her curly red hair bouncing as she glances nervously at the door. Her eyes flicker with urgency, signaling the risks they face. Elena unfolds the note, reading about a hidden room beneath Marrow Street's oldest building where answers might lie. The promise of revelation tightens the knot of tension around them. The cafe door creaks, drawing a sharp breath from Leela as Victor steps inside. The atmosphere shifts instantly. His presence is a silent threat that chills the air. Elena sips her coffee calmly, eyes discreetly flicking toward Victor. Her outward composure masks the heightened alertness of someone navigating a web of danger. The true stakes emerge. A missing heirloom tangled with a betrayal long buried, its revelation capable of upending lives. The dangerous secret at the heart of the mystery sharpens their resolve and deepens the peril. Elena descends into the hidden room, guided only by faint wall markings illuminated dimly and the silver locket's engraving. The darkness confines her, fragmented reflections hinting at the fractured truths she searches for. Marcus appears unexpectedly, stepping into the underground space with a reluctant offer of help. His cryptic warning about trust hangs heavily between them, complicating their fragile alliance. Faded letters pinned to the walls surround them, words revealing conspiracy threads tying all the main players together. The layered betrayals echo in the silent underground. A loose floorboard shifts as Alina steps, uncovering a hidden compartment containing an aged diary. Its pages promise secrets long obscured by shadows and silence. Flipping through the diary, Alina finds entries chronicling a coup decades ago within a powerful family. Each word deepens the web of intrigue, binding past and present more tightly. Outside, Victor intercepts Leela in the misty street, his voice low and demanding information on Alina's location. The threat in his eyes leaves Leela cornered and tense. Suddenly, the dim light flickers and dies as Alina reads passages implicating Victor in the darkest folds of the mystery. Shadows twist ominously around her, swallowing the room in silence. Marcus pulls a small flashlight from his pocket, its beam piercing the gloom to reveal a hidden map etched behind the diary. The illuminated lines trace a path into the depths beneath Marrow Street's catacombs. The map leads them to a forgotten vault, its heavy doors sealed by time and secrets. The path ahead promises danger, but also the key to unlocking the tangled past. Alina and Marcus move toward the vault's shadowed entrance as Leela sends a covert message on her phone. Each step forward tightens the threads of their intertwined fates, shadows stretching long into the night. The heavy vault door groans under pressure, its rusted hinges groaning before it grudgingly swings open. Inside lies a trove of artifacts and documents, frozen in time and cloaked in dust. The air smells of old paper and secrets long buried beneath layers of shadow. Abruptly, the echo of footsteps ricochets off the cold stone walls. Victor emerges with two shadowy figures at his side, their presence a dark blockade at the only exit. The tension coalesces, thick enough to cut through with a whispered threat. Alina swiftly raises the silver locket, catching the flickering light to reveal a concealed symbol matching the vault's emblem. The gesture freezes the room, the locket's glow defying the darkness around them. This emblem ties the present moment to a deeper, hidden history. One of Victor's companions lunges for the locket, but Marcus intercepts with practiced precision, his hand slamming down to halt the snatch. The sudden clash breaks the fragile stillness into sharp urgency. Alina sidesteps, heart pounding beneath fractured glass reflections. A glance catches Alina's eye on a cracked mirror, its fragmented surface offering glimpses beyond the vault walls. There, faintly outlined in shadow, is the entrance to a concealed escape tunnel. Hope glimmers alongside the fractured truths around them. Seizing the moment, Alina and Marcus slip through the hidden passage, silent against the cold stone. Behind them, Victor's roar of frustration echoes, restrained yet simmering with menace. The night swallows their flight as shadows lengthen across Marrow Street. Leela's intercepted call crackles in Victor's ear, revealing betrayal not only at hand, but woven through their ranks. Conflicted, Victor wrestles with loyalties pulled tight between past alliances and present threats. His gaze darkens, torn between fury and reluctant strategy. Emerging near the aged clock tower, Alina and Marcus catch their breath, the weight of pursuit pressing behind. Their eyes meet, determination flickering amidst exhaustion. The urban night cloaks their resolve as they prepare to untangle the threads of the mystery. Inside the ancient tower, Alina's hands deftly turn gears and cogs, orchestrating a silent dance of mechanism. The hidden compartment swings open, revealing a faded portrait tucked beneath layers of dust. Time's shadows flicker across their faces, frozen in painted stillness. The portrait reveals younger versions of Alina, Marcus, Victor, and Leela, bound by smiles and secrets alike. Their youthful eyes hold unspoken stories, the origins of entangled fates now slowly surfacing. The past breathes in every cracked line and faded hue. Alina's scar tingles unbearably, memories fracturing and flooding through her mind. Shattered moments coalesce around the conspiracy that has haunted her life, each shard piercing deeper than before. The link between past wounds and present danger sharpens with chilling clarity. Marcus lowers his gaze, admitting a hidden allegiance entwined with the family's ruin. His revelation complicates their fragile alliance, threading betrayal into their shared quest. Secrets once buried now surface amidst flickering shadows and fractured trust. Tracking Alina's movements through twisting alleys and dimly lit streets, Victor pieces together fragments of the puzzle. His eyes narrow beneath the play of shadows and streetlight reflections, calculating each step closer. The city itself seems to watch, silent and waiting. Cornered yet composed, Alina extends an offer of truce to Victor, proposing a joint effort to unveil the truth. She speaks with conviction, hoping to channel past enmities into preventing further harm. Shadows and reflections flicker as loyalties hang in the balance. Victor, hesitant but drawn by curiosity, consents to her proposal. He reveals a hidden safe, its lock clicking open to expose a confession letter bound in time. The weight of the letter promises turbulent revelations beneath the fractured layers of their past. From the letter unfolds the story behind the fractured glass motif, a violent confrontation years before that shattered more than just windows. The confession paints a raw scene of betrayal and broken bonds etched deep into their histories. The shards of truth glisten under the dim light. The trio debates the timing and manner of exposing the betrayal, aware the wrong move could destroy them all. Each voice carries the burden of consequence, their shadows tangled as uncertainty lingers. Strategizing in whispers, they weigh revelation against survival. Leela interrupts, brandishing surveillance footage, capturing a crucial scene from the past. Her discovery corroborates the confession's claims, offering irrefutable evidence from fractured moments frozen in time. The flickering screen illuminates faces and deeds once hidden in shadow. United in purpose, the group plans to leak the evidence anonymously, their actions cloaked beneath Marrow Street's lengthening shadows. The city hums unknowingly as truths prepare to surface amid fractures and reflections. Change pulses quietly beneath the urban night. As dawn stretches its first light, fractured glass from a broken window glints one last time, symbolizing the cusp of transformation. The shards scatter prismatic signals across the walls, reflecting hopes and fears alike. The city stirs, on the brink of awakening and revelation. News of the uncovered conspiracy spreads swiftly, igniting public intrigue and unease throughout the city. Conversations ripple from shadowed corners to bustling streets, the mystery no longer confined to whispers. Marrow Street pulses with a tension that refuses to fade. Returning to the antique chest, Alina places the silver locket carefully inside, locking it away from prying eyes. The act is both a closure and a safeguard amid the swirling chaos of truth and deceit. The locket's intricate engraving catches the fading light, silent amidst secrets. Marcus melts into the crowd, his intentions veiled and his departure marked by quiet ambiguity. Alina watches, reflecting on the tangled interplay of trust and betrayal that has defined their tangled journey. The city's heart beats on, unyielding beneath fractured skies. From a shadowed rooftop, Victor surveys the sprawling city below, contemplative and unmoving. The lights flicker like distant memories, each pulse a reminder of battles fought in both darkness and daylight. His expression is unreadable, wrapped in the weight of unfolding fate. Leela joins Alina quietly, their shared glance an unspoken acknowledgement of survival and the burden of secrets kept. Together, they stand on Marrow Street, shadows stretching long around them. In the silence, their resolve hardens against the gathering night. A sudden flashback illuminates the truth behind the locket's engraving. It is a symbol of sacrifice and hope, carved by a hidden ancestor who protected their kin from a terrible fate. The fractured glass from earlier scenes reflects in this memory, breaking the past into shards that finally fit together. Back in the present, Alina carefully opens the silver locket and discovers a folded, aged letter addressed to her. The handwriting is familiar, belonging to someone she loved and lost long ago, the words etched with a deep sense of urgency and care. As Alina reads, her eyes well with emotion, the letter speaks of promises made, to protect, to remember, and to bear the heavy burden of knowledge passed down through generations. The weight of the past settles over her, but so does a newfound strength, as the fractured pieces of truth begin to heal. The group gathers once more on Marrow Street, their faces marked by the trials endured, but now united in fragile trust. Despite the scars and shadows that cling to them, an unspoken bond forms, knit by the shared revelation and the enduring mysteries they've faced together. As the sun dips low, its fading light casts long shadows across the cracked pavement of Marrow Street, mirroring the lingering secrets that still haunt the night. The city's atmosphere holds both the weight of past darkness and the delicate promise of dawn yet to come. Elena steps out from her apartment, locking the door behind her with a decisive click. She leaves the past firmly in that quiet space, but carries the lessons it imparted, etched in the silver locket that now hangs heavy around her neck. In the calm of her home, Elena sets the silver locket on the mantelpiece, its engraving catching the faint light. It stands as a solemn reminder of what was lost, what was fought for, and the silent hope that endures beneath the surface. Across town, Leela tends to a small plant by the window, nurturing new growth amidst the decay of the city. It is a quiet symbol of resilience and renewal, an echo of the fragile beginnings that rise from broken roots. A message pings on Marcus's phone, his voice calm and steady over the recording. He promises aid should darkness return, a reassuring tether to strength and solidarity in an uncertain world. The city breathes as night fades into morning, alive with secrets and shadows that twist through its streets. Elena steps into the soft light of dawn, ready to meet whatever comes next with eyes clear and purpose renewed. The rain hammered down, painting the city in streaks of silver and shadow. Detective Marlowe lit a cigarette beneath the flickering street lamp, eyes scanning the wet cobblestones. He'd been called to the alley at midnight, another whisper of trouble in a town that never slept. A woman's scream had cut through the damp night earlier, trailing off like a ghostly melody. Now, Marlowe crouched beside a crumpled figure, pale and trembling beneath the garbage bins. "You saw something," he said softly, fingers brushing loose strands of hair from her face. Her eyes flickered with fear, but she nodded. "They come when the clock strikes one." He checked his watch, 12:55. Time was running thin, and the city held its breath. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from the shadowed end of the alley, slow and deliberate. Marlowe pressed his back against the wet brick, heart hammering under the rain's rhythm. A figure stepped forward, coat collar up, face obscured beneath a fedora. "Looking for trouble, detective." The voice was low, a rasp of menace and challenge. Marlowe cracked a half-smile, only the kind that sells in the city. The stranger lunged, a flash of steel glinting in the dim light. Instinct took over. Marlowe twisted, grabbing the attacker's wrist, forcing the knife away. They tumbled, rain mixing with grit and desperation. A flicker of recognition crossed Marlowe's mind, the scar beneath the stranger's eye. "Back off, Kane," Marlowe growled, pushing him against the wall. Kane sneered, then vanished into the labyrinth of alleys, leaving a promise and a warning. Marlowe lit a fresh cigarette, watching the smoke curl upward. The city never sleeps, and neither do its secrets. The night was unusually silent when Lena stepped into the old house she'd just bought. Boxes scattered the room, but it was the faint creaking beneath her feet that caught her attention. "Is someone there?" she whispered, her voice swallowed by the shadows. Ignoring the chill crawling up her spine, she knelt down and pressed her ear to the wooden floor. A soft, rhythmic tapping began, slow and deliberate, like a heartbeat hiding under the wood. The air grew heavier as the tapping grew louder, weaving into whispered voices speaking in hushed tones. Lena's eyes darted around the dim room, but she was alone, or so she thought. Suddenly, the floorboard beneath her gave way, and she stumbled into darkness. She landed in a cramped cellar lined with old boxes and dusty books, the whispered voices now deafening. A pale figure emerged from the shadows, its eyes gleaming with ancient sorrow. "You shouldn't have come here," it crooned, voice like the rustle of dead leaves. Lena scrambled backwards, her heart pounding like a drum in her chest. The figure extended a translucent hand, beckoning her to stay forever beneath the floorboards. With a surge of courage, Lena grabbed a broken plank nearby and swung it at the apparition. The ghostly form dissipated into a cold mist, and the voices faded into silence. She found a ladder leading back up, pulling herself from the cellar's depths. As she emerged into the moonlit room, the floorboards creaked once more, but this time they were still. Lena leaned on the doorway, catching her breath, the house finally quiet after decades of secrets. "Some houses hold onto their stories too tightly," she murmured, "but tonight, I've finally made mine." Outside, the wind whispered through the trees, carrying away the last echoes of restless souls. In the village of Aloria, where magic had long faded, a single ember glowed faintly beneath the old oak tree. Lena, a curious girl with bright eyes, discovered the ember one chilly evening while gathering firewood. The ember pulsed with a warmth that defied the autumn chill, whispering secrets of a forgotten world. She cupped it carefully, feeling a sudden surge of energy course through her veins. The trees around her shimmered, their outlines blurring into shapes of ancient power. Suddenly, a voice spoke softly. "You are the chosen, bearer of the last flame." Startled, Lena looked around, but saw no one, only the ember glowing brighter in her hands. Determined to understand, she sought the village elder, hoping for answers about the ember's origin. The elder's eyes widened as he saw the ember. "This flame is the heart of Aloria's magic, lost for centuries. With it, we can restore life to our land. But the path is perilous and not without sacrifice," he warned. Lena nodded, feeling the weight of responsibility settle on her shoulders. At dawn, she embarked on a journey beyond the village, following the ember's faint, glowing pulse. Through dense forests and misty valleys, the light led her to a hidden cavern, veiled in shimmering waves of energy. Inside, the air crackled with ancient power, the cavern walls inscribed with glowing runes. The ember's glow intensified as Lena approached an altar at the center, carved from crystalline stone. She placed the ember carefully on its surface, and a radiant light burst forth, flooding the cavern. Magic surged back into the world, revitalizing trees, streams, and creatures long thought lost. Lena felt a profound connection to the earth, her heart beating with newfound strength and hope. "The flame lives on through you," the gentle voice echoed once more, fading into the breeze. Returning to Aloria, Lena smiled as vibrant magic bloomed anew, her village alive with wonder once again. The alarm's humming was the only sound cutting through the eerie silence of the museum's grand hall. Silas crouched behind a marble pillar, checking his watch, midnight to the second. Time for the plan to unfold. He whispered into the comlink, eyes sharp, "Team, the Van Gogh isn't going to admire itself." Across the room, Leela perched by the security panel, her fingers dancing over the keypad with practiced ease. Beep! The heavy steel door clicked open silently, the final barrier between them and the priceless masterpiece. Silas glanced up, spotting guards rounding the corner. "Change of plans," he murmured, drawing his smoke bomb. A sudden burst of smoke filled the hallway, confusion spreading like wildfire among the bewildered guards. Leela slipped through the chaos, sliding the glass case open with a glinting tool. The Van Gogh's colors gleamed as she lifted the painting out, replacing it swiftly with a near-perfect replica. "Package secured, exfil route." Silas's voice was calm, betraying none of the tension. Jax responded from the roof. "Rooftop extraction ready, deploying zipline now." They moved as one, silent shadows navigating the maze-like corridors with military precision. Suddenly, a motion sensor blinked red. Leela froze, heart racing. "We've got company." Silas grinned, pulling out a mini EMP device. "Count on me to jack the system." Lights flickered and alarms silenced. "Go," he urged, leading the sprint to the roof. Jax caught them at the edge, hooking the zipline harnesses in place with mechanical efficiency. One by one, they zipped away into the night, the city lights blurring beneath them. Safely on the adjacent building, Silas breathed out. "A clean job, team, like clockwork." Leela held up the painting, marveling at the success mingled with disbelief. As dawn broke, the city woke unaware. Tonight, the legend of the Clockwork Caper would quietly echo through the streets. The rain slashed against the cracked neon sign outside Jack's office, casting flickering shadows on the damp pavement. Inside, Jack Marlowe lit a cigarette, the smoke curling around his face as he scanned the case file he'd been nursing all week. A sudden knock at the door broke the silence. Before he could answer, she slipped in, her heels clicking with purpose. Her name was Evelyn, a dame with secrets buried deep beneath those emerald eyes. "I need your help," she said, voice trembling like delicate glass ready to shatter. Jack studied her, noting the fear that clung to her like a second skin, and the hint of urgency in her plea. She told him about a missing ledger, a document that could topple powerful men and ruin lives. No one else would touch it, but Jack was no stranger to diving into the murky depths where shadows breathed. He agreed, the flicker of former pride lighting his gaze. This was the game he once played, now reluctantly called back. The city at night was a maze of whispers, and every alleyway held a watchful eye. Jack traced the ledger's trail from smoky jazz bars to empty warehouses, where danger waited in silence. A brush with a hired gun left Jack nursing wounds, but more determined than ever to see this through. Evelyn reappeared, her facade cracking to reveal a woman cornered by past mistakes and hard choices. Together they plotted their next move, understanding that trust was a currency neither had enough of. The climax came in an abandoned dock, where shadows lengthened and gunfire shattered the night's stillness. Jack moved like a ghost, every step calculated, every breath controlled as he faced those who wanted the ledger, and Evelyn silenced. In the aftermath, the ledger was recovered, its contents exposing the truth beneath layers of lies and corruption. Evelyn vanished as mysteriously as she came, leaving Jack with a silent promise and an empty whiskey glass. Jack stood by the rain-soaked window, smoke spiraling upwards, contemplating the city's endless cycle of deceit and survival. Another night, another secret, he murmured, extinguishing his cigarette and slipping back into the shadows of Marlowe Street. The rain slapped against the slick pavement as Detective Marlowe lit a cigarette outside the Velvet Lounge. Inside, the smoke curled around whispered secrets. A jazz saxophone wailed in the background, thickening the air with melancholy. Marlowe's eyes scanned the room until they landed on Ruby, the dame, with secrets darker than the alley streets. Ruby's voice was a low purr, barely above the jazz. "You're looking for Tommy, aren't you? He vanished last night." Marlowe nodded, flicking ash off his cigarette. "Yeah, and I think the answers are buried somewhere between the music and the shadows." She leaned closer, eyes gleaming. "Follow me if you want to find him, but be careful. He's tangled up with dangerous company." Outside, the neon sign flickered, casting eerie reds and blues onto the rain-soaked streets. Ruby led Marlowe through maze-like back alleys, the silence punctuated by distant sirens and their cautious footsteps. They stopped before a rusted door, barely hanging on its hinges. Ruby whispered, "This is where Tommy last made contact." Inside, the room was stale, filled with cigarette butts and overturned chairs. A single note lay on an old table. Marlowe picked up the note. "Find the man who plays the last note, and you'll find Tommy's fate." A clue wrapped in jazz, Marlowe muttered, the puzzle tightening like a noose. Back at the lounge, the saxophonist played as if possessed, notes cutting through the haze like daggers. Marlowe watched the musician closely and noticed a small tattoo peeking from under his cuff, a symbol Tommy used to carry. He approached quietly. "You know where Tommy is." The saxophonist's eyes flickered with a shadow of guilt. "He got into trouble with the wrong crowd," the man confessed. "They wanted something from him, something that could bring this whole city down." Suddenly, footsteps stormed in. Figures in dark coats encircled Marlowe and Ruby, their intentions clear. With quick thinking, Marlowe grabbed Ruby's hand, diving through a hidden exit behind the stage. They emerged into the cold night air, hearts pounding, but free the city's skyline bleeding neon hope into the darkness. Marlowe lit another cigarette, looking toward the horizon. Tommy's out there somewhere, and this story, it's far from over. Friday afternoons at .com Corp were usually slow, but today was different. Jenna spun around in her swivel chair, eyes gleaming with mischief. "Who dares challenge me to the office chair race?" she shouted, gripping the armrests. Her co-workers exchanged amused glances. Then one by one, they lined up their chairs at the start. Martin, the tech guy, declared, "Last one to the break room owes coffee." The office manager blew an imaginary whistle. The race was on. Chairs zoomed, spun, and occasionally collided, as the hallway became a wild racetrack. Jenna's chair wobbled dangerously as she took the corner too fast, yelling, "I got this." But Martin edged ahead, powered by sheer elbow thrusts and caffeine dreams. Near the finish line, Linda, the quiet accountant, made a surprising boost with a sneaky push-off. The crowd cheered, some clapping, some videotaping on their phones. In the end, Linda's steady pace won the race by a hair. She stood up triumphant, sipping her prize coffee done by Martin. Who knew spreadsheets could fuel speed like that? She joked with a grin. Jenna nudged her. "Next time I'm bringing my helmet." The office buzzed with laughter as everyone returned to their desks, energized by the silly competition. Even the grumpiest manager cracked a smile, shaking his head in disbelief. "Maybe next Friday," he said, "we'll try a stapler toss." As the sun set, the chairs sat still, but the team's spirit soared high, and somewhere in the back, a quiet challenge was already brewing for next week's shenanigans. Clara's breath froze in the air as the evening fog swallowed the quiet town square. At the edge of the square, an old clock tower told eerily out of sync, its face cracked and eyes hollow. She whispered to herself, this was never supposed to be alive, as shadows twisted at the corners of her vision. The clock hands spun backward suddenly, the chimes echoing like a call from another time. An invisible pull guided Clara to the tower's ancient wooden door, which creaked open with a breathless sigh. Inside, the air hummed, thick with stories long forgotten, and the floor was littered with dust and faded pages. She stepped carefully, eyes drawn to a glowing hourglass suspended midair, sand swirling upward instead of down. A voice like wind through chimes whispered, turn time and see what should not be lost. The world around her blurred, colors bleeding as scenes from the town's past flickered like old film. She saw the founder of the town, a misunderstood seeker of truth, trapped within the tower's curse. The clock tower was a prison, binding him between moments, his story never told. Determined, Clara reached forward and touched the hourglass, feeling a pulse of ancient power. Time slowed and then exploded into motion, memories flooding the room like a floodlight. She watched as the founder stepped quietly through the mist, free at last from his invisible chains. The clock hands resumed their normal turn, chiming softly as peace settled over the tower. Clara smiled, the fog lifting as dawn's first light painted golden streaks across the square. Sometimes, she said gently, all it takes is a single moment to set things right. She turned from the tower, footsteps light, carrying with her the quiet magic of a story reclaimed. As she disappeared down the morning street, the town seemed to breathe anew, alive with whispered thanks. And somewhere, just beyond the mist, the clock's steady tick reminded the world that some mysteries sleep only until the right time. Nobody ever suspected the office plants were about to stage a rebellion, least of all Tim from accounting. It all began on a Monday, when the ficus by the water cooler was found toppled over with a note stuck to its leaves. We want sunlight. Tim rubbed his eyes, wondering if he'd accidentally inhaled too much toner dust. But when the spider plant on Brenda's desk started twitching its fronds theatrically, everyone knew something was up. Meetings were disrupted by a barrage of falling leaves and strategically flicked soil. The office manager, MS Cartwright, was baffled. Who keeps mistreating the plants like this? She demanded. Little did she know, the plants had been quietly planning their escape, tired of being watered once a week and talked to as if they were just decoration. One morning, the succulent in the break room pulled off its tiny pot and rolled across the floor, knocking over coffee cups as if to signal, "Help us." Tim, deciding to investigate, stayed late to catch the culprit. Or should he say, the conspiracy? What he found was astonishing. The plants were clearly organized. Paper clips arranged in a map, leaves bent like arrows. All right, leafy masterminds, Tim said, chuckling, what's the plan? The ficus rustled its branches, as if answering, the spider plant waved dramatically, and the succulent gave a confident wobble. Tim realized their biggest demand was sunlight, and maybe a little respect. He rearranged the desks, moving the plants closer to the windows, and set reminders for more frequent watering. Next day, the plants looked perkier, their leaves reaching proudly towards the light. Even MS Cartwright smiled, unaware of the silent negotiation that had taken place. As Tim watered the succulent, he whispered, "Deal's done. You stay green, I stay sane." The office returned to normal. Well, as normal as it gets when your plants stage a leafy mutiny. And the ficus, it leaned just a little more towards the sunlight, seeming almost smug. Guess even office politics have a quirky side, Tim mused, watching a leaf flutter in the breeze. Mara stands at the edge of the dense forest, clutching her silver locket as the dusky sky deepens over Glenmore. The impending darkness mirrors the growing unease that tightens in her chest. Her eyes dart to the dimly lit houses nearby, their shadows stretching oddly long and flickering as if alive. A heavy silence seems to weigh down the air, pressing close with unspoken fears. Elias approaches silently, the faded scar on his left cheek visible beneath his dark hood. His voice is low and urgent, warning Mara of the dark force stirring beneath the town's surface. Inside Mara's home, a shattered mirror catches the flickering lamplight, reflecting shadows that twist and move independently. The glass fractures reveal distorted scenes, as if hinting at a hidden, unsettling truth. Memories from Mara's childhood surge unbidden, times spent near the forbidding forest, shadows lurking at the edges, and a fear she never fully understood. A trauma lies buried, tethered tightly to the trees beyond the town's borders. Whispers spread through Glenmore of people vanishing mysteriously, their last sightings registering near the forest's edge. Panic simmers as the town grapples with the impossible disappearances, the darkness seeming to reach ever closer. Suddenly, Mara's silver locket emits a faint glow, its light pulsing gently as if sensing a presence unseen by human eyes. This subtle illumination hints at forces at work beyond the veil of reality. Elias urges Mara to face the hollow, an elusive entity believed responsible for the vanishings. His warning is grave. Confronting it may be the only way to stop the spreading darkness. As night cloaks the forest, Mara peers into its depths, where shadows stretch unnaturally between twisted trees. The atmosphere tightens, each breath heavier as the boundary between worlds begins to blur. She steps carefully onto a broken path littered with shattered glass and dead leaves, the crunch underfoot echoing in the stillness. Every movement feels measured, as if the forest itself watches her approach. Without warning, the ground trembles beneath her feet and distant whispers weave through the air, their words scrambled and impossible to decipher. The eerie sounds unsettle Mara, deepening the sense of unseen presence. A flicker of movement catches her eye, a writhing shadow just beyond the tree line, glowing ember eyes piercing through darkness. The entity recoils like a predator aware of her gaze, disappearing into the night. Gripping her silver locket tightly, Mara feels the shadows teasing retreat, a silent challenge wrapped in malevolence. The elusive glimpse fuels both her fear and determination. Elias recounts old legends of the Hollow, describing it as a fractured spirit feeding on fear and forgotten memories. His words paint a chilling portrait of a menace that thrives in the cracks of reality. Resolved and steeled, Mara vows to find and end the Hollow before its darkness consumes her and Glenmore. The stakes become painfully clear. Failure could mean losing everything she holds dear. Each night, the shadowy figure prowls closer to Mara's home, warping reality in subtle, terrifying ways. The boundaries between the familiar and the nightmare twist beneath its malevolent influence. Mirrors shatter spontaneously around town, splintering into shards that reveal fleeting, distorted glimpses of a dark world lurking beneath normal life. These fractured reflections unsettle the townsfolk, marking each moment with growing dread. Mara is haunted by dreams of drowned faces trapped beneath a black veil. Awakening, she finds water pooling inexplicably on her floor, as if the barrier between dream and reality is eroding. Elias discovers a hidden journal detailing a ritual meant to seal the Hollow's power, yet it demands a great and personal sacrifice. This revelation deepens the peril, casting shadows over their hope. Brief, ghostly appearances of the missing townspeople flicker in reflective surfaces, caught in liminal spaces between worlds. Their silent pleas echo faintly, heightening Mara's resolve to save them. Attempting the ritual, Mara is abruptly attacked by the Hollow's tendrils, thrusting her into a nightmarish vision of despair. She confronts a harrowing inner darkness, testing her courage and will. In the vision, Mara's own face fractures in a broken glass mirror, each shard revealing fragments of her painful past. The reflections offer painful clues that might lead to understanding the Hollow's true nature. Her silver locket pulses with increasing strength, guiding her through the labyrinth of memories and encroaching shadows. This beacon of light becomes her anchor against the overwhelming darkness. Elias faces the townsfolk, whose unnerving calmness and tight-lipped silence hint at secrets too fearful to speak. Their reluctance deepens the mystery and raises the tension between them all. Quietly, Mara slips into the town library, unearthing faded photographs that link previous victims to the Hollow. Each image layers new dread onto the growing pattern of disappearance and despair. A sudden, chilling apparition of the Hollow emerges from the deepening shadows, its ember eyes gleaming as it mocks Mara with a sinister grin. The cracked mirror before her distorts her reflection, breaking it into jagged fragments that twist her image into something unrecognizable and ominous. Mara barely escapes the apparition's grasp, her breath quick and heart racing as she stumbles into the dim clearing where Elias waits silently. He reveals the secret of the silver locket, a key more powerful than she imagined, silently tethered to the shadow's very existence. Elias explains that the locket was once fused to the Hollow's heart, a fragment torn away long ago to diminish its power and bind its darkness. Mara clutches the locket tightly, realizing the weight of their intertwined destinies. Together, they devise a perilous plan to reunite the locket with its other half, hidden deep beneath the forest floor, knowing every step invites greater danger. The risk is palpable, the forest itself seeming to pulse with unseen menace as they prepare to move forward. The hollow's influence coils through the forest, twisting roots into writhing veins that claw at the earth, corrupting the land itself. The very air thickens with creeping darkness, as if nature rebels against their quest. Shadows deepen around Mara, her clothing darkening subtly as if absorbing the creeping gloom, blurring the edges between waking and nightmare. Each breath feels heavier, the line between reality and dream whispering its fragility. At last, Mara approaches the hollowed tree, faintly glowing with an ethereal light that marks the rumored resting place of the locket's counterpart. The fractured mirrors embedded in the bark reflect the dim light, casting eerie patterns upon her face. Her path is twisted with traps and illusions, each forcing her to confront fears and puzzles designed to break her will. Mara pushes forward, her mind and body tested by challenges both physical and psychological. Elias offers steadfast support, but when an unseen force lashes out, he is wounded, blood darkening his clothing and heightening the urgency of their mission. His injury snaps the fragile calm, the stakes growing ever more dire. Determined, Mara presses on alone, the silver locket's soft glow entwining with the ember hue of the encroaching darkness, illuminating her path as she ventures deeper into the unknown. The weight of her resolve is palpable in the thickening air. Facing a fractured mirror, Mara confronts the hollow as it partially reveals a shifting, shadowy form, never fully seen yet filled with seething menace. The shattered reflections ripple with unease, echoing the entity's unpredictable nature. The hollow's voice slithers through the stillness, taunting Mara with a dire promise. Fail, and she will remain trapped within its eternal shadow forever. The cruel stakes hang heavy in the cold air, testing her resolve. With trembling hands, Mara reunites the locket's two halves. A burst of searing light ricochets through the darkness, fracturing the shadow's form and pushing back the lingering dread. The hollow tree's glow intensifies, fighting against the consuming gloom. For a fleeting moment, the hollow reveals itself as a humanoid silhouette, twisted in grimacing pain and loss. Its ember eyes flicker with a haunting sorrow, hinting at a tortured origin beneath the menace. The shadow lashes back violently, shattering the light into scattered shards and casting Mara into a surreal void where time and space bend unnaturally. Darkness curls around her like living smoke, swallowing the remnants of illumination. Within this void, Mara is bombarded by ghostly reflections of her childhood. Fragmented memories shimmer in the broken mirrors around her. Past moments long buried surface with unsettling clarity, revealing hidden wounds. A shattering truth dawns on her. Her own suppressed memories feed the hollow's power, giving life to the darkness she fights. Gathering courage, Mara steels herself to confront the fears she once fled from. In a moment of piercing clarity, Mara begins to reshape the shattered mirrors within the void, mending the fractured reflections and weaving her broken soul back into wholeness. Light pulses softly, resonating with newfound strength. As Mara's confidence grows, the hollow's influence wanes. Shadows recede slightly, the oppressive weight loosening its grip. The once suffocating darkness feels fragile now, trembling beneath her rising resolve. Elias awakens, wounds tending to heal as dawn's pale light breaks through the trees. The forest's menace appears diminished for the first time. Together, they stand united, ready to face what lies beneath the earth. They cautiously descend into a cavern hidden beneath the forest, where the hollow's core is said to pulse with dark energy. The air turns colder, the walls slick and cold, as shadows writhe in patterns against the stone surfaces. The cavern throbs with a malevolent energy. Walls seem alive as tendrils of shadow twist and writhe, pushing back against the intruders. Every echo carries whispers of lost souls, heightening the tension with spectral unease. Before them rise spectral forms, distorted visages of past victims, their expressions twisted in desperation, yet pleading silently for release. Each one reflects in cracked mirrors that seem to float in the stale cavern air. Mara offers words of forgiveness and remembrance, her voice steady as the spirit's anguish begins to soften. Their fading presence weakens the hollow's hold, the cavern's darkness flickering uncertainly. At the cavern's center, a cracked crystalline heart pulses faintly, the source of the hollow's power and pain entwined. Light flickers across its fractured surface, promising answers yet guarded by shadows still thick and deep. Mara took a deep breath, her fingers trembling as she placed the silver locket into the crystal's jagged fracture. The moment the locket touched the surface, a blinding light burst forth, bathing the cavern in an intense, pure glow. Shadows recoiled as the fractured crystal responded to the locket's truth, illuminating the darkness. A chilling scream echoed through the cavern as the hollow writhed in agony. Its shadowy form began to shrink, losing shape and coherence, like smoke caught in a sudden gust. The glowing ember eyes flickered weakly, draining away into the light that now claimed its space. Then, a final, brilliant burst of light erupted, flooding the entire cavern with a warm, natural glow. The sinister shadows that had lengthened unnaturally moments before dissolved completely. The fractured surfaces around them reflected true light for the first time in so long. Mara's strength gave out, and she collapsed against the cavern floor, utterly exhausted but alive. Elias caught her steadily, his darkened clothes matching the tension that now eased between them. A calm settled, broken only by their quiet breaths amid the returning silence. When they returned to Glenmore, the oppressive darkness that had lingered was gone, replaced by gentle sunlight filtering softly through the streets. The town looked reborn, as if the shadows had never claimed it. Layers of dread lifted, making way for the warmth of a new day. The residents emerged slowly from their homes, blinking against the light as if waking from a nightmare. Memories of the Hollow's chilling influence faded quickly, slipping into the recesses of forgotten dreams. Life began to reclaim its rightful place, serene and unshadowed. Mara's silver locket no longer radiated light, but rested quietly against her chest, a silent testament to what had passed. It symbolized closure, a resilience forged in darkness now at peace. The connection it represented was no longer a burden, but a shield of strength. Elias stood beside Mara, his presence steady and resolute. He vowed to remain in Glenmore, dedicating himself to rebuilding what was broken and guarding against the return of lurking shadows. His faded scar caught the sunlight, a reminder of battles fought and ones still ahead. The fractured mirrors throughout the town had been replaced with clear, unblemished glass. Their reflections no longer distorted reality, but offered pure, truthful images to those who looked into them. The town's spirit, once fractured and warped, now shone back with clarity and hope. Mara stood at the town's edge, her gaze fixed on the distant horizon where dark clouds gathered faintly beneath the hollow veil. Though the light had returned, she knew the shadows were never fully gone. Steeled by all she had endured, she prepared to confront whatever darkness might next arise. Emma found the puzzle box in the attic, dusty and forgotten. She dumped the pieces on the kitchen table and began sorting them by color and edge shapes. Her younger brother, Max, wandered in, curious about the sudden mess. "Need a hand?" he offered, sitting cross-legged beside her. Together, they formed the puzzle's border, chatting about school and weekend plans. The afternoon slipped by as more sections came together. A bright blue sky, a patch of green grass. When they reached the final piece, it was nowhere to be found. Emma frowned, searching around the table and floor, but it was gone. Max shrugged, suggesting they weren't meant to finish it today. At dinner, their mom asked about their day, and Emma confessed about the missing piece. Her mom smiled, pulling a small box from her bag. "Found this cleaning the car," she said, holding up the puzzle's lost piece. That evening, Emma and Max completed the picture together, a perfect ending. "See, sometimes it just takes a little luck," Emma said, proud and content. Max laughed, or a good mom. The puzzle sat completed on the table, as the house grew quiet, and the siblings tidied up. With the puzzle done, Emma felt a small sense of accomplishment and calm. She promised to look for more puzzles to solve with Max on weekends. Before bed, Emma glanced at the finished puzzle, feeling grateful for the simple moments. And just like that, a day of patience and teamwork became a cherished memory. The raft cracked beneath Mia's hands, as waves threatened to swallow the last of her hope. Struggling against the storm, she spotted a flicker of light, faint but real, an island's glow in the distance. As dawn broke, jagged cliffs emerged, wrapped in thick vines and ancient shadows. Mia's boots hit soil rich, with mystery and forgotten stories hidden beneath moss and time. Ahead, a path carved from stone led deep into the jungle's heart, calling her forward with silent promise. Branches parted to reveal ruins entwined with nature, whispering secrets only the brave could hear. Suddenly, a shriek pierced the air. A wild creature bounded from the underbrush, eyes glinting like embers. Heart pounding, Mia remembered her grandfather's words. Courage isn't the absence of fear, but moving through it. Breathing steady, she stepped forward slowly, speaking calmly to the creature, earning a cautious truce. Deeper into the temple, carvings told of a guardian and a crystal with the power to heal or destroy. Mia's fingers traced the symbols, and the ground shuddered beneath her. The temple was waking. With quick reflexes, she dodged collapsing pillars and rushing water that threatened to trap her forever. In the temple's core, a chamber glowed with ethereal light, the crystal pulsing like a heartbeat. "This is it," Mia whispered, eyes fixed on the glowing prize that could save her village. As she reached out, the guardian emerged, not a creature of flesh, but light and shadow intertwined. It spoke without words, a voice felt in the soul. "Balance must be kept. What you take, you must give." Mia nodded, understanding that power came with responsibility beyond her own desire. She placed the crystal on the ancient altar, offering her own courage and hope in exchange. A wave of warmth spread through her, mingling with the island's song, sealing their pact forever. Stepping back onto her raft, Mia looked toward home, the horizon bright with promise and new beginnings. The map had never led anyone back. Lena unfolded the brittle parchment under the fading light, eyes sharp with determination. "They say the rift speaks," her mentor had warned, voice gravely. Yet here she was, standing at the chasm's edge, heart pounding with both fear and hope. Suddenly, a whisper unlike any breeze drifted from the depths. "Come closer," it seemed to chant, a voice ancient and laced with secrets. Lena stepped forward, feet steady despite the abyss below. The winds shifted, revealing an invisible path shimmering faintly in the air. With cautious steps, she descended, each echo blending with whispered tales of lost travelers. Midway, a glowing glyph pulsed beneath her touch, illuminating murals carved ages ago. They told a story of a guardian trapped within, waiting for someone brave enough to listen. "Why me?" Lena whispered, feeling the weight of countless eyes upon her. A soft warmth enveloped her, and the guardian's voice resonated. "Your heart knows the way." Following the glowing trail, Lena reached a chamber where light and shadow danced in harmony. There, suspended in crystalline chains, hovered an orb of pure energy. Gently, she reached out, breaking the bonds with a surge of courage and faith. As the orb ascended, the rift began to hum, the ground steadying beneath her feet. Outside, the sky cleared, revealing a horizon bursting with promise and endless trails. Lena smiled, knowing she'd not only returned, but unlocked a destiny intertwined with forgotten lore. "Every whisper has a voice," she said softly, stepping into the dawn, ready for whatever awaited. The sky split silently just after midnight, casting a pale glow over the deserted city streets. Lena's fingers trembled as she adjusted the settings on the quantum scanner, her breath shallow with anticipation. "If these readings are right," she murmured, "we're staring at a rift in space-time itself." The device buzzed, emitting a steady hum that resonated through the hollow chamber where Lena worked. Suddenly, a ripple shimmered in the air, a translucent tear revealing glimpses of a parallel world. She leaned closer, eyes wide, watching shadows dance across the surface, foreign yet familiar. "It's like looking into a pond reflecting another life," the voice behind her whispered. Startled, Lena turned to see her colleague, Mark, illuminated by the eerie light from the rift. "This changes everything," Mark said, his voice filled with awe and fear. Without warning, a figure stepped through, unstable but unmistakably human. Lena reached out, heart pounding as the stranger's hand met hers, a bridge between realities. "We don't have much time," the visitor warned. "The rift is tearing us apart." Together, they raced against the clock, calibrating the scanner to stabilize the breach. Alarms blared as devices overloaded, and the rift pulsed with increasing intensity. Lena whispered a desperate plea, "Hold on just a little longer." With a final surge, the rift blinked, its chaos settling into a steady glow. The stranger smiled faintly. "You saved us all today." As the rift sealed, peace returned, leaving only the hum of possibilities in its wake. Lena exhaled, knowing the boundary between worlds was no longer a barrier. but a bridge. And in the quiet aftermath, she smiled, ready for whatever might step through next. Mira found the old painting tucked behind dusty books in the basement, its colors strangely vivid in the dim light. The frame was carved with tiny symbols, almost seeming to shimmer as she held it up. That night, whispers drifted from the painting, soft and unintelligible at first. Curious and unnerved, Mira leaned closer, trying to catch the words. Suddenly, cold fingers grazed her shoulder. She spun around, but no one was there. The whispers grew louder, shaping into faint, urgent pleas. Mira decided to research the painting, uncovering a tragic tale of a trapped spirit. Legend said the artist had cursed it, binding his sorrow into the canvas forever. Determined, Mira brought the painting outside at dawn, planning to destroy it. As the first light spilled over the frame, the whispers begged for release. She hesitated, sympathy mixing with fear. Was it truly a plea for help? With a deep breath, she smashed the glass carefully, then unfolded the canvas. The whispers turned to a low, grateful sigh, fading into the crisp morning air. The symbols on the frame glowed faintly one last time, then dimmed into silence. Mira felt a sudden warmth, a presence no longer restless. She wrapped the fragile canvas in cloth, intending to keep the memory safe but the curse broken. The basement felt lighter, as if a shadow had lifted from the house. From that day, Mira never heard whispers again, only the quiet peace she had given. She sometimes looked at the empty frame, a reminder of the night when silence returned. Some whispers are meant to be heard, but not feared, she often told herself, smiling quietly. The morning sun spilled golden light across Maple Hollow, where ivy crept lazily over weathered stone walls. Evelyn clutched a faded map, its edges soft from years of handling, and stepped through the garden gate. It's just an old legend, she mumbled, eyes scanning for the mysterious landmark marked by a tiny star. Her footsteps stirred the crunch of leaves, as the village seemed to hold its breath in the quiet hum of dawn. At the heart of the hollow stood an ancient oak, its branches tangled like stories waiting to be told. Evelyn circled the tree, fingers tracing the carved symbols worn smooth by countless seasons. Suddenly, a tinkling laugh floated on the breeze, and from behind the trunk hopped a tiny creature. Looking for something special, whispered a voice as soft as moss underfoot. Startled, Evelyn met the bright eyes of a sprightly forest spirit, shimmering in shades of amber and emerald. "I guard the secrets of Maple Hollow," the sprite said, "and I've been waiting for someone brave enough to believe." Evelyn smiled, feeling the weight of the map lighten in her hands. Together, they ventured deeper into the thicket, where sunlight danced through leaves like scattered coins. There, beneath a carpet of ferns, bloomed a hidden garden of tiny lanterns, glowing with gentle light. "This is the sanctuary of hope," the sprite explained, "kept alive by those who carry kindness in their hearts." Evelyn knelt and touched a fragile blossom, feeling warmth seep into her very soul. "Will you help protect it?" the sprite asked, eyes wide with trust. With a determined nod, Evelyn promised she'd keep Maple Hollow's secrets safe, nurturing its magic every day. As she rose, the garden's glow seemed to ripple outward, painting the hollow in hues of soft gold and green. "Remember," the sprite called as they parted, "sometimes the smallest light can brighten the darkest place." Evelyn walked back home, the map now glowing faintly in her pocket, her heart full of newfound magic and hope. Maya wakes slowly, the morning sun casting a warm, golden glow through the curtains. Her fingers curl tightly around the cool silver locket at her neck, as if drawing strength from it. In the quiet kitchen, Maya moves with purpose, preparing a simple breakfast while the soft, haunting melody of an old music box hums somewhere in the background. The tune feels familiar yet distant, weaving through the stillness. Elias enters silently, his sharp blue eyes immediately fixed on a stack of yellowed letters spread carefully across the table. Concern deepens the furrows on his brow as he reads, sensing the weight these papers carry. Maya reaches out, holding a faded photograph in front of Elias, a smiling woman clutching the very same silver locket. Elias' guarded expression tightens, as if memories long buried stir uneasily. Suddenly, the door swings open and Lita bursts inside, her auburn hair wild from the wind. She announces breathlessly that the entire neighborhood is plunged into darkness, a sudden power outage casting uncertainty over the day. As the last artificial light dies, the room becomes enveloped in shadow. Flickering candles sputter to life, their warm glow painting fleeting images on the walls around them. Maya suggests they make the most of the unexpected darkness, searching for clues hidden in the past that might link to the photograph. An urgent determination settles over the group. Elias retrieves a dusty shelf's lone treasure, an ancient clock, its face cracked and frozen in time. He studies the broken hands with a careful, almost reverent touch, trying to glean hidden meaning. Nervously, Lita begins to hum a melody taught by her grandmother, a haunting tune once locked inside the now silent music box. Her voice trembles softly as shadows seem to gather. Maya pores over the photograph's story, piecing together fragments as flickering candlelight casts shifting shapes across the walls, playing tricks on their eyes and minds alike. A sharp knock at the door jolts them. A weathered messenger, eyes full of caution, hands Maya an old envelope sealed shut, thick with mystery and silence. Breaking the seal, Maya unfurls a cryptic note hinting at buried secrets beneath a forgotten garden. Each word seems steeped in shadow, beckoning them onward despite unseen dangers. With exchanged wary glances, the trio silently agrees to follow the lead, tension thick in the air, as uncertainty creeps forward with every heartbeat. They ready themselves with flashlights and warm coats, a protective barrier against the cold, and the unknown looming beyond their threshold. As Maya steps into the cool night, the silver locket catches a sliver of moonlight, glinting like a beacon of hope and determination on her chest. Cautiously, they tread toward the overgrown garden marked on the note, where long shadows stretch and twist beneath the dark sky. Lita's foot strikes something hard. She kneels and finds a shattered clock face half buried in the dirt, mirroring the broken one inside their home. Elias crouches beside her, tracing the jagged hands frozen at a precise time. His brows knit tighter, the weight of this discovery deepening their unease. The faint wind carries Lita's melody anew, now more urgent, almost ghostly. The notes seem to swirl around them, entwined with the night air and unseen presences. Maya uncovers a weathered wooden box hidden under the tangled roots of a gnarled tree, its surface carved with strange, intricate symbols. Opening it, she finds a yellow journal filled with delicate handwriting and carefully pressed flowers. The fragile pages whisper secrets long kept beneath the earth. As Maya reads aloud, Elias notices the fading photograph clenched in her hand beginning to shimmer faintly, as if awakening from a long slumber. Suddenly, the ground beneath their feet trembles slightly, sending a ripple of fear through the group and testing their resolve. Lita suddenly points toward a figure lurking at the edge of the tree line. Its features are lost in shadow, but its watchful presence unmistakable. The figure vanishes as a gust of wind sweeps through, scattering dry leaves across the soil and wrapping them in a chill that reaches deep into their bones. Maya's voice trembles with resolve as she reads aloud the journal's entries, revealing stories of lost promises and wounds that time has failed to heal. Each word echoes in the quiet room, stirring a heaviness that hangs in the air. The pages seem to carry the weight of sorrow and unresolved pain. As Elias carefully flips through the fragile journal, his sharp eyes catch a torn piece of paper tucked between the pages, marked with the same cryptic symbols etched on the wooden box. His furrowed brow deepens, sensing a connection that beckons deeper investigation. The enigmatic markings hint at secrets yet uncovered. In the dimness, Lita's voice falters as the persistent melody grows louder, its haunting notes seemingly reverberating off unseen walls around them. The music envelops the space, weaving through shadows and stirring an uneasy sense of anticipation. The atmosphere thickens with each passing moment. Clutching the silver locket tightly, Maya finds strength in its familiar weight against her palm. It anchors her amid swirling doubt and a rising tide of fear, its cold metal a reminder of the stakes they face. The locket pulses softly, as if responding to the growing tension. Their discovery beneath the garden floor sends a thrill through the group, a hidden door partially concealed by earth and winding roots. The secret entrance feels like a gateway to truths long buried. They exchange determined looks, ready to uncover what lies beyond. Elias hesitates momentarily, but soon joins the effort, carefully digging away soil to expose cold stone steps leading downward. Each unearthed root and clod reveals the passage deeper into mystery. Despite his reservations, he feels compelled forward by the pull of the unknown. Descending the stairs, their flashlights flicker as the melody shifts into a somber tune, echoing softly against the damp walls. The changing music mirrors their cautious steps, casting an emotional shadow over their journey. Every creak and whisper heightens their awareness. Maya's eyes lock onto faded murals along the underground walls, depicting moments from the photographs past with haunting clarity. The images tell fragmented stories, each stroke hinting at memories suspended in time. She traces the scenes silently, feeling history's touch. Elias uncovers a cracked mirror embedded in the stone, its fractured surface reflecting distorted images back at them. The broken shards symbolize hidden truths yet to be revealed. He studies the reflections, sensing the mirror as both barrier and revelation. Lita reaches out tentatively to touch the mural, her fingers brushing a loose stone that unexpectedly shifts aside. This movement reveals a small, hidden compartment nestled within the wall, inviting discovery. Excitement and curiosity flicker across her face. Inside the compartment rests a delicate music box, its surface intricately adorned with the same carvings as the mysterious wooden box. The craftsmanship speaks of care and significance, linking past and present. They exchange looks, realizing its importance. Maya wins the music box with reverent hands, unleashing the melody that floods the chamber once more. Emotions long kept beneath the surface rise, with the haunting tune, stirring memories and unspoken feelings. The music binds them in a shared moment of vulnerability. As the melody swells, shadows within the chamber coalesce into a faint, ethereal figure resembling the woman from the photograph. She reaches out silently, an apparition woven from memory and longing. The group stands still, caught between disbelief and awe. Elias steps forward, his sharp blue eyes reflecting memories and regrets etched deep within his gaze. Confronting this spectral presence challenges his reserve, revealing the depth of his personal connection. The moment weighs heavily on him, intertwining past and present. The figure slowly dissipates as the music slows, leaving behind a whispered hope that lingers in the chilled air. Silence returns, but the echo of the encounter remains, offering a fragile sense of closure. The trio exhales collectively, their resolve strengthened. They ascend the stone stairs carefully, the weight of revelation settling on their shoulders but lifted slightly by newfound understanding. The path behind them feels less obscure, shadows giving way to light. Together, they step toward dawn's promise. Outside, the first light of dawn breaks over the garden, casting warm hues that soften the quiet landscape. The world seems renewed, bathed in gentle gold and a fresh breeze. This new day feels like an answer to their quest. Meyer opens the journal to a final entry, revealing the woman's last wishes intimately tied to the secret held within the silver locket. The words pulse with urgency and tenderness, guiding their next steps. The locket's significance deepens like a heartbeat. Elias unfolds a carefully drawn map tucked inside the journal, its ink marking a path to a nearby hill promising answers and closure. The terrain seems familiar yet charged with mystery. The map becomes their compass forward. Despite exhaustion, the group resolves to follow this path, driven by purpose and the invisible threads that bind them. Each step carries them closer to the truth, fueled by connection and determination. Their journey gains renewed momentum. At the hilltop, they discover a stone altar engraved with dates matching those chronicled in the journal. The carvings speak of time's passage and enduring remembrance. The altar stands as a silent witness to history and hope. Maya reverently places the silver locket on the altar, feeling a subtle pulse of energy in response, as if the locket itself acknowledges their presence. The moment vibrates with significance, linking object and spirit. A quiet power settles over them. The familiar melody returns softly, harmonizing with awakening birdsong and the gentle rustling of the breeze. Nature's soundtrack blends with their own hearts, weaving a tapestry of peace and continuity. The scene embraces them in calm reassurance. Elias, usually reserved, reflects quietly and breaks his silence to share personal memories of the woman, revealing layers others had never seen. His voice carries warmth and regret, bridging past and present. His openness deepens their collective understanding. Lita sketches the serene scene in her journal, capturing the moment for herself and those who may come after. Her spirited touch preserves their shared experience in ink and paper, a tangible record of their journey. The drawing holds hope and history intertwined. As they stood silently before the altar, the earth beneath it trembled unexpectedly. A section of the stone floor slid aside, unveiling a hidden compartment. Within lay a sealed letter, aged but impeccably preserved, inviting them into a secret long buried. Maya carefully broke the seal and unfolded the letter, her voice steady but filled with emotion as she read aloud. The words spoke of sacrifices made in shadows, sacrifices born of love that endured through trials unseen. Each line wove a story of devotion and resilience, connecting past to present. Moved by the revelation, Maya, Elias, and Lita embraced tightly, a shared understanding bridging the gulf of years. The sorrows of bygone days weighed on them, yet now balanced by hope and the possibility of healing. This moment united them beyond mere words. Maya's fingers tightened around the silver locket hanging around her neck, now radiating a warm, gentle glow. It pulsed softly, as if alive, signaling closure and newfound strength. The locket was no longer just a keepsake, but a symbol of enduring resilience. Elias fetched a small sapling and, with deliberate care, planted it beside the altar. This fragile sprout stood as a living testament to renewal and the promise of growth after hardship. His furrowed brow softened, reflecting a rare moment of peace. Nearby, Lita's voice rose softly, humming the familiar melody once more. Her mischievous smile, now transformed into one of genuine hope, brightened the morning air. The tune intertwined with the warmth around them, stitching their spirits closer. The trio settled together, watching the first light of dawn pierce the horizon. Shadows that had lingered retreated slowly, replaced by a gentle glow that spoke of new beginnings. Time seemed to pause, honoring the quiet strength of the moment. Around the altar, the once broken clocks were gathered in a circle, their hands restored by unseen forces. Each ticking second echoed symbolically, marking repair not just of timepieces, but of fractured histories. The melody hummed once more, tying past and future seamlessly. Maya's gaze fixed firmly on the horizon, her resolve clear and unwavering. She pledged silently to carry forward the legacy that had been uncovered, honoring those who came before. The silver locket warmed against her chest, a steady heartbeat of determination. As the camera pulled back, the trio leaned gently on one another, united by shared journeys and newfound hope. The persistent melody threaded through the dawn's light, weaving together the strands of their intertwined stories. Together, they stepped into a future bright with promise. As dawn breaks over the city, the silhouette of the old clock tower casts long shadows. Mara walks the quiet streets, her mind clouded with memories as the tower's chimes echo in the stillness. Stepping into a cramped workshop crowded with ticking clocks, Mara's fingers brush over a familiar broken pocket watch resting on a cluttered table. The weight of countless hours seems to press on her as she contemplates the fragile object. A close-up reveals the pocket watch's cracked glass and frozen hands, symbolizing a moment frozen in time. Mara sighs, her troubled gaze reflecting the unresolved past the watch represents. Memories flood back. A young Mara receives the pocket watch from her grandfather, the watchmaker. His steady gaze and careful hands imprint a bittersweet legacy in her heart. Returning to the present, Mara sits across from Elias in a dimly lit cafe, the air thick with unspoken tension. Their shared history complicates the fragile conversation unfolding between them. Elias produces a letter sealed with an embossed wax emblem, sliding it towards Mara with a sense of urgency. The weight of its contents hangs heavily between them. Opening the letter, Mara reads about a hidden family secret, threatening to unravel everything she thought she knew. The stakes rise, deepening her internal conflict. After a moment's hesitation, Mara clenches the broken watch tightly, steeling herself to face the shadows of her past head-on. Determination replaces doubt within her eyes. Nearby, Nina watches Mara intently from the shadows, fingers nervously twisting a small mechanical part. Her curiosity wrestles with hesitation, uncertain whether to step forward. Mara enters an aged family home, dust particles dancing in the muted light as she crosses the threshold. Faded memories cling to the walls, whispering stories of days long gone. Her fingers glide over a faded photograph depicting her grandfather wearing a peculiar, knowing smile. The image stirs questions she hadn't dared to ask before. A sudden thunderstorm crashes outside, rain pelting the windows as Mara's turbulent emotions mirror the tempest. The past feels as restless and unyielding as the storm. Elias appears unexpectedly at the doorway, his rugged presence filling the room. He warns Mara of the dangers tied to unearthing buried family truths. Despite Elias's caution, Mara insists on moving forward, fueled by a desperate need for closure. Reluctantly, Elias agrees to accompany her through this uncertain journey. Unexpectedly, the broken pocket watch begins to tick faintly, its eerie rhythm signaling that time itself seems to be shifting. Secrets long dormant stir awake around them. Together, Mara and Elias sift through the attic's shadows, uncovering concealed journals and letters hidden beneath loose floorboards. Each discovery deepens the mystery. Nina steps closer, offering assistance and revealing her surprising connection to Mara's family. Her presence introduces new dimensions to the unfolding story. Tensions flare as Mara and Elias clash over trust, fracturing their uneasy alliance. Old wounds open amid accusations and doubt. In a haunting dream, the watchmaker appears, his cryptic gaze inviting Mara to look beyond the obvious. His steady hands gesture toward truths yet uncovered. Awakening with newfound resolve, Mara discovers a secret compartment within the pocket watch containing a small, enigmatic key. Hope and fear intertwine in her grasp. The key fits an ancient chest hidden beneath the house, which they open to reveal letters and artifacts long concealed. Each piece reshapes Mara's understanding of her family's past. Among the findings is a letter referencing a lost sibling, challenging everything Mara believed about her lineage. This revelation forces her to reconsider her identity. Elias confesses his own ties to the family's history, adding layers of complexity and raising the stakes. His rugged exterior cracks, exposing vulnerabilities tied to shared secrets. Mara's mind flashes back to forgotten or misunderstood childhood moments, fragments of memory swirling like puzzle pieces. Clarity and confusion intertwine as the past resurfaces. Suddenly, the pocket watch stops ticking once more, announcing a crucial turning point. Time's fragile thread seems to hold its breath, awaiting what comes next. Nina sat cross-legged on the floor, delicately examining the intricate pieces of the broken pocket watch. As she adjusted a tiny gear, her fingers brushed against a faint engraving hidden deep inside the casing. Leaning closer, she realized it was a message, carefully etched in an elegant script that had gone unnoticed until now. The message spoke of a meeting place tied to Mara's grandfather, hinting at old alliances and betrayals long buried. The words suggested that answers lay buried within forgotten walls, places where time seemed to stand still, yet memories whispered endlessly. Mara's mind raced as the past began to entwine more tightly with their present quest. Under the cloak of night, Mara, Elias clad in his worn leather jacket, and curious Nina ventured toward an abandoned train station. The cold air was thick with anticipation, and the shadows cast by the flickering lantern grew longer with each step. Guided by the secret message, their footsteps echoed into the darkness of a place forgotten by time. Unseen eyes seemed to watch their every movement as vague silhouettes moved beyond the station's broken windows. The atmosphere thickened with unease, signaling that danger was closer than they realized. Each glance shared was met with silence, warning them that they were not alone in this pursuit of truth. Tension surfaced between Elias and Mara, their voices low but edged with frustration over past decisions and recent risks. Bitter words hinted at cracks forming in their once solid partnership, revealing fears and doubts beneath their steely exteriors. Sensing the growing divide, Nina quickly intervened, her youthful voice urging calm and unity among them. Their search uncovered a hidden trapdoor beneath loose wooden planks, leading down into a secret room. Inside, the walls were adorned with cryptic symbols, and countless clocks of various designs ticked in unison, creating a haunting symphony of time. The air was thick with mystery, each element hinting at layers of concealed history awaiting discovery. Mara's fingers traced the carvings on the wall, triggering a subtle mechanism embedded within the ancient wood. A panel slid open silently, revealing a secret document covered in faded ink that detailed the true loyalties of her family. The revelation was profound, challenging everything she believed about her lineage and legacy. Elias eyed the fragile parchment warily, his rugged features tightening with concern. He questioned whether unveiling such truths was worth the chaos that might follow, fearing the fractures it could cause in their fragile community. His hesitation cast a shadow over the group's resolve as the gravity of their discovery sank in. Mara met his doubts with steely determination, her silver-streaked hair catching the dim light as she vowed to see the truth brought into the open. She believed that only by confronting the past could they hope to heal their fractured bonds. Her resolve ignited a flicker of hope amidst the tension, solidifying her role as their leader. Suddenly, the fragile trust that had held them together shattered when an unexpected betrayal surfaced from within their own group. A subtle, almost imperceptible act revealed hidden motives, throwing suspicion in every direction. The betrayal threatened to unravel all they had worked towards, demanding reckoning and clarity. In a surprising moment, Nina confessed her true motives, linking her actions to a solemn promise made to the watchmaker years before. Her fidgeting hands betrayed the weight of her secret, yet her eyes remained resolute. This revelation added a new layer of complexity, binding their fates even tighter with threads woven long ago. The watchmaker's voice seemed to echo through the shadows, guiding them with a riddle that wove together themes of time and memory. His meticulous hands, though unseen, felt present in the silence as they pondered the cryptic words. This counsel offered a path forward, shaping the next chapter of their intertwined journey. With renewed purpose, Mara reached out to Elias, bridging the gulf that had formed between them. Their reconciliation was quiet but firm, a mutual acknowledgement of the dangers they faced and the strength needed to overcome them. Together with Nina, they formed a united front against the threats closing in. They raced through rain-slicked streets, desperate to retrieve a final piece of evidence before it could be snatched away by darker forces. Every moment felt borrowed, the clocks ticking a stark reminder of time slipping through their fingers. Their combined skills and determination fueled the pursuit, driven by nerves and hope alike. A fierce storm raged outside, rain beating against the windows as the antique clocks within the safe room began to chime in perfect unison. The symphony of ticking hands grew louder, signaling the climax of their quest was near. Inside, tension and anticipation mingled, as moments stretched beyond themselves in the storm's heart. Hidden within an old ledger, they uncovered a detailed account of familial tragedies, betrayals concealed, and truths covered up for generations. The pages revealed the causes and consequences of past actions, painting a sorrowful picture of sacrifice and deceit. This knowledge brought clarity, but at a heavy emotional cost for all involved. Suddenly, the shadows coalesced into figures intent on silencing their discoveries forever. The trio found themselves cornered, the sinister presence closing in swiftly and without mercy. Adrenaline surged as instincts took over, turning their hunt for truth into a battle for survival. Drawing on the watchmaker's riddles, Mara deftly outmaneuvered their pursuers, using her knowledge of time and memory as a weapon. Each step and decision was calculated, turning the labyrinthine station into a maze their enemies could not navigate. Her sharp mind and steady resolve kept them one step ahead in the deadly game. In a moment of selfless courage, Nina created a diversion, drawing the adversaries away with quick thinking and fearless resolve. Her actions bought Mara and Elias precious seconds to escape, though at great personal risk. This sacrifice underscored the deep bonds forged in trust and shared purpose. Safely ensconced in a secluded room, the trio pored over the ledger's contents, preparing to expose the painful truths to the world. Each detail was matched with mounting urgency, their words poised to unite or divide their community. The weight of their responsibility settled heavy as they planned the inevitable reveal. Mara hesitated, her silver hair catching the flickering candlelight as she wrestled with the cost of unveiling the truth. She knew that once revealed, the community's fragile peace could shatter, igniting conflict and old wounds anew. Her inner turmoil reflected the difficult balance between transparency and protection. Flashbacks unfolded, revealing the watchmaker's past efforts to shield the family from ruin through careful silence and guarded secrets. His meticulous hands had crafted more than just clocks, they held time's fragile story within, preserving legacies through subtle measures. These memories cast a new light on his guidance and sacrifices. With renewed clarity, Mara reconciled her protective instinct with her commitment to honesty. Her resolve strengthened, embracing the painful necessity of revelation as a path to healing and reconciliation. This inner peace fortified her for the challenging road ahead. Together, Elias aided Mara in drafting a heartfelt letter intended to unite the fractured family and their community through truth and compassion. Their joint efforts symbolized a tentative truce, a bridge built with trust and understanding. Each word was chosen with care, carrying the weight of hope for a reconciled future. At last, the broken pocket watch was carefully repaired, its steady ticking resonating through the quiet room. The rhythm symbolized restored balance and mercy, a tangible sign that time could heal even the deepest wounds. The watch's heartbeat marked a new beginning, threading together past and present with cautious optimism. In the town square, Mara stands before a gathered crowd, her voice steady yet filled with emotion. She recounts the long-hidden family history, unveiling truths wrapped in pain and regret, and asks for understanding and forgiveness. The broken pocket watch in her hand glints in the fading light, symbolizing the fragments of time now pieced together. As Mara's words settle, the community's reactions ripple through the crowd. Some people nod slowly, their faces softening with empathy, while others tighten their jaws, recoiling in shock and denial. Whispers spread, mixing acceptance with doubt, reflecting the complexity of embracing a complicated past. Through the murmurs, Elias steps forward beside Mara, his weathered leather jacket catching the evening breeze. His quiet support is palpable, a protective presence that reveals both loyalty and the vulnerability of standing firm amid judgment. His gaze meets Mara's, silently conveying strength and shared burden. Nina fiddles nervously with a small gear, then reveals she has been quietly preserving the family's legacy in her own way. Her role as keeper of the overlooked truths earns her cautious respect from those previously doubtful. The community begins to see her curiosity not as trouble, but as a bridge toward healing. Later, Mara visits the shaded grave of the watchmaker, the man who once taught her to value time's intricate layers. She places the broken pocket watch gently on the weathered stone, a tribute to the past and those who guide from beyond. The watchmaker's grave seems to hold the silent wisdom of countless hours and secrets shared. As twilight turns into night, the old clock tower in the heart of the town chimes, its sound clear and true. Miraculously, all the clocks in town align with its rhythm, their hands moving in synchronized harmony. This resonance breathes new life into the community, symbolizing unity restored after long discord. Walking through familiar streets, Mara senses a subtle transformation around her. The air carries a quiet promise, as neighbors exchange tentative smiles and old rifts begin fading like shadows at dawn. Her heart swells with hope, recognizing the first threads of rebuilding woven through everyday moments. In a moment of shared silence, Mara and Elias stand side by side beneath the glow of the clock tower. They acknowledge the scars etched by the past, but also the new beginning forged from honest surrender. Their connection deepens, a testament to enduring resilience amid change. Back in the dusty workshop, Nina carefully begins mending aged clocks, her nimble fingers coaxing life back into broken mechanisms. Her curiosity has shifted from restless questions to a healing craft, bridging the community's fractured timeline. Each ticking clock she restores is a quiet melody of renewal and hope. The story closes on the restored pocket watch, its delicate hands moving steadily and softly marking time. Its gentle ticking echoes the endless cycles of life, memories, and truths that layer one upon another. In this sound lies the subtle promise of forgiveness, continuity, and new stories yet to unfold. The map was ancient, edges frayed and ink faded, yet it promised a secret buried deep in the hollow wood forest. Lena adjusted her worn leather backpack, the morning mist curling around her as she stepped beneath the daunting canopy of towering oaks. "No turning back now," she whispered, tracing the cryptic symbols carved onto the map's surface. Each step was a soft crunch against the moss-covered ground, the air thick with silence save for a distant, haunting call. The compass in her hand spun wildly, as if caught in a playful magic, refusing to settle on a true north. She followed the compass's restless dance, deeper into the woods where sunlight barely touched the earth. Suddenly, a rustle, a flash of vibrant feathers, then a small, clever fox peered from behind a bush, eyes gleaming with curiosity. "Seems you're not the only one seeking something," Lena murmured, as the fox darted ahead, beckoning her to follow. Through tangles of brambles and over root-strewn paths, the fox led her to a hidden glade shimmering with golden light. At the heart of the clearing stood the Whispering Stone, an ancient monolith covered in swirling runes that seemed to hum with life. Lena approached cautiously, placing her palm against the cool, smooth surface. The runes pulsed beneath her fingers. A voice echoed softly in her mind. Only those who listen with their hearts may unlock the forest's secret. Closing her eyes, Lena breathed deeply, attuning herself to the subtle whispers of the wind brushing through the leaves. Images bloomed in her mind. A hidden doorway beside the stone, sealed for centuries but waiting to be opened. With a gentle press, the ground beside the monolith shifted, revealing a narrow tunnel descending into the earth. Heart pounding with equal parts fear and excitement, Lena stepped inside, the glow from the runes lighting her way. The passage led to a cavern filled with crystals that shimmered like stars, reflecting the dreams of all who sought the forest's heart. Amid the crystals lay a small chest, bound with silver and marked with the same symbols as the map. Opening it, Lena found a simple locket containing a seed pulsating with life, a symbol of new beginnings and harmony with nature. Emerging from the forest, Lena smiled, knowing the true treasure was the journey itself and the bond she'd formed with the Whispering Winds. On a rainy evening, Emma noticed the old library on Elm Street was still open, its windows glowing warmly. Curious, she stepped inside, shaking off her umbrella as the cozy scent of aged books wrapped around her. A friendly librarian greeted her, whispering, "Welcome to a place where stories come to life after dark." Emma wandered between tall shelves, her fingers brushing worn spines with titles she'd never heard of. Suddenly, a faint glow emerged from a book titled The Secrets of the Night Garden. Drawn in, Emma opened it and found a delicate map shimmering on the pages. "Follow the map," a soft voice echoed, as if the book itself invited her on an adventure. Guided by the map, Emma found a hidden door behind a bookshelf, leading to a small enchanting garden bathed in moonlight. Fireflies danced around whispering flowers, and a gentle breeze carried the scent of jasmine. Emma smiled, feeling calm and inspired, as if the garden whispered stories meant just for her. After a while, she returned to the library, the hidden door quietly closing behind her. The librarian nodded, saying, "Some secrets are meant to inspire quietly in the midnight hours." Emma felt the magic of that night linger as she picked out a regular book to borrow. Back home, she placed the glowing map on her desk, a reminder of the night's secret journey. As she turned off the light, she whispered, "Thank you for the adventure." The rain stopped, stars peeked through her window, and Emma drifted to sleep with a heart full of wonder. From then on, she visited the old library whenever the night seemed too quiet or lonely. Each visit brought a new whisper, a gentle nudge to explore stories beyond the pages. Emma had discovered not just books, but a world where magic and comfort lived side by side. And so, the Midnight Library became her secret harbor in the bustling world, always open to those who believe. Mira settled by the garden gate on a crisp spring morning, her pencil dancing across the pages of her sketchbook. The flowers she observed defied expectations, blooming vibrantly despite the lingering cold air and scattered frost. Theo arrived quietly, carrying a basket heavy with fresh herbs. He remarked on the strange weather that had perplexed local farmers, their crops uncertain under the unpredictable shifts. Perched gracefully atop the garden wall, Luna's amber eyes followed a gentle breeze that stirred the petals of the mysterious blossoms. The cat's watchful gaze seemed to pierce the quiet tension that filled the air. While exploring near the old wooden bench, Mira's fingers brushed against something cool and metallic half buried in the soil. Pulling it free, she revealed a small brass key, its surface worn but intriguing sparks of curiosity ignited within her. A soft ticking broke the silence from the old garden clock, usually still and silent. Its hands spun backward briefly before settling, as if mocking the steady march of time itself. Theo leaned closer, his voice low as he suggested the garden held secrets from ages past. Memories of childhood tales surfaced, stories of hidden magic and forgotten guardians whispered through the village. Inspired, Mira approached a locked gate deeper within the garden, the brass key heavy in her palm. She fit it gently into the lock, anticipation buzzing beneath her skin. The key turned smoothly, the gate creaking open to unveil a hidden path lined with glowing autumn leaves that shimmered despite the season's early spring chill. They proceeded cautiously along the path, surrounded by softly glowing plants that seemed impossibly out of place. An eerie quiet settled around them, broken only by Luna's confident stride ahead, familiar as if she belonged there. Mira's pencil captured the surreal landscape's shifting hues, her eyes flickering between the strange flora and Luna's purposeful movements. The garden's mysteries deepened with every step. Suddenly, the scene transformed into a vibrant summer meadow bathed in golden light. Buzzing insects flitted amidst tall grasses, the warmth a sharp contrast to the earlier chill. An uneasy feeling washed over Theo as the seasons melded unnaturally, time bending and folding beyond familiar rules. His gaze darted nervously through the shifting environment, sensing an unseen force at play. They stumbled upon a weathered journal resting beneath a tree, its pages filled with faded ink narrating a garden that cycled through secret seasons of its own design. Mira read aloud the chilling passage describing the garden's heart as a source of power, capable of restoring or unraveling nature's fragile balance, a responsibility fraught with peril. A dark shadow flickered across the path, heightening their awareness as a subtle wind whispered warnings. They realized their intrusion might stir forces long dormant and dangerous within the garden. The garden's seasonal shifts became erratic, swaying unpredictably as Mira and Theo pressed further inward. Leaves fell and snow swirled in a disorienting dance around them. Luna's keen instincts led them to an ancient tree etched with carvings mirroring the intricate patterns found on the brass key. The tree stood like a sentinel amid the chaos. With careful precision, Mira inserted the key into a hollow carved deep into the tree's bark. Instantly, the garden froze as a blanket of snow settled, winter's icy stillness wrapping the landscape. Then swirling autumn leaves erupted around them in a sudden whirlwind, blurring vision and obscuring the path ahead. The air thickened with uncertainty and encroaching shadows. Theo spotted faint footprints that didn't belong to any of them, their origins unknown but undeniably close. The sense of unseen presence grew stronger, threading tension through the chilled air. A distant, haunting melody drifted on the wind, drawing Mira toward a shimmering pond now adorned with delicate ice flowers. The ethereal scene beckoned with both wonder and caution. Reaching into the icy water, Mira's touch rippled the surface, revealing transient reflections of past visitors, ghostly figures entwined with the garden's long and secret history. Suddenly, Luna took off, chasing elusive shadows flickering between twisted branches. The cat's movement urged Mira and Theo deeper into the tangled mysteries awaiting them. They soon arrived at a dilapidated greenhouse where vines curled in chaotic, unnatural patterns. The air inside was thick and humid, filled with the scent of earth and something faintly unsettling. Within the greenhouse, strange fruits hung from gnarled branches, glowing with a faint, eerie light. Their sweet yet disconcerting scent hinted at secrets that might best remain hidden beneath the garden's shifting seasons. Mira carefully sketched a small, vibrant fruit she found hanging low on a vine. As her pencil moved, the fruit shifted before her eyes, changing color and shape as if it breathed with life. Surprised, Theo watched silently while Luna twitched her ears. Suddenly, the vintage garden clock chimed an impossible hour, its hands spinning wildly as a dizzy spell overtook them. Time seemed to loop briefly, repeating the brief chime again and again, disorienting their senses. When clarity returned, the garden held an uneasy stillness. From the shifting shadows emerged a small, elderly figure, the gardener, holding a softly glowing lantern. His presence felt ancient, and his eyes held secrets of the garden's many mysteries. Luna softly purred, sensing an important message forthcoming. The gardener's voice was serious, warning them of the garden's unrest, growing in cycles beyond normal seasons. He urged Mira and Theo to treat the garden's rhythms with care and respect, for its balance was delicate. The air around them grew thick with unspoken history. Curious, Mira asked about the brass key she carried, seeking its origin. The gardener hinted it was part of the garden's very soul, fractured long ago by forgotten events. Without the keyhole, the garden's essence falters, he murmured enigmatically. He explained that restoring harmony required understanding each season's true spirit concealed here, within the plants and soils. Each hidden essence must be honored to mend the fractures. Theo nodded quietly, feeling the weight of their task. Before they could ask more, the gardener vanished as mysteriously as he had appeared, leaving behind a delicate silver leaf gleaming faintly on the ground. Mira picked it up instinctively, sensing its significance as the garden subtly shifted once more. The garden blossomed suddenly into a vibrant spring burst, colors intensifying and scents deepening. Mira tucked the silver leaf carefully into her pocket, feeling a strange warmth spreading through her fingers. Around them, life pulsed with renewed energy. As they walked, the plant seemed to respond to their presence, pulsing softly with a silent heartbeat. Leaves brushed gently against Mira's green scarf, as if beckoning her further. Luna darted among the roots, alert and watchful. Theo's gaze darted nervously. He felt the weight of unseen eyes watching them closely. The forest seemed alive with secret watchers, heightening the urgency of their mission. He tightened his grip on Mira's hand, urging caution. Then, a sudden rain began, the droplets shimmering like tiny stars, casting prismatic light all around. The garden glowed softly beneath this otherworldly shower, bathing everything in luminous grace. Mira closed her eyes, drinking in the magical moment. Under the starlit rain, flickers of Mira's childhood memories surfaced, fleeting images of gardens much like this, bathed in similar light. Faces, laughter, and whispers of seasons past mingled with the present. It felt as if the garden was unlocking her story. They soon came upon a stone altar, weathered but majestic, inscribed with symbols representing the cycle of seasons. Mira's sketchbook echoed the same markings, confirming their connection. They stood together, understanding deepening between them. Gently, Mira placed the silver leaf on the altar's center, triggering a radiant glow that spread through the garden. Warm light washed over the plants, steadying the shifting energies. The garden seemed to sigh in relief, its unrest calming. Before them, the garden stabilized into a scene of eternal autumn, peaceful, vibrant, and golden-hued. Leaves drifted lazily around them, as if time was holding still in this perfect moment. The atmosphere was charged with quiet strength. Mira and Theo felt an enveloping warmth, an understanding that the garden cycles mirrored life's inevitable changes they must embrace. The wisdom of patience and acceptance settled deep in their hearts. Luna purred knowingly, sensing their growth. Luna curled comfortably at the base of the altar, purring as if grounding the garden's newfound calm energy. The ticking of the vintage clock slowed into a steady, reassuring rhythm. The garden breathed alongside them in peaceful harmony. Suddenly, a hidden door in the ancient tree trunk creaked open, revealing a small room lined with books and curious artifacts. Dust motes danced in the warm lamplight spilling from inside. Mira's eyes shone with eager curiosity. Inside, Mira found a mirror unlike any she'd seen. It reflected not her image, but the intertwined seasons of the garden itself. Swirling colors and shifting scenes displayed life's essence in perpetual flux. Theo watched silently, mesmerized. Through the mirror, they glimpsed possible futures, paths shaped by the garden's balance or threatened by chaos. The visions were both beautiful and unsettling, a delicate choice hanging in the air. The weight of consequence pressed upon them silently. Reluctantly, Mira chose to leave the mirror untouched, deciding instead to focus on restoring harmony within the garden itself. The mystery would unfold in time, but their care and respect were immediate duties. Theo nodded approvingly, standing close. At the garden gate, the brass key hummed with a gentle vibration, syncing perfectly with the ticking clock, now steady and soft. The subtle pulse felt like an invitation, a sign of growing connection. Mira felt hope stirring within her. They agreed to return often, promising to care for the garden and patiently uncover its secrets. This garden was no mere place, but a living story they had become part of. Their bond to the cycles deepened with every step away. As they exited, spring flowers bloomed behind them, delicate petals scattering in the breeze like whispered blessings. The air smelled sweet and alive, promising renewal and growth. Luna loped ahead, alert yet calm. Back in their village, Mira sat quietly, sketching plans to share the garden's hidden magic through her art. Each line carried the energy of the seasons and the mysteries she had yet to reveal. Her green scarf fluttered softly, a constant companion. Weeks had passed since their last visit, and the garden rested in calm serenity. The once wild seasonal shifts softened into gentle, harmonious rhythms, reflecting a newfound balance within its bounds. Mira and Theo returned to find the garden bathed in warmer light, its plants flourishing under their attentive care. The subtle changes spoke of healing and quiet renewal, inviting them deeper into its embrace. The old brass key, once glowing with an eerie light, now nestled quietly in Mira's bag. Though its magic had dimmed, it remained a cherished symbol of the journey they had undertaken together. Inspired, they began to document the garden's cycles in a shared journal, sketching and noting each delicate transformation. Through these pages, the garden's lessons took root, captured in ink and memory. As time flowed on, neighbors remarked on subtle shifts in the local environment, an unseen harmony rippling outward from the garden center. The peace cultivated within began touching lives beyond its gate. Mira started hosting small gatherings beneath the canopy, sharing stories and sketches with curious friends. These moments wove a gentle community, bound by the garden's enduring spirit and warmth. Luna, the wise old cat, led children softly along the winding paths, her amber eyes reflecting ancient wisdom. She taught them to honor nature's quiet rhythms, planting seeds of respect and wonder. With each passing season, the garden grew into a living symbol of growth, change, and peaceful resilience. Its subtle transformations whispered a timeless dance of life, unfolding with grace. One afternoon, Mira sat by the garden gate, her green scarf fluttering in a soft breeze. As the wind stirred, so did the promise of new beginnings, silently calling her forward. Steadfast and ever-changing, the garden stood as an eternal dance of hidden seasons. It awaited with quiet patience, ready to welcome curious souls into its unfolding story once more. The horizon burned red as Mara stepped through the dust-choked remnants of the city. She clutched an old, crumpled map, her only guide to the rumored sanctuary beyond the wasteland. Just a little further, she whispered, eyes on the distant silhouette of twisted metal structures. The wind howled, carrying with it the voice of the past, echoes from a world undone by fire and fury. Suddenly, a faint flicker of movement caught her eye, a small figure darting between rubble. Heart-pounding, Mara called out, "Wait, I'm not here to harm you." An old man emerged, eyes weary but kind. "You seek the horizon's edge, don't you?" Mara nodded, hope fighting despair inside her chest. "It's not just a place," he said. "It's a choice between survival and rebirth." They journeyed together, tales unfolding as the sun dipped lower behind the ruined skyline. At night, stars pierced the heavy clouds, whispering stories of those who came before. Mara learned that the sanctuary was built on remnants of old technology, a fragile pulse of life in the wasteland. Morning light revealed a valley shielded by towering cliffs, crystals shimmering with an otherworldly glow. "Home," the old man breathed, tears streaming down cracked cheeks. Inside the valley, plants thrived against all odds, vines reclaiming steel bones of forgotten machines. Mara knelt, touching the earth, warm and alive beneath the cold ash of yesterday. "We rebuild," she declared, voice steady with newfound purpose. Together with the old man and the valley's sparse community, she planted seeds of hope and recovery. The wasteland outside remained harsh and unforgiving, but here, life bloomed resilient and brave. From the ashes, Mara saw not an end, but a beginning, the last horizon, a new dawn. In the village of Eldenbrook, a strange glow flickered one cold evening from the heart of the ancient forest. Leora, a curious young girl with eyes like dawn, couldn't resist following the mysterious light that danced between the trees. As she stepped beneath the gnarled branches, the light pulsed brighter, revealing a lantern suspended by a whisper-thin thread. "Who lingers here at twilight?" Leora called softly, her voice part wonder, part caution. The lantern hummed a melody, a soft vibration that wrapped around her like a gentle breeze. Suddenly, a tiny figure stepped out from behind the tree, a sprite no taller than her hand, its wings shimmering with moonlight. "I am Elen, guardian of this enchanted light," the sprite said, voice tinkling like bells. "This lantern holds the last whispers of forgotten dreams, fading from the world as time passes." Leora listened, heart tightening, as Elen explained that without dreams, hope would one day vanish from Eldenbrook. But how can we keep dreams alive? Leora asked, longing to help. Elen smiled. By sharing stories, lighting fires of imagination in every soul. The lantern feeds on the spark of belief. Determined, Leora gathered the villagers, urging them to tell tales and remember hopes, bright and bold. Night after night, the village square filled with laughter and stories, the lantern glowing ever stronger. The ancient forest seemed to breathe again, its shadows less ominous, its secrets weaving into the fabric of their lives. One evening, Elen whispered, "The light is growing, your stories have rekindled the world's magic." Leora nodded, her own heart alight with the ember of every dream shared. As dawn painted the sky, the lantern lifted from the thread, soaring above the treetops like a tiny sun. "Farewell, dear friend," Leora said, tears glistening. "Carry our dreams wherever you go." Elen winked and disappeared into the morning haze, the glow fading gently, but never gone. And from that day onward, Eldenbrook kept a lantern burning in every window, a beacon for dreams, whispered and cherished forevermore. Elena Ward arrives at the dimly lit apartment on Marrow Street, her sharp eyes scanning the shadows that cling to the cracked walls. The night air is thick with tension as she moves cautiously, every step measured and quiet. Her gaze falls on shattered glass scattered beside a locked antique chest against the far wall. The fractured pieces glint like broken memories, hinting at a struggle that happened not long ago. From a shadowed alley nearby, Marcus Flynn watches Elena intently. His calm demeanor masks a flurry of concern as he fixes his gaze on the apartment window, contemplating his next move. Inside, Elena kneels to pick up a silver locket from the floor, turning it over under the flickering light. The intricate engraving catches her eye, pulling her deeper into the mystery woven around it. A distant siren wails through the night as Elena's eyes catch a faded photograph tucked beneath the chest. The image shows 4 figures, one unmistakably Victor Hale, their faces frozen in a moment from another time. Her phone buzzes suddenly, a text flashing, a terse warning urging her to stop digging into the past before it's too late. Elena's fingers tighten around the device, the threat crystal clear. Back in the alley, Marcus speaks in a low voice on his phone, mentioning Elena's name with uneasy concern. His words suggest that the shadows around Marrow Street conceal more than just secrets. From across the street, Victor Hale emerges from the darkness, his intense glare locked on Elena through the window. His unreadable expression blurs between menace and something more complicated. A flashback unfolds in daylight. Victor stands at a park bench, handing the silver locket to a young girl, his face softer than before. This memory hints at a hidden connection tied to the locket and the secrets Elena seeks. Returning to the present, Elena slips the locket into her pocket and moves toward a nearby cafe where Leela Marks waits anxiously. The streetlights cast long shadows, mirroring the unease that settles between them. In the cafe, Leela pushes a folded note across the table, her curly red hair bouncing as she glances nervously at the door. Her eyes flicker with urgency, signaling the risks they face. Elena unfolds the note, reading about a hidden room beneath Marrow Street's oldest building where answers might lie. The promise of revelation tightens the knot of tension around them. The cafe door creaks, drawing a sharp breath from Leela as Victor steps inside. The atmosphere shifts instantly. His presence is a silent threat that chills the air. Elena sips her coffee calmly, eyes discreetly flicking toward Victor. Her outward composure masks the heightened alertness of someone navigating a web of danger. The true stakes emerge. A missing heirloom tangled with a betrayal long buried, its revelation capable of upending lives. The dangerous secret at the heart of the mystery sharpens their resolve and deepens the peril. Elena descends into the hidden room, guided only by faint wall markings illuminated dimly and the silver locket's engraving. The darkness confines her, fragmented reflections hinting at the fractured truths she searches for. Marcus appears unexpectedly, stepping into the underground space with a reluctant offer of help. His cryptic warning about trust hangs heavily between them, complicating their fragile alliance. Faded letters pinned to the walls surround them, words revealing conspiracy threads tying all the main players together. The layered betrayals echo in the silent underground. A loose floorboard shifts as Elena steps, uncovering a hidden compartment containing an aged diary. Its pages promise secrets long obscured by shadows and silence. Flipping through the diary, Alina finds entries chronicling a coup decades ago within a powerful family. Each word deepens the web of intrigue, binding past and present more tightly. Outside, Victor intercepts Leela in the misty street, his voice low and demanding information on Alina's location. The threat in his eyes leaves Leela cornered and tense. Suddenly, the dim light flickers and dies as Alina reads passages implicating Victor in the darkest folds of the mystery. Shadows twist ominously around her, swallowing the room in silence. Marcus pulls a small flashlight from his pocket, its beam piercing the gloom to reveal a hidden map etched behind the diary. The illuminated lines trace a path into the depths beneath Marrow Street's catacombs. The map leads them to a forgotten vault, its heavy doors sealed by time and secrets. The path ahead promises danger, but also the key to unlocking the tangled past. Alina and Marcus move toward the vault's shadowed entrance as Leela sends a covert message on her phone. Each step forward tightens the threads of their intertwined fates, shadows stretching long into the night. The heavy vault door groans under pressure, its rusted hinges groaning before it grudgingly swings open. Inside lies a trove of artifacts and documents, frozen in time and cloaked in dust. The air smells of old paper and secrets long buried beneath layers of shadow. Abruptly, the echo of footsteps ricochets off the cold stone walls. Victor emerges with two shadowy figures at his side, their presence a dark blockade at the only exit. The tension coalesces, thick enough to cut through with a whispered threat. Alina swiftly raises the silver locket, catching the flickering light to reveal a concealed symbol matching the vault's emblem. The gesture freezes the room, the locket's glow defying the darkness around them. This emblem ties the present moment to a deeper, hidden history. One of Victor's companions lunges for the locket, but Marcus intercepts with practiced precision, his hand slamming down to halt the snatch. The sudden clash breaks the fragile stillness into sharp urgency. Alina sidesteps, heart pounding beneath fractured glass reflections. A glance catches Alina's eye on a cracked mirror, its fragmented surface offering glimpses beyond the vault walls. There, faintly outlined in shadow, is the entrance to a concealed escape tunnel. Hope glimmers alongside the fractured truths around them. Seizing the moment, Alina and Marcus slip through the hidden passage, silent against the cold stone. Behind them, Victor's roar of frustration echoes, restrained yet simmering with menace. The night swallows their flight as shadows lengthen across Marrow Street. Leela's intercepted call crackles in Victor's ear, revealing betrayal not only at hand, but woven through their ranks. Conflicted, Victor wrestles with loyalties pulled tight between past alliances and present threats. His gaze darkens, torn between fury and reluctant strategy. Emerging near the aged clock tower, Alina and Marcus catch their breath, the weight of pursuit pressing behind. Their eyes meet, determination flickering amidst exhaustion. The urban night cloaks their resolve as they prepare to untangle the threads of the mystery. Inside the ancient tower, Alina's hands deftly turn gears and cogs, orchestrating a silent dance of mechanism. The hidden compartment swings open, revealing a faded portrait tucked beneath layers of dust. Time's shadows flicker across their faces, frozen in painted stillness. The portrait reveals younger versions of Alina, Marcus, Victor, and Leela, bound by smiles and secrets alike. Their youthful eyes hold unspoken stories, the origins of entangled fates now slowly surfacing. The past breathes in every cracked line and faded hue. Alina's scar tingles unbearably, memories fracturing and flooding through her mind. Shattered moments coalesce around the conspiracy that has haunted her life, each shard piercing deeper than before. The link between past wounds and present danger sharpens with chilling clarity. Marcus lowers his gaze, admitting a hidden allegiance entwined with the family's ruin. His revelation complicates their fragile alliance, threading betrayal into their shared quest. Secrets once buried now surface amidst flickering shadows and fractured trust. Tracking Alina's movements through twisting alleys and dimly lit streets, Victor pieces together fragments of the puzzle. His eyes narrow beneath the play of shadows and streetlight reflections, calculating each step closer. The city itself seems to watch, silent and waiting. Cornered yet composed, Alina extends an offer of truce to Victor, proposing a joint effort to unveil the truth. She speaks with conviction, hoping to channel past enmities into preventing further harm. Shadows and reflections flicker as loyalties hang in the balance. Victor, hesitant but drawn by curiosity, consents to her proposal. He reveals a hidden safe, its lock clicking open to expose a confession letter bound in time. The weight of the letter promises turbulent revelations beneath the fractured layers of their past. From the letter unfolds the story behind the fractured glass motif, a violent confrontation years before that shattered more than just windows. The confession paints a raw scene of betrayal and broken bonds etched deep into their histories. The shards of truth glisten under the dim light. The trio debates the timing and manner of exposing the betrayal, aware the wrong move could destroy them all. Each voice carries the burden of consequence, their shadows tangled as uncertainty lingers. Strategizing in whispers, they weigh revelation against survival. Leela interrupts, brandishing surveillance footage, capturing a crucial scene from the past. Her discovery corroborates the confession's claims, offering irrefutable evidence from fractured moments frozen in time. The flickering screen illuminates faces and deeds once hidden in shadow. United in purpose, the group plans to leak the evidence anonymously, their actions cloaked beneath Marrow Street's lengthening shadows. The city hums unknowingly as truths prepare to surface amid fractures and reflections. Change pulses quietly beneath the urban night. As dawn stretches its first light, fractured glass from a broken window glints one last time, symbolizing the cusp of transformation. The shards scatter prismatic signals across the walls, reflecting hopes and fears alike. The city stirs, on the brink of awakening and revelation. News of the uncovered conspiracy spreads swiftly, igniting public intrigue and unease throughout the city. Conversations ripple from shadowed corners to bustling streets, the mystery no longer confined to whispers. Marrow Street pulses with a tension that refuses to fade. Returning to the antique chest, Alina places the silver locket carefully inside, locking it away from prying eyes. The act is both a closure and a safeguard amid the swirling chaos of truth and deceit. The locket's intricate engraving catches the fading light, silent amidst secrets. Marcus melts into the crowd, his intentions veiled and his departure marked by quiet ambiguity. Alina watches, reflecting on the tangled interplay of trust and betrayal that has defined their tangled journey. The city's heart beats on, unyielding beneath fractured skies. From a shadowed rooftop, Victor surveys the sprawling city below, contemplative and unmoving. The lights flicker like distant memories, each pulse a reminder of battles fought in both darkness and daylight. His expression is unreadable, wrapped in the weight of unfolding fate. Leela joins Alina quietly, their shared glance an unspoken acknowledgement of survival and the burden of secrets kept. Together, they stand on Marrow Street, shadows stretching long around them. In the silence, their resolve hardens against the gathering night. A sudden flashback illuminates the truth behind the locket's engraving. It is a symbol of sacrifice and hope, carved by a hidden ancestor who protected their kin from a terrible fate. The fractured glass from earlier scenes reflects in this memory, breaking the past into shards that finally fit together. Back in the present, Alina carefully opens the silver locket and discovers a folded, aged letter addressed to her. The handwriting is familiar, belonging to someone she loved and lost long ago, the words etched with a deep sense of urgency and care. As Alina reads, her eyes well with emotion. The letter speaks of promises made, to protect, to remember, and to bear the heavy burden of knowledge passed down through generations. The weight of the past settles over her, but so does a newfound strength, as the fractured pieces of truth begin to heal. The group gathers once more on Marrow Street, their faces marked by the trials endured, but now united in fragile trust. Despite the scars and shadows that cling to them, an unspoken bond forms, knit by the shared revelation and the enduring mysteries they've faced together. As the sun dips low, its fading light casts long shadows across the cracked pavement of Marrow Street, mirroring the lingering secrets that still haunt the night. The city's atmosphere holds both the weight of past darkness and the delicate promise of dawn yet to come. Alina steps out from her apartment, locking the door behind her with a decisive click. She leaves the past firmly in that quiet space, but carries the lessons it imparted, etched in the silver locket that now hangs heavy around her neck. In the calm of her home, Elena sets the silver locket on the mantelpiece, its engraving catching the faint light. It stands as a solemn reminder of what was lost, what was fought for, and the silent hope that endures beneath the surface. Across town, Leela tends to a small plant by the window, nurturing new growth amidst the decay of the city. It is a quiet symbol of resilience and renewal, an echo of the fragile beginnings that rise from broken roots. A message pings on Marcus's phone, his voice calm and steady over the recording. He promises aid should darkness return, a reassuring tether to strength and solidarity in an uncertain world. The city breathes as night fades into morning, alive with secrets and shadows that twist through its streets. Elena steps into the soft light of dawn, ready to meet whatever comes next with eyes clear and purpose renewed. Marla's phone buzzed with an unknown number just as the clock struck midnight. Curiosity got the better of her. She answered hesitantly, hearing nothing but a faint, eerie silence. Shrugging it off, she returned to her reading, but the silence persisted, growing heavier in the still night. Suddenly, a whisper floated through the speaker. "I see you." Heart pounding, Marla dropped the phone. The screen fractured, yet the whisper continued, now coming from everywhere around her. She rose, trembling, and tried to escape the oppressive quiet that had now turned into a deafening echo. In the dim hallway, portraits seemed to watch her with hollow eyes, their shadows lengthening unnaturally. Each step she took echoed back distorted cries, as if the house itself mourned in agony. Reaching the main door, she found it sealed shut, her panic swelling with the realization she was trapped. The whisper morphed into a chilling chant, repeating her name over and over. Desperately, Marla searched for another way out, her breath visible in the suddenly cold air. In the corner, a cracked mirror shimmered. Her reflection stared back, but its mouth moved independently, mouthing words she couldn't hear. Frozen, she backed away, but the reflection beckoned, dragging her gaze deeper into its inky depths. A snatch of a forgotten memory flooded her mind, a warning from a childhood dream. Summoning all her courage, Marla focused on the old grandfather clock in the hall, its pendulum swinging sluggishly. "Time to end this," she whispered, smashing the clock's glass with a chair leg. The house groaned, the shadows retreating as the oppressive silence shattered into 1,000 shards of sound. The front door creaked open slowly, revealing the faint blush of dawn outside. With a final glance back, Marla stepped out, the whisper fading into nothingness behind her. She heard the narrator's voice softly in tone. "Some silences are better left unbroken." The city never sleeps, especially under a curtain of rain that smears neon signs into ghostly whispers. Detective Marlowe lit a cigarette, the flame flickering as he stared down the glistening pavement. "Another night, another case," he muttered, the smell of smoke and wet asphalt filling the air. A mysterious woman in a red coat appeared through the mist, her heels clicking a rhythm of urgency. "I need your help," she said, voice trembling just enough to catch his attention. Her brother was missing, vanished without a trace from the dimly lit jazz club downtown. Marlowe agreed, drawn to the case by more than just curiosity. There was something off in her eyes. The club was a smoky haze of secrets and muted saxophones, shadows flickering in every corner. He questioned the bartender, who spoke in riddles and glanced nervously over his shoulder. A matchbook dropped on the floor caught Marlowe's eye, an address scrawled hastily inside. At the location, a rundown warehouse pulsed with danger lurking just beyond the cracked door. Inside, Marlowe found a stash of stolen paintings and a note that chilled his blood. The note warned of betrayal, signed by someone who once called the city home. Footsteps echoed. A figure stepped into the dim light, the missing brother, worn and wary. "They set me up," he whispered. "I was the fall guy for a bigger scheme." Marlowe's instincts kicked in time to untangle lies from truth before dawn. They devised a plan to confront the real mastermind, meeting back at the jazz club when the clock struck midnight. Under the watchful eyes of faded portraits and mournful melodies, the culprit revealed themselves, the bartender. With a quick draw and steady aim, Marlowe ended the night's deadly game, the truth finally clear. As the rain eased, Marlowe lit another cigarette, the city waking up, secrets buried once more beneath the morning light. Leela awoke as golden sunlight streamed through her bedroom window, casting warm light that made her auburn hair catch the glow beautifully. The soft rustle of falling leaves outside whispered promises of the day ahead. Jasper, her cheerful tabby cat with a white patch on his chest, circled Leela's feet, purring softly to greet the morning. His playful energy lifted her spirits as she dressed in her favorite earth-toned clothes. Outside, Bramblewood Village stretched before her, bathed in warm autumn colors that painted the trees and cobblestone streets. Fallen leaves created a vibrant carpet, crackling softly under the footsteps of the few early risers. Leela stepped into the crisp mountain air, gripping her small satchel and the carved wooden locket she always wore close to her heart. The cool breeze teased the edges of her clothes as she set off toward the village square. She soon met Mr. Thornberry, the kind elderly gardener in his green tweed vest, who smiled under his thick gray beard as he tended to his plants. He offered her a basket filled with freshly picked apples, their red skins shining like jewels among the leaves. Jasper, unable to resist the lively garden, darted between plants chasing a fluttering leaf, his white chest patch flashing like a beacon. Mr. Thornberry chuckled warmly, watching the cat's antics with gentle eyes. Leela's sharp gaze caught a faint glimmer beneath a pile of colorful leaves near the old stone well in the village square. Her curiosity piqued. She knelt down to investigate, brushing the leaves aside carefully. Beneath the rust-colored leaves lay a small, ornately carved box, sealed tight with a rusty clasp that hinted at long-forgotten secrets. Her fingers trembled slightly as she lifted it into the light, the woodwork intricate and inviting. Opening the box, she found an aged map of the surrounding forest, its edges yellowed with time and marked by strange symbols she didn't recognize. The map seemed to pulse with quiet mystery, promising an adventure beyond the known paths. Mr. Thornberry appeared beside her, his eyes reflecting concern and wisdom beneath his gray brows. He warned gently that the forest held old secrets and forgotten paths that could both enchant and deceive. With determination bright in her eyes, Leela decided to follow the map, Jasper trotting faithfully beside her, his tail flicking in eagerness. She tightened her grip on the wooden locket as a talisman for courage. From a nearby oak tree, Willow the wise old owl with striking amber eyes watched the pair silently, her gaze steady and glowing faintly in the evening light. The glowing lantern in Leela's satchel cast a soft shimmer beneath the ancient branches. As dusk settled over Bramblewood, Leela prepared her lantern, its warm glow contrasting with the growing shadows of the forest edge. She took a deep breath and stepped into the woodland, the crunch of leaves accompanying her every move. The forest shadows deepened thickly, and soft whispers of rustling leaves seemed to follow Leela's footsteps, wrapping the path in eerie sound. A chill prickled her skin as the golden light diminished, replaced by twilight's embrace. Suddenly, a path on the map led them to a hidden glen, but an unexpected fog began to rise, swirling thick and white, obscuring the way forward. The familiar path vanished, replaced with uncertainty and mystery that chilled Leela's heart. Determined, Leela pushed through the mist, relying on Jasper's keen instincts and the steady glow of her lantern to light a narrow way. Her breath came steady as she advanced into the unknown, every sense alert to the forest's shifting moods. Deep within the fog, Leela discovered an ancient stone archway, its surface thick with ivy, matching one of the symbols mapped earlier. The weathered carvings whispered of stories and secrets long buried beneath time and nature's embrace. A sudden chill swept through the clearing as Willow hooted softly from above, her call a solemn signal of caution. The flicker of the lantern cast shadows that danced like ghosts, urging Leela to be vigilant. Crossing beneath the archway, Leela found herself in a clearing where a shimmering pond lay still, its surface reflecting the dimming sky with quiet majesty. The air was thick with the scent of moss and the deep, ancient pulse of the forest. The wooden locket she carried against her chest began to warm gently, radiating a comforting heat like a silent guide. Leela felt a connection deep within, as if the forest itself acknowledged her presence. Jasper pawed excitedly at a rippling spot in the pond's glassy surface, revealing a submerged wooden box that stirred beneath the water. Heart pounding, Leela carefully reached in to retrieve the box, its wood matching the crafted motifs they had seen throughout their journey. Inside the box, she found a faded letter, its delicate script hinting at a long-lost family connection to Bramblewood. The words spoke of love, loss, and secrets entwined with the very roots of the village's history. As she read, shadows flickered at the edge of the clearing, and a gentle voice seemed to echo softly through the trees, carrying whispers of the past. Leela's senses sharpened, caught between the natural and the spectral. The fog thickened once more, wrapping the clearing in a dense, otherworldly veil. Leela's heart fluttered with a mixture of fear and excitement, tethered to the mystery that pulled her deeper into the forest's secret heart. Following the letter's cryptic clues, Leela navigated carefully through twisted roots and fallen branches, her path illuminated by the steady glow of her lantern and Jasper's nimble steps. Together, they moved forward into what felt like another time, where every shadow promised a new discovery. As Leela wandered deeper into the twilight woods, she stumbled upon a carved wooden statue standing solemnly among the fallen leaves. Its intricate features resembled a guardian of the forest, both majestic and mysterious. In the soft glow of her lantern, the statue's eyes seemed to glint with an otherworldly shimmer, hinting at a hidden magic woven into the grain of the wood. The air around it grew still, as if the forest itself held its breath. Her heart raced suddenly when she heard footsteps crunching softly through the fog, breaking the silence of the evening. Leela turned swiftly, alert for whatever or whoever was approaching. Emerging from the mist was Mr. Thornberry, dressed in his familiar green tweed vest, his kind eyes twinkling beneath his thick gray beard. He confessed that he had quietly watched over the forest's secrets for decades, waiting for the right moment. With a warm smile, Mr. Thornberry began sharing tales of Bramblewood's forgotten past, emphasizing the delicate balance of protecting the village's heritage. Together, their voices mingled with the rustling autumn leaves, weaving a tapestry of history and hope. Side by side, they studied the map anew, their fingers tracing the faded lines until a path emerged, leading to an ancient tree marked by a symbol matching Leela's wooden locket. A newfound purpose sparked within her, fueling their onward journey. As they walked beneath the canopy, Jasper's keen eyes caught a subtle trail of glowing leaves scattered gently along the forest floor. The luminous path lit their way, casting dancing shadows among the towering trunks. They soon arrived at the ancient tree, its bark deeply engraved with runes identical to those etched onto both the box and Leela's cherished locket. The tree seemed alive, its presence commanding and timeless. Carefully, Leela placed the wooden box into a hollow in the tree's trunk. Immediately, a soft golden light pulsed from within, illuminating the runes and sending a warm glow into the surrounding woods. In response to the light, the dense fog that had lingered throughout the forest began to lift, unveiling a breathtaking vista beyond the trees. The landscape stretched out like a hidden treasure waiting to be rediscovered. Without warning, Willow swooped down silently from above, her striking amber eyes meeting Leela's before she gently dropped a small key into her open hand. Then, with a flutter, the wise owl vanished back into the twilight. Leela's fingers trembled slightly as she found the key perfectly fit a hidden compartment in the wooden box. Opening, it revealed an old photograph, yellowed with time yet filled with smiling faces beneath the very same ancient tree. The photograph showed ancestors of Leela gathered together during an autumn festival, their joy captured in the golden light of the past. It was a poignant glimpse into a lineage deeply rooted in Bramblewood's traditions. A gentle warmth spread through Leela's chest, a quiet acknowledgement of her connection to this history and the forest's enduring spirit. She felt the weight and wonder of legacy settle within her heart. Suddenly, distant sounds, soft music and laughter, echoed through the forest, as if carried on the breeze from another time. The melody stirred memories of celebrations long past, filling the night with a renewed sense of magic. Mr. Thornberry explained that once a year, the village held a festival celebrating the forest's magic every autumn, a cherished tradition now forgotten by many. The stories he shared painted vivid pictures of joy, community, and reverence for nature's gifts. Inspired by these revelations, Leela felt a newfound sense of purpose burgeoning within her, to revive the festival and ensure the spirit of Bramblewood lived on. Her resolve was as steady as the glowing lanterns surrounding them. Together, they began gathering offerings from the forest floor, fallen leaves, pine cones, and bright berries, each piece a token of nature's bounty and part of the celebration to come. Their hands moved with joyful intent, crafting the foundation of a new tradition. Returning to the village, Leela and Mr. Thornberry excitedly shared their discoveries with the townsfolk. Sparked by their enthusiasm, a wave of curiosity and anticipation blossomed among the community. Villagers eagerly began crafting decorations and lanterns inspired by the forest's beauty and the ancient symbols rediscovered. The air buzzed with creative energy, and the soft glow of lantern light promised a festival unlike any other. Leela took charge of organizing the festival's layout, using the glowing leaves found by Jasper to guide visitors along winding village paths. The illuminated trail promised to lead everyone safely through the magical evening. Meanwhile, Jasper darted playfully between the lantern-lit trees, chasing children's laughter and weaving joy through the gathering crowds. His cheerful antics brought smiles and warmth to the crisp autumn night. From her high perch, Willow watched quietly over the village, her striking amber eyes reflecting every glowing lantern below. Her presence was a comforting emblem of wisdom and protection throughout the festivities. The festival officially began with music and laughter echoing through the crisp air, mingling with the warm aromas of spiced apple cider. The village came alive, wrapped in the enchantment of the moment and the promise of a cherished tradition renewed. Leela donned her earth-toned dress, the carved wooden locket resting close to her heart and shining softly under the lantern light. Surrounded by the vibrant celebration, she felt more connected than ever to her heritage and the magic of Bramblewood. As the festival reached its peak, the ancient tree suddenly glowed with a warm, magical light that bathed the entire village in a soft amber hue. The shimmering glow seemed to pulse in harmony with the falling autumn leaves, as if the tree itself was blessing Bramblewood and its inhabitants. Leela stepped beneath the ancient tree, her earth-toned clothes blending with the surroundings, and felt an overwhelming presence of generations who had celebrated here before her. She closed her eyes briefly, sensing the joyous spirits of ancestors swirling around, celebrating together in the cool autumn air. Around her, the villagers formed a wide circle, their faces lit by glowing lanterns and filled with smiles and stories. They shared memories of the forest's wonders, their voices woven together by the forest's enduring spirit that connected them all across time. Curled contentedly at Leela's feet, Jasper purred softly, his white chest patch gleaming faintly in the lantern light. The peaceful atmosphere around them made his cheerful nature even more evident as he basked in the comforting embrace of the celebration. Mr. Thornberry, wearing his trademark green tweed vest, smiled warmly as he watched Leela, sensing that the time had come. He felt proud to pass on the guardianship of the forest's sacred secrets to her, knowing the tradition would continue in capable hands. High above, Willow watched with striking amber eyes, her soft hoot resonating through the night. The gentle call symbolized the deepening bond between the natural world and the village community, a quiet assurance that harmony would endure. As night deepened, rows of lanterns illuminated the villagers' faces, casting a glow that reflected hope, warmth, and unity. Each handcrafted wooden lantern seemed to hold a small piece of the forest's magic, brightening the darkening sky. Silent amidst the soft murmurs of the crowd, Leela whispered a heartfelt promise to protect Bramblewood's magic and keep its traditions alive forever. Her voice carried a quiet determination as the carved wooden locket hung close to her heart, a symbol of her new role. The festival slowly waned with a final heartfelt song, its notes echoing beneath the stars and through the rustling autumn leaves. The melody wove past the glowing lanterns and into the night, a lasting tribute to the village's enduring spirit. With Jasper trotting happily beside her, Leela walked home beneath the gentle glow of the remaining lanterns. The peaceful future ahead felt illuminated not just by light, but by love, tradition, and the magic of Bramblewood's ever-watchful forest. Emma rushed into the bakery, just as the morning sun began to warm the sleepy town. She clutched a crumpled envelope, her heart pounding with anticipation and worry. Behind the counter, Mr. Jenkins smiled, wiping his hands on his apron. "You're early today," he said warmly. Emma nodded, her voice barely above a whisper. "I lost a letter I was supposed to send yesterday. It's really important." Mr. Jenkins raised an eyebrow, leaning in. "Lost it outside." "I think so. I was walking here and it must have slipped out of my bag. Emma replied, eyes darting nervously. He reached under the counter and pulled out a small pile of papers. We keep all found things here for a day, just in case. Emma's heart leapt. She sifted through the papers, but the letter wasn't there. Disappointed, she sat down at a corner table, the weight of failure pressing down. Just then, a soft chime echoed through the shop as the door opened again. An elderly woman entered, her eyes twinkling behind thick glasses. She shuffled forward, holding out a folded envelope. "Is this what you're looking for, dear? I found it on the bench outside." Emma took it, relief flooding her face. "Thank you so much." The woman chuckled. "Sometimes the town looks out for us, even when we're not paying attention." Emma carefully inspected the letter. It was still intact, ready to be sent. She smiled at Mr. Jenkins. "I'm so grateful. This means everything to me." He shrugged modestly. "We all need a little help sometimes." Emma stepped outside, the letter safely in hand, ready to deliver what mattered most. As the sun climbed higher, the town felt just a bit warmer, its kindness shining through small, unexpected moments. Emma whispered to herself, "Sometimes, losing something leads you to find even more." At the stroke of midnight, Emma heard a soft knock on her apartment door. Curious and cautious, she approached slowly, peeking through the peephole. There was no one there, but a cold breeze whispered through the hallway. Suddenly, a shadow flickered in the corner of her eye near the staircase. Emma blinked, and a translucent figure of a young woman appeared, shimmering faintly. "Don't be afraid," the spirit whispered, voice like the wind through autumn leaves. Emma's heart pounded, but she found herself nodding, unable to look away. "I'm called Leela," the apparition said. "I need your help to find peace." Leela explained she was trapped between worlds, bound by a forgotten promise. Emma felt an unexpected warmth, despite the ghostly chill around her. "What promise?" Emma asked, determined to uncover the truth. Leela told her about a lost locket buried beneath the old oak tree in the park nearby. Without hesitation, Emma grabbed her coat and followed the spirit into the night. Under the silver moonlight, they reached the gnarled tree, roots tangled like secrets. Emma dug through the cool earth, fingers brushing against metal, a delicate locket. As she lifted it, Leela's form brightened, the sorrow in her eyes starting to fade. "Thank you," Leela said softly. "Now I can finally rest." With a gentle smile, the ghostly figure dissolved into a shower of twinkling lights. Emma stood alone, heart full, the cold night now feeling warm and inviting. From that night onward, her apartment door never echoed with mystery, just peace. In the lively mountain village, Lyra pores over ancient maps by candlelight, the faint glow of her star tattoo casting a gentle light on the parchment. Her emerald eyes trace symbols, searching for clues hidden in the worn pages. Brahm arrives quietly, placing a small glowing crystal shard into Lyra's hand, urging her with a grave tone to seek the lost celestial compass before it falls into the wrong hands. The shard's blue glow pulses softly, mirroring the ancient star on her wrist. Tico, the silver-furred fox-like creature, playfully paws at the shard, the blue light reflecting vividly in his bright eyes. The wooden dagger at his side gleams faintly as he circles around excitedly. Lyra methodically packs essentials into a leather satchel embossed with the celestial compass symbol, fastening it securely. Her tattoo pulses subtly, as though anticipating the journey ahead. Whispers ripple through the village. The Shadow Order, hidden behind their unyielding silver masks and dark cloaks, are rumored to be searching for the same artifact. The urgency grows, tangled with fear in the villagers' hushed voices. Under a canopy of rustling leaves, Lyra, Brahm, and Tico step into the dense forest, the earth crunching beneath their boots. The warm earth tones of the village fade as cool blues begin to tint the surrounding shadows. They stumble upon a carved stone marker, ancient and weathered, etched with the celestial compass emblem. The symbol seems to pulse faintly in resonance with the shard's glow. Night descends, and an eerie silence envelops the forest. Lyra's tattoo pulses brighter, sending a subtle guiding light that steadies the group's wavering steps. Suddenly, cloaked figures, the Shadow Order, emerge silently between the trees, their silver masks reflecting the shard's blue light. Their presence chills the air and tightens the group's resolve. Lyra narrowly avoids a sudden ambush. Her satchel is torn in the scuffle, but the crystal shard remains clutched tightly in her grasp. Heart pounding, she retreats into the shadows. Brahm quickly tends to a minor wound on Lyra's arm, his voice low and grave as he warns that the Order's desperation is growing dangerously close. The tension weighs heavily on them all. Tico's sharp nose twitches, detecting faint magical traces lingering in the thick forest air. He follows the scent confidently, sensing a trail that leads deeper into the unknown. They cross a rickety bridge spanning a misty ravine, shadows lurking just beneath the damp planks. Each step echoes ominously, the cold blue hues deepening the foreboding atmosphere. The group discovers ancient ruins covered in star motifs, with the compass symbol boldly carved into a stone altar at the center. The shard's glow intensifies, resonating with the ancient stone. Lyra carefully places the crystal shard on the altar. The ground trembles beneath them, and a hidden passageway yawns open, revealing a downward path shrouded in darkness. Descending cautiously, they find themselves inside a cavern alive with glowing crystals pulsating rhythmically like a heartbeat. The cool blue light bathes the chamber in an ethereal glow. Lyra feels a strange connection as her tattoo flares brightly. Drawn irresistibly, she reaches toward a central crystal sphere that seems to hum with ancient energy. Without warning, the Shadow Order blocks their exit, daggers drawn and gleaming menacingly in the flickering torchlight. Their masked faces reveal nothing but cold intent. Brahm steps forward to negotiate, offering his knowledge in exchange for the compass's power. The Order's silence and refusal make clear they will accept nothing less than total control. Taking advantage of the moment, Tico slips agilely between the masked figure's legs, sowing confusion and allowing the trio to slip away amidst the chaos. They flee deeper into the twisting cave, chased by shadows and the echo of relentless footsteps. The air grows colder, and their breath hangs in the silvery light. The path forks and Lyra hesitates, her tattoo's subtle glow pulling her toward the left tunnel. Trusting the ancient star's guidance, she leads the way with cautious hope. The group uncovers an ancient library carved into solid rock walls, filled with star charts and celestial texts that shimmer faintly under Lyra's touch. The compass symbol recurs on many scrolls and carvings. Lyra deciphers a prophecy foretelling the compass's power to align entire worlds, heightening the stakes of their quest. The ancient star on her wrist pulses urgently as she absorbs the weight of destiny. Suddenly, a cave-in blocks the path behind them, forcing the group forward into the unknown depths of the cavern. The cool blue shadows deepen, and the adventure grows more perilous with every step. Brahm traces his fingers over ancient inscriptions carved into the cavern walls, reading warnings about a guardian bound to protect the resting place of the celestial compass. The glyphs shimmer faintly under the torchlight, hinting at formidable trials ahead. Lyra's confident strides falter as she glances down at the ancient star tattoo on her wrist, which dims softly. The fleeting uncertainty unsettles her, a rare crack in her otherwise fierce determination. Before them looms a massive stone door, its surface alive with moving celestial patterns that shift and reconfigure like constellations. The colors transition from warm earth tones to cool blues, reflecting the deepening mystery. Tico scampers around the door's base, sniffing and pawing at scattered gravel. His keen eyes catch a nearly invisible pressure plate concealed beneath the stones, a subtle but crucial mechanism. With a deliberate press of the plate, the colossal door rumbles open, revealing a chamber bathed in ethereal blue light that pulses like a heartbeat. At the chamber's center floats the celestial compass, a radiant star-shaped artifact encased within a translucent crystal shell that pulses softly with an inner glow. As Lyra reaches out, a surge of energy courses through her veins, and visions of converging worlds flash before her eyes, leaving her breathless and awed. Suddenly, the silence shatters as the Shadow Order bursts into the chamber, their silver masks catching the light, and shimmering blades raised in tense standoff. Brahm raises his voice, calling for parley, proposing they share the compass's power to avert the looming disaster threatened by their conflict. An Order leader steps forward, briefly removing their mask to reveal a youthful face marked by fervent zeal, eyes burning with dangerous conviction. Lyra pleads with them, invoking their shared sense of duty and warning that greed will only lead to ruin for all involved. Without warning, the chamber trembles violently. From the stardust above, a colossal celestial lion materializes, its body shimmering with cosmic energy as the Guardian awakens. The lion's mighty roar reverberates through the astrological ceiling, forcing the Shadow Order to scatter defensively amidst falling star fragments. Quickly, Lyra leads Brahm and Tycho in dodging the Guardians' astral claws and swirling beams of starlight, their movements synchronized and desperate. Recognizing the compass's power harmonizes with the Guardian's essence, Lyra extends her hand, the ancient star on her wrist now glowing fiercely in response. The celestial lion pauses, then slowly lowers its majestic head, accepting Lyra's genuine intent and calming the chamber's chaos. The Shadow Order retreats, their respect for the Guardian's judgment clear though their vow to continue their pursuit remains unshaken. With reverence, Lyra claims the compass. Its crystal core pulses rhythmically, now perfectly in sync with the steady glow of her tattoo. Suddenly, the chamber groans and the walls begin to collapse, forcing the trio to make a swift escape through a corridor illuminated by cascading stars. Outside, dawn breaks over the forest canopy, the celestial compass's radiant light blending seamlessly with the soft glow of the rising sun. Back in the village, Lyra studies the compass carefully, Brahm by her side, guiding her through its enigmatic secrets and ancient inscriptions. Meanwhile, Tycho scouts the surrounding woods, his sharp eyes spotting fresh tracks and signs of the Shadow Order's renewed pursuit. Lyra feels a powerful throb beneath her skin as the ancient star tattoo pulses with newfound strength, hinting at deeper, untapped abilities awaiting discovery. A mysterious scholar visits the village, sharing hushed tales of past wielders of the compass and the hidden dangers intertwined with its immense power. Resolved and determined, Lyra vows to protect the celestial compass, knowing full well that her journey and the challenges it holds have only just begun. Suddenly, the celestial compass pulses with radiant energy, casting a bright blue light that unveils a hidden map floating midair. The glowing symbols and lines shimmer as the map details points scattered across the heavens, previously invisible to Lyra's eyes. The mysterious map reveals locations of powerful celestial convergence points, each demanding urgent attention and intervention. Lyra senses that these sites are critical to balancing the cosmic forces and preventing looming chaos. Determined, Lyra seeks out allies who bear marks resembling her ancient star tattoo, discovering others chosen by fate. Their shared insignias hint at a larger destiny intertwined with the celestial compass and the mysteries they are about to face. With camaraderie forged, the group readies themselves for a voyage beyond their known world, guided steadfastly by the compass's radiant glow. Their preparations balance anticipation and solemn resolve as they brace for the unknown. Brahm offers his final counsel, urging Lyra to place trust not only in the celestial compass, but also in her own instincts and heart. His seasoned wisdom imbues her with confidence to face the challenges ahead. As the sun sets, Lyra and her newfound companions embark under a night sky adorned with shimmering star patterns. The cool blues of twilight mix with the compass's glow, marking the beginning of their epic journey. Navigating through surreal celestial storms and vast cosmic vistas, the compass guides their path unerringly. Each trial deepens their bond and understanding of the forces governing the stars. Lyra's ancient star tattoo pulses and blazes even brighter, a vivid sign of unity between her spirit and the celestial powers surrounding them. This luminous connection emboldens the group as they approach their quest's most critical juncture. Emerging on the horizon lies a new realm, its mysterious beauty promising adventure, revelations, and daunting challenges. The blue tones of the landscape echo the compass's light, inviting exploration and discovery. Resolute and unwavering, Lyra stands clutching the celestial compass, ready to shape a fate intricately woven among the stars. Her journey culminates here, poised to influence the cosmic balance forever. Clara's breath froze in the air as the evening fog swallowed the quiet town square. At the edge of the square, an old clock tower told eerily out of sync, its face cracked and eyes hollow. She whispered to herself, this was never supposed to be alive, as shadows twisted at the corners of her vision. The clock hands spun backward suddenly, the chimes echoing like a call from another time. An invisible pull guided Clara to the tower's ancient wooden door, which creaked open with a breathless sigh. Inside, the air hummed, thick with stories long forgotten, and the floor was littered with dust and faded pages. She stepped carefully, eyes drawn to a glowing hourglass suspended midair, sand swirling upward instead of down. A voice like wind through chimes whispered, "Turn time, and see what should not be lost." The world around her blurred. Colors bleeding as scenes from the town's past flickered like old film. She saw the founder of the town, a misunderstood seeker of truth, trapped within the tower's curse. The clock tower was a prison, binding him between moments, his story never told. Determined, Clara reached forward and touched the hourglass, feeling a pulse of ancient power. Time slowed and then exploded into motion, memories flooding the room like a floodlight. She watched as the founder stepped quietly through the mist, free at last from his invisible chains. The clock hands resumed their normal turn, chiming softly as peace settled over the tower. Clara smiled, the fog lifting as dawn's first light painted golden streaks across the square. "Sometimes," she said gently, "all it takes is a single moment to set things right." She turned from the tower, footsteps light, carrying with her the quiet magic of a story reclaimed. As she disappeared down the morning street, the town seemed to breathe anew, alive with whispered thanks. And somewhere, just beyond the mist, the clock's steady tick reminded the world that some mysteries sleep only until the right time. Under a heavy twilight sky, Mara walks cautiously through the quiet village street, her eyes darting nervously at shadows cast by the failing street lamps. The fading light deepens the ominous mood as her scar pulses faintly, a subtle reminder of the power tied to her. At the aged bookshop, Mara meets Elias, whose piercing blue eyes glint with unspoken knowledge. He hands her an ancient leather-bound book that pulsing faintly with blue light, hinting at secrets long concealed. Mara opens the book, revealing cryptic writings describing a shimmering mist known as the Veil, said to hide unseen realms just beyond the mortal eye. The words seem to shift on the pages, deepening the mystery surrounding the mist's true nature. Suddenly, the room's light dims as a faint mist swirls outside the shop window, its colors undulating and forms shifting eerily. Mara's scar reacts subtly, throbbing as if in resonance with the haunting presence. Stepping outside, Mara catches sight of fleeting figures within the mist, their outlines appearing and vanishing with ghostly speed. The sensation is both chilling and compelling, drawing her attention despite the growing unease. From behind Mara appears Leora, her glowing amber eyes fixed on the veil as she tightly clasps the delicate silver necklace around her neck. The necklace's subtle shine contrasts with the growing darkness surrounding them. Leora's voice is low and urgent as she whispers of the veil's increasing strength and an impending danger looming over the village. Her warning hangs heavy in the air, fraught with an ominous tension. Mara's scar pulses with a faint, awakening rhythm, seemingly stirred by Leora's presence and the swirling mist outside. A magnetic force connects Mara more deeply to the supernatural threat closing around them. Elias explains gravely that the veil is a bridge between their world and a forgotten realm, whose chaotic merging threatens to engulf their village entirely. His words underscore the gravity of the threat they face together. Determined, Mara resolves to explore the village outskirts where the veil's mist thickens most. Clutching the ancient book and eyes fixed on Leora's necklace, she steels herself for what lies ahead. At the boundary, Mara observes flickering silhouettes trapped and calling for release within the dense veil. Their desperation intensifies the urgency of her quest as ghostly hands seem to reach for her in silence. Without warning, the mist convulses and surges forward in an attempt to pull Mara into its depths, her scar igniting with fierce, burning intensity. The veil's power threatens to overwhelm her, testing her resolve. Leora reacts swiftly, grabbing Mara's hand and projecting a calming glow from the silver necklace that soothes the searing pain. The light creates a fragile shield against the veil's relentless grasp. Elias issues a dire warning. Only by breaking the binding curse that ensnares them all can they prevent the veil from consuming the village whole. The stakes rise sharply, leaving no option but to confront the unknown curse. Resolute, Mara vows to seek the source of the curse deep within the forgotten forest beyond the village's edge. Her determination fuels her forward despite the growing shadow cast by the veil. Entering the ancient forest, Mara feels the palpable presence of the veil intensify, its shifting shapes entwining among gnarled trees. The eerie whispers and pulsating air immerse her in a realm straddling reality and the unknown. Her fingers brush over cryptic symbols carved into the bark, which flares softly when illuminated by the book's ethereal light. The carvings hint at forgotten knowledge and deeper connections to the veil's mystery. A sudden chorus of whispering voices guides Mara into a shadowed clearing, where the earth itself pulses with ethereal energy beneath her feet. The atmosphere is thick with unseen power, amplifying the tensions surrounding her quest. From within the mist, the veil coils into a serpentine shape that sways and beckons Mara with haunting melodies. Its hypnotic lure threatens to draw her deeper into a perilous and unknown domain. Struggling against the allure, Mara summons Elias's counsel, focusing on the steady pulse of her scar as a tether to her own reality. This fragile anchor steadies her amidst the mist's deceptive embrace. Leora emerges again, revealing she can harness partial control over the veil through the power of her silver necklace. Together, they forge a cautious alliance to navigate the treacherous mist. The trio follows twisting tendrils of the veil to an ancient stone altar half engulfed by creeping roots, a relic long forgotten by time. Its presence signifies a possible key to unraveling the curse binding them. Carved into the altar's worn surface is an inscription recounting a forgotten pact between the villagers and a realm beyond the veil. The weight of history presses upon them as Mara prepares to read aloud. As Mara recites the ancient words, a surge pulses through the clearing, causing the scar on her cheek to glow with radiant intensity. The veil's mist thickens suddenly, its shape erupting with newfound fury. In an instant, the mist separates Mara from her companions, engulfing her in a cold, suffocating embrace. She is left isolated within the veil's grasp, the true danger and mystery deepening around her. Inside the veil, Mara's surroundings shift, revealing ghostly figures tethered by shadows of fear and sorrow. Each trapped spirit flickers with fragments of their past lives, their faces etched with despair and longing. The air hums with the weight of memories bound by an ancient curse that holds them captive. As Mara's gaze settles, she recognizes some faces among the trapped souls, including a young woman whose features mirror Leora's in a time long gone. This spectral resemblance deepens the mystery and hints at a connection spanning generations. The silver necklace glimmers faintly, resonating with the vision. Desperate to reach them, Mara strains to communicate through the swirling mist, her voice barely a whisper against the veil's murmurs. She seeks a thread of hope, any sign that the spirits can be freed from their eternal prison. Each attempt shakes the veil, revealing fragile glimpses of forgotten trust. Meanwhile, Elias pores over the ancient leather-bound book beneath the clearing's wan light. His eyes scan arcane scripts until he uncovers a vital truth. The curse can only be undone by rekindling the forgotten trust that once bound the living and the spirits. The knowledge brings both hope and urgency to the moment. Leora steps forward, holding her silver necklace tightly as it emits a delicate, luminous beacon that pierces the veil's dense folds. The soft light guides Mara, pulling her back from the abyss toward the safety of the clearing. The necklace's glow becomes a fragile lifeline amid the encompassing mist. Emerging once more, Mara carries with her a fierce determination, the weight of both realms pressing on her. She resolves to unite the living villagers and the forgotten souls trapped within the veil. This newfound purpose ignites a spark of hope against the encroaching darkness. Gathered beneath the ancient altar, Mara, Elias, and Leora commence a ritual invoking the sacred pact that once protected both worlds. But as their voices rise, the veil reacts unpredictably, the energies surging uncontrollably. Instead of peace, a violent storm of mist and shadow engulfs the clearing, threatening to unravel their efforts. The trees surrounding them shudder violently, roots twisting like serpents into the earth. Shadowy figures emerge, swirling with the turbulent mist as it spreads rapidly toward the nearby village. The atmosphere thickens with impending danger, and every breath feels charged with ominous power. Mara's scar pulses fiercely, each throb accompanied by sharp waves of pain that blur her vision between the physical and spirit worlds. The connection she shares with the veil intensifies, making it harder to distinguish reality from the haunting apparitions. She steadies herself against the mounting assault of sensations. Elias moves swiftly to shield Leora from sudden bursts of ethereal light shards that erupt unpredictably from the altar. The fragments shimmer dangerously, slicing through the shadows even as they threaten the children's safety. His protective stance shows his resolve amidst the chaos surrounding them. Through the tempest, a translucent figure materializes, a spectral elder cloaked in ancient robes, eyes piercing with timeless knowledge. The elder warns that the pack's betrayal was neither distant nor abstract. It was recent and deeply personal. Their voice resonates with a grave urgency, shaking the gathering to its core. Mara's heart clenches as realization dawns. The origin of the curse is entwined with her own lineage and the scar etched on her cheek. The painful truth reveals that an ancestral promise, tethered to her family, was broken, casting a shadow she now must face. This revelation deepens the stakes of her mission. Desperation grips the group as the veil swells ominously, its tendrils threatening to envelop the entire forest and village beyond. The very air trembles with a suffocating energy, signaling that time is running out. The fragile hope they clung to seems on the verge of collapse. In the midst of turmoil, the spectral elder extends an ancient ring embedded with cryptic runes toward Mara. They speak in riddles about reconciliation, calling it a key to mend the fracturing bond between worlds. The offering feels heavy with meaning, as if the weight of fate rests in Mara's hands. Upon accepting the ring, Leora's necklace flares to life, glowing brighter than it ever has before. The combined light from the two relics casts intricate patterns that ripple through the veil's mist. This harmonious reaction hints at a powerful union of forces forming within their grasp. Armed with the ring upon her finger and Leora's necklace around the child's neck, Mara returns to the altar. Her resolve is steely, ready to amend the broken vow that haunted her bloodline. The air buzzes with anticipation as they prepare for the next attempt at the ritual. As the ritual commences anew, opposing energies surge and clash violently. Mara's scar becomes a glowing conduit, channeling power that radiates through her very being. The struggle between darkness and light manifests physically, the veil writhing in response to the escalating forces. Mara confronts a torrent of painful memories tied to her heritage and the consequences of past betrayals. She embraces responsibility and opens her heart with compassion toward the spirits and villagers alike. This emotional reckoning strengthens her connection to the power she wields. Gradually, the veil's chaotic turmoil begins to abate, its once wild energies calming into a gentle ebb. The mist recedes slowly, revealing faint smiles on the faces of the spirits, signaling their relief and gratitude. A fragile peace takes hold, promising healing across realms. Light breaks through the dense, dark canopy overhead, casting the village's edge into clear view once again. The tension that had gripped the clearing eases palpably, replaced by cautious hope. Nature itself seems to breathe easier as balance is tentatively restored. Unexpectedly, Mara's scar transforms, fading into a luminous silver shimmer that glistens softly on her cheek. This visible change links her unmistakably to the veil's essence, marking her as a bridge between worlds. The transformation is both awe-inspiring and humbling. Leora's necklace and the ancient ring merge their luminescence, stabilizing the fragile connection between the realms. Together, they form a radiant symbol of unity and protection. This synthesis promises ongoing harmony where once there was division. Elias steps forward to reveal that their roles are not mere coincidence, but a destined guardianship. They are charged with balancing the delicate peace between the living and the spirit world. His words underscore the profound responsibility that has been entrusted to them all. Mara feels a profound bond deepen with the freed spirits, now released from torment, yet choosing to linger as vigilant watchers over the village. Their presence is no longer a threat but a blessing, a shared guardianship born from mutual trust. She embraces her new role with quiet strength. The surrounding forest seems to inhale a new breath, alive with a gentle, shimmering mist that no longer menaces but protects. Nature and spirit exist in harmonious balance, secured by the sacrifices and courage of those who dared to believe. Hope glows softly as the veil between worlds settles into peaceful coexistence. Around the warming fire, Mara's voice steadies and the villagers lean in, their apprehension giving way to a deep respect. She recounts the tale of the veil and the sacrifices made to protect both realms. Her words carry the weight of truth, transforming fear into understanding within the gathered crowd. The faint glow on Mara's scar pulses softly in the firelight, a subtle yet constant reminder of her unique bond with the veil's power. This mark, once a symbol of pain, now signifies her duty and strength. It connects her intimately to the mysteries that have shaped the village's fate. In the village square, Leora gathers the children beneath the old oak tree, her amber eyes sparkling with warmth. She teaches them about honoring the ties between their world and those unseen, emphasizing kindness and respect across all boundaries. The silver necklace around her neck catches the sun, symbolizing both hope and continuity. Back in the quiet of the bookshop, Elias returns the ancient leather-bound tome to its sacred place on a high shelf. He closes the book carefully, knowing that the knowledge it holds must be protected for future generations. The tome remains a silent guardian of the legacy they have all safeguarded. From a distance, Mara catches a final glimpse of the forest's edge, where a shimmering gateway flickers with calm, radiant light. The veil there is less a barrier and more a gentle threshold, inviting peace rather than fear. It promises a future where connection and understanding prevail. Feeling the strength of unity and the wisdom gained from recent trials, Mara stands taller and more resolute than ever. Her spirit, intertwined with the power of the veil, is fortified against whatever challenges lie ahead. She embraces her role with confidence and hope. That evening, the village bursts into celebration, a harmonious blend of age-old traditions and newfound reverence for the otherworldly. Music and laughter fill the air, binding the community together in respect and joy. The silver necklace and Mara's scar are honored symbols woven into the festivities. As night falls, stars twinkle vividly above while the mist around the now tranquil trees swirls gently in the cool breeze. The veil's shimmer is soft, casting a luminous glow that comforts the village below. The natural world and the supernatural stand in peaceful coexistence under the vast sky. Mara, Elias, and Leora stand side by side at the hillside, their eyes fixed on the horizon where the worlds gently touch. Each carries a quiet sense of purpose and shared destiny, united by trust and the bonds they've restored. Together, they watch as light from the veil bridges their realities with promise and peace. The story closes as the veil continues to shimmer softly, a luminous bridge of light rather than shadow. It heralds a new era of hope and balance, a testament to courage, unity, and the enduring power of connection. The village, forever changed, embraces this dawn with open hearts. The city skyline stretches beneath a veil of night, its lights flickering like distant stars. Maya stands by her apartment window, her sharp eyes fixed on a television screen broadcasting updates about a chilling missing person case. A sudden knock breaks the silence, and Maya cautiously opens the door to find a plain envelope waiting. Inside, a torn photograph shows her with someone unfamiliar, igniting a spark of unease deep within her. In her cluttered apartment, Maya studies the torn photograph intently, her fingers absent-mindedly brushing against Ava's silver bracelet clasped around her wrist. The image raises more questions than answers, twisting the knot of her thoughts tighter. Far away in a shadowed alley, Leo steps out, leather jacket pulled tight as he speaks quietly on a burner phone. His tense features and guarded tone betray a man burdened with secrets too heavy to share. A flashback reveals Maya and Leo in a dim cafe, voices raised in a heated argument about trust. The room's muted light and their fierce expressions reflect a fractured relationship struggling to survive. On a rooftop gym bathed in the faint glow of the city, Ava's silver bracelet glints as she throws relentless punches. Her athletic form moves with determined purpose, each strike echoing unspoken resolve. In a stark office space, Elias peers intently at grainy security footage, his round glasses catching the pale light. His eyes narrow on a figure clad in a leather jacket, the tension in his stern face growing more palpable. The crowded marketplace hums with life as Maya leans close to Ava, whispering urgently about a clandestine alliance. Amid the noise, their words carry the weight of fragile trust built on shared secrets. On a rain-slick sidewalk, shards of shattered glass lie scattered. Maya steps carefully over the fragments, the broken pieces a silent reflection of the fractured loyalties entwining their fates. Hidden in the shadows, Leo watches Maya with narrowed, calculating eyes. His leather jacket shifts slightly in the dim light, signaling readiness for what might come next. Determined, Maya traces the torn photograph's origins to an abandoned warehouse at the city's outskirts. The building looms like a silent witness to truths yet uncovered, its darkness inviting danger. In a secluded corner, Ava retrieves a small flash drive from a concealed dead drop. Her glances around are swift and nervous, the silver bracelet flashing briefly as tension coils tightly around her. Elias confronts Leo in a quiet bar, their conversation thick with unresolved grievances. The air between them is charged, every word heavy with past betrayals and unspoken threats. Maya grips an old rotary phone, the soft ticking of a clock growing louder in the background. Her whispered words carry urgency, time slipping away as shadows deepen around her. Suddenly, an explosion erupts at the warehouse Maya had been investigating, flames licking the night sky. The blast shatters the calm, echoing like a frantic heartbeat through the city streets. Leo escapes the fiery chaos, clutching his leather jacket tightly, disappearing into the darkness with practiced agility. The night swallows him whole, leaving only questions in his wake. Maya tends to minor burns, her determination hardening as she stares into the unfolding mystery. Pain sharpens her resolve. She vows to uncover the truth no matter the cost. Back in her apartment, Ava's silver bracelet catches a stray beam of light as she opens a locked briefcase silently. Inside lies secrets that could unravel everything they thought they knew. Under the cold glow of a desk lamp, Elias studies a fragment of the torn photograph through his magnifying glass. His expression darkens as pieces of a larger, more sinister puzzle begin to fit together. Meyer and Ava move stealthily through a government building under cover of night, their senses heightened. Every shadow seems alive, every step carries the weight of potential exposure. Leo's voice is low and urgent as he speaks into a burner phone, mentioning the lost files. Each whispered word pulls him deeper into the web of hidden agendas. The camera focuses on a ticking clock striking midnight, shadows creeping slowly across its face. The relentless passage of time presses on, amplifying the growing urgency of their mission. At an office computer, Meyer uncovers an encrypted folder titled Project Shard. Her fingers hesitate over the keyboard, aware that opening it might change everything. Trapped behind sliding metal doors, Ava works desperately to unlock them, the silver bracelet gleaming faintly in the confined space. The ticking clock reverberates, mirroring the pounding in her chest. In a narrow alley, Leo battles two attackers with swift, precise moves, his leather jacket twisting as he strikes. Each moment is a dangerous dance, survival hinging on perfect timing and relentless determination. Maya's fingers flew over her keyboard, the encrypted files slowly unraveling under her sharp gaze. A hidden connection emerged. Elias was entangled in the conspiracy more deeply than anyone had suspected. The weight of this revelation pressed down as the ticking clock echoed in the background, urging her onward. In the dead of night, Elias slipped into a secure vault, his face set in determined concentration. He retrieved a locked box etched with a shattered glass emblem, the symbol of fractured trust. His movements were precise, betraying no hint of the storm about to break loose. Ava lunged towards the exit just as alarms erupted, the wailing sirens slicing through the dim corridors. Her silver bracelet caught the light as she sprinted, every heartbeat synchronized with the urgent ticking sound nearby. She vanished into the shadowed maze, a ghost fleeing imminent capture. On a rain-slicked rooftop, Meyer and Leo came face to face, tension radiating between them like static electricity. Words were scarce, their silence heavy with suspicion and reluctant acceptance. After a brief pause, their eyes locked, forging an uneasy alliance under the bleak city skies. They huddled around a flickering screen, watching security footage reveal Ava's secret meeting with a shadowy figure in broad daylight. The scene contrasted sharply with the urban darkness surrounding them, heightening the stakes. Unseen threads of betrayal began to weave tighter between them all. Maya grabbed a city map, her pen strafing across it as she marked several key locations tied to Project Shard. Each mark a clue, a puzzle piece of a sinister plot that stretched through the city's veins. The ticking clock again underscored the mounting urgency surrounding their discovery. Leo rolled up his sleeve, revealing a hidden tattoo of a broken clock etched onto his wrist. The shattered timepiece symbolized all he had lost and the precious time slipping away. It was a quiet confession beneath the constant metallic sheen of his leather jacket. In a luxurious penthouse bathed in cool shadows, Ava confronted Elias, her fingers gripping her silver bracelet tightly. Her voice cracked with a mix of anger and desperation as she demanded answers. Elias's eyes, behind round glasses, remained unflinching, calculating every word to deflect her charge. Suddenly, the city plunged into darkness as a power outage swept across the skyline. Sirens blared in the distance, a chaotic symphony that meshed with the urgent ticking in the background. The abrupt night deepened the mystery and unsettled everyone caught in its grip. Maya slipped into a crowded nightclub, her gaze sharp as she scanned the chaotic scene for a coded message hidden in plain sight. The pulsing lights cast fractured shadows reminiscent of shattered glass, mirroring the broken trust she sought to mend. Every minute counted as the clock ticked relentlessly on. Beneath the nightclub, Leo expertly picked the lock to a secret door, revealing a dimly lit passage that smelled of secrets long concealed. The narrow corridor whispered echoes of untold betrayals and silent alliances. Leo's steady breathing barely disturbed the fragile calm as he led the way onward. Ava traced a trail of torn photographs, each fragment fluttering like a ghost of the past, leading her to an underground storage facility. The place was cloaked in eerie stillness, shadows dancing across the cold walls like shattered reflections. Her silver bracelet felt heavier, charged with the weight of discovery. From a distance, Elias observed with a stern face partly obscured by shadows, his eyes sharp and relentless. Every move on the chessboard was calculated, the ticking clock matching the rhythm of his ruthless mind. He waited patiently, a predator concealed within the urban darkness. Inside the facility, Meyer and Leo discovered a sprawling wall covered in photographs connected by taut strings. Names, places, dates, all tied together in a sprawling web revealing the breadth of the conspiracy. The sight was overwhelming, but clarity gleamed through the chaos under the low, flickering light. Ava's fingers found a hidden key embedded within her silver bracelet, twisting it to reveal a secret compartment. The revelation was both shocking and empowering, a symbol of secrets kept close at hand. The ticking clock outside seemed to pause in reverence to this newfound treasure. Suddenly, guards burst through the door, and chaos exploded into a frantic chase through narrow, labyrinthine corridors. Hearts pounded in time with the ticking clock as Maya, Ava, and Leo darted through the shadows. Every step was weighed by desperation, and the shimmer of shattered trust trailing behind them. Maya fumbled for a flare, igniting it to throw a sudden burst of light into the darkness. The corridor flickered in fiery oranges and reds, temporarily blinding their pursuers. The flare's glow reflected off broken glass shards scattered across the floor, illuminating their narrow escape route. At a crucial junction, Leo barred the doorway with his body, turning back the onrushing guards. His sacrifice bought precious seconds, the steady ticking in the background echoing his fading heartbeat. Meyer and Ava hesitated only briefly before racing toward their helicopter escape. Meyer and Ava reached a rooftop where a helicopter waited, its windows fractured like broken glass reflecting the city's neon veins. The hum of the rotors mixed with the relentless ticking, underscoring the urgency of their flight. Behind them, the city lay fractured, but not yet defeated. From their aerial vantage point, Maya spotted Elias below, furiously coordinating a final move on his digital tablet. His posture radiated cold intensity, timed perfectly with the accelerating tick of the clock. The last act of the conspiracy was about to unfold under the dim urban glow. Maya's hand trembled as she called Leo's phone, the faint ringing audible through twisted debris below. Hope flickered amid despair. He might still be trapped but alive. The ticking clock seemed to slow in that fragile moment of suspense. Using the bracelet's hidden key, Ava activated a secret safe embedded in the rooftop wall, revealing critical evidence buried within. Papers and small devices spilled out, each piece a testament to the dangerous truths they'd unearthed. The ticking clock tightened the noose around their pursuers. Elias sat before multiple screens, preparing to upload classified data to an unknown recipient. The intensity of the ticking clock grew deafening, each second dragging the city closer to disaster. His fingers danced across the keyboard with ruthless purpose. Maya's fingers flew across her laptop, hacking into Elias's system remotely, a desperate attempt to intercept the dangerous transmission. The digital battle unfolded against a backdrop of relentless ticking and fractured trust. Failure was not an option. Too much depended on her success. Ava's sharp eyes decoded a complex cipher, revealing the location of a hidden bunker beneath the city. This underground refuge held secrets vital to exposing the conspiracy's core. With the ticking clock echoing faintly, the trio prepared for their final descent into darkness. Meyer and Ava moved silently through the dim corridors of the bunker, the flickering screens casting erratic shadows on their faces. Ahead, Elias stood framed by the glow of a control panel, his stern gaze unflinching as they approached. The urgency of the ticking clock echoed softly, pressing upon their nerves as they prepared for confrontation. Elias's voice was calm, but edged with desperation, as he confessed the truth behind the conspiracy. Controlling information was never about power alone. It was a means to prevent chaos, born from fear of losing control over a world spiraling into uncertainty. His motives were complicated, rooted in a hope to preserve order amidst mounting threats. Suddenly, Leo appeared, his leather jacket torn and smeared with grime but unmistakably present. With practiced efficiency, he disabled the nearby security systems, the screens flickering into darkness and giving Maya and Ava the advantage they needed. His battered but alive presence reignited their resolve in the dim bunker's oppressive air. Maya held up the torn photograph, fragments of past ties aching between them. She confronted Elias with the painful revelation, a betrayal intertwined not just with their mission, but with their shared histories. The broken image mirrored the fractured trust that had driven them to this moment. Silence hung thick as the standoff stretched on, tension crackling like static around them. Then, without warning, the bunker's ceiling groaned and collapsed, debris and dust engulfing the space in a sudden chaos. The ticking clock's rhythm intensified, marking the terrifying urgency of their escape. Shards of glass shattered around them, glinting ominously as they navigated the crumbling bunker. The relentless ticking grew louder, a visceral reminder of the fleeting time to flee the collapsing stronghold. Every step was a struggle against falling debris and the threat of entrapment. Outside, the first light of dawn painted the city skyline with hues of orange and pink. Their silhouettes stood together, framed against the awakening world, breathing deeply as the night's trials receded. The urban backdrop glimmered in the new day, offering a fragile promise of renewal. Meyer and Leo exchanged a glance, the weight of their fractured loyalties dissolving in the shared trials they had endured. Words were unnecessary as understanding passed silently between them, mending old wounds with tentative hope. Their alliance was reforged, stronger and more genuine than before. Ava's hand tightened around her silver bracelet, the cool metal grounding her amid uncertain futures. Her eyes scanned the horizon, reflective and cautious, but carrying a spark of hope. The bracelet, once just an accessory, now symbolized resilience and the unbroken spirit of their group. In the final moment, shards of broken glass caught the rising sun's light, scattering reflections across the bustling streets. The protagonists melted into the city's flow, their past struggles etched in fractures, but overshadowed by newly forged alliances. The dawn marked not just an end, but a beginning carved from shattered trust and reclaimed loyalties. Morning sunlight spills gently into Sarah's cozy apartment as she wraps a vintage scarf around her neck, its soft fabric comforting her. The familiar ritual steadies her for the day ahead, a mixture of hope and uncertainty stirring within. Flipping through her well-worn blue notebook, Sarah studies her sketches and notes, her brow furrowed in concern. The problems she's trying to solve weigh heavily on her mind, each page a testament to her determination. The quiet is broken by Max bursting in, clutching a small mechanical object that gleams under the sunlight. His eyes shine with excitement, eager to share his latest invention that might be the answer Sarah needs. Sarah listens closely as Max explains how his contraption could help with her current dilemma. She leans forward, her worry mingling with cautious hope, considering the possibilities it might bring. Her gaze drifts to a handwritten note pinned carefully to the wall, reminding her of the upcoming community event she is organizing. The importance of the day presses on her, adding a layer of urgency. Later at the local cafe, Sarah meets Mrs. Elm, who recounts a heartfelt story about the neighborhood clock's historic significance. The tale resonates deeply, adding meaning to the object Sarah had seen but never truly understood. Visiting Mrs. Elm's home, Sarah examines the antique clock, admiring its intricate details and the silent passage of time it embodies. The clock seems to whisper forgotten narratives, hinting at hope amid challenges. Back in her apartment, Sarah finds Leo playfully entangled in a ribbon from one of her vintage scarves. His curious antics bring a smile to her face, a brief respite from her mounting worries. Seated at her desk, Sarah adds a fresh note to her blue notebook, her handwriting confident and filled with renewed hope. It's a quiet vow to keep moving forward despite obstacles. The bustling city streets embrace Sarah and Max as they set out, scarves fluttering behind them like banners of determination. Their shared mission to prepare for the community event pulses with energy and anticipation. Tension mounts when Sarah receives news that a crucial permit for the event has been revoked unexpectedly. Her face tightens with frustration, the setback threatening their carefully laid plans. Max quickly sketches an alternative plan in Sarah's notebook, proposing a clever workaround to the permit issue. His inventive mind races to find solutions amid the growing pressure. Under the glow of streetlights, Sarah wrestles with whether to embrace Max's risky idea. Her conflicted expression reveals the weight of uncertainty and the desire to do what's right. A quiet moment finds Sarah alone, Leo curled contentedly on her lap, both seeking solace in each other's presence. The silence offers a brief sanctuary from the chaos outside. With renewed resolve, Sarah ties her vintage scarf firmly around her neck, a symbolic armor against doubt. Her eyes shine with determination, ready to face what lies ahead. Early the next morning, Sarah and Max visit the community center to garner support, greeted with a mix of enthusiasm and skepticism. The varied reactions underscore the uphill battle they face. Among the center's dusty corners, Sarah discovers an old forgotten poster advertising a similar event from years past. The faded image sparks fresh inspiration and a connection to the neighborhood's resilient spirit. Mrs. Elm appears unexpectedly, lending Sarah a delicate scarf embroidered with symbols representing the neighborhood's history. This thoughtful gift feels like a blessing, intertwining past and present hopes. Spotting Leo darting toward a narrow alley, Sarah follows and uncovers a hidden mural beneath the city's overpass. The vivid imagery tells stories of community and perseverance, igniting a new energy within her. The mural's depiction of shared struggles and triumphs breathes life into Sarah's resolve, reinforcing the importance of the event. Its colors and themes begin to take shape in her mind's eye. Back together, Sarah and Max debate the logistics of translating vision into reality, acknowledging the gap between enthusiasm and practical challenges. Their differing perspectives create a vibrant but tense dialogue. A sudden rainstorm drives everyone indoors, dampening spirits and forcing plans to be postponed. Yet inside, the determination to succeed remains unshaken, sheltering their collective hope. Sarah painstakingly sketches the mural's powerful images into her blue notebook, envisioning how to weave them into the event's theme. Each line drawn is an act of creative faith against the odds. Meanwhile, Max works late into the night, tinkering with mechanical devices intended to enhance the event's decorations. His focus is sharp, a testament to his commitment despite exhaustion. A miscommunication erupts, causing a scheduling conflict that threatens to divide the group's focus. This unexpected hurdle adds tension, demanding quick thinking and compromise to maintain unity. Sarah's frustration swelled as the slow response to her efforts seemed to stall the project. Mrs. Elm, sensing her unease, invited her for a quiet tea in the cozy kitchen, sharing gentle words that eased Sarah's mind. Meanwhile, Leo dashed about the room, weaving between feet and leaping onto shelves with playful energy. His antics brought a light laugh to Sarah's lips, reminding her to find joy amidst the stress. Inspired, Sarah jotted a note and pinned it to the community board, inviting neighbors to share their stories and memories for the upcoming event. The note was adorned with a sketch of a vintage scarf, a symbol of the connection she wished to foster. Days passed with little response, and Sarah's hopeful excitement turned to doubt. Her brow furrowed as she reread the quiet walls of the neighborhood, questioning her approach and her place in the community. Suddenly, a group of children appeared, each holding colorful handmade crafts. Their enthusiastic arrival reignited the energy around the project, filling the room with bright smiles and renewed momentum. Sarah laughed freely for the first time in days, the weight of responsibility lightened by the infectious joy of the children. The vintage scarves fluttered in the warm afternoon breeze through the open window. Max proudly unveiled a prototype display that brought the crafts to life with shifting lights and subtle motion, capturing the whimsical spirit of the neighborhood's creativity. Sarah's eyes sparkled with admiration for her brother's invention. Together, Sarah and Max shared a quiet moment, their hopes and dreams passing between them in warm smiles and silent understanding. Their bond deepened, a steady support in the bustling preparations. From the neighboring apartment, the chime of Mrs. Elm's antique clock filled the room, a gentle reminder of time's steady progress. Its soft ringing echoed like a heartbeat beneath their conversation. Sarah planned an evening gathering to showcase their progress and rally support. She meticulously arranged the space, vintage scarves hanging from rafters, and her blue notebook resting prominently on the table. At the gathering, passionate but differing opinions surfaced, sparking a tense exchange that challenged Sarah's leadership. Voices rose and fell, a clash of visions that forced Sarah to reevaluate her direction. Listening carefully, Sarah adapted the plans, weaving diverse ideas into a richer vision. Her calm resolve shone through, soothing tensions and inspiring cooperation once more. Just then, Leo returned from a brief disappearance, carrying a small, weathered key in his mouth. The unexpected find drew curious glances, its intricate design hinting at forgotten stories. With the key as a new symbol, the community embraced the unfolding vision with energized hearts. Conversations buzzed, hands reached out to help, and a collective creative energy became tangible. Sarah sat by a window, sketching final adjustments to the event layout with confident strokes. Her vintage scarf draped over her chair, and the blue notebook lay open beside her, filled with notes and ideas. In the workshop, Max encountered a sudden technical glitch threatening the displays just hours before the event. His fingers flew over wires and circuits, a frown shadowing his face. Sarah joined him, their teamwork seamless as they worked frantically to troubleshoot. Determination etched on both faces, they refused to let the setback defeat them. Unexpectedly, Mrs. Elm appeared at the door with a box of tools and a reassuring smile. Her surprising technical knowledge offered new solutions and hope, shifting the tide in their favor. Together they resolved the malfunction, and during a test run, the devices functioned flawlessly. The crafted displays danced with light and motion, ready to enchant the community. Sarah paused to breathe deeply, watching the sunrise filter softly through the window. A mingling of anticipation and relief settled over her, the calm before the events unfolding. On the morning of the event, gentle sunlight illuminated streets, decorated with vintage scarves and banners inspired by the mural. The neighborhood throbbed with quiet excitement and anticipation. Neighbors arrived carrying stories, crafts, and warm smiles, their presence weaving a tapestry of connection. The atmosphere was inviting, alive with shared purpose and kindness. Sarah's blue notebook traveled from hand to hand, becoming a communal guestbook filled with heartfelt messages and vibrant drawings. Each entry deepened the narrative of their shared history. Max operated the interactive displays with delight, engaging visitors as they explored the crafts brought to life. His enthusiasm was contagious, sparking wonder in young and old alike. By the antique clock in Mrs. Elm's home, she shared a nostalgic tale that bridged past and present generations. Her voice wove the community's histories into a living thread of memory and hope. A surprising visitor arrived just as the event was winding down. Mr. Grayson, a retired historian who had lived in the neighborhood for decades. He shared a long-forgotten tale about the origins of the vintage scarves, connecting them to a community tradition that had almost faded away. His story added depth to the celebration, reminding everyone of the rich history woven through their shared spaces. Sarah held the embroidered scarf tenderly, her fingers tracing the intricate patterns that now felt like a map of their neighborhood's past. She realized how these threads symbolized the power of shared heritage, knitting together the bonds between neighbors young and old. This heritage was more than fabric. It was a living connection, sustaining their community spirit. Nearby, Leo had settled onto a soft cushion, curling his white-pawed presence into a comforting shape among the gathering crowd. His gentle purring blended with the murmur of voices, serving as a quiet reminder of steadiness amidst change. Wherever discovery or warmth was found that day, the curious tabby had been close at hand. The celebration crescendoed into a collective crafting session where everyone contributed stitches and stories to a growing tapestry. Each participant brought their own flair, yet their combined creativity produced a single, unified work that embodied the day's spirit. This collaborative art became a symbol of their renewed unity and shared future. Stepping back, Sarah surveyed the vibrant tapestry of moments and memories woven throughout the day. Her eyes sparkled with a smile of quiet fulfillment, knowing the event had cultivated something far greater than she had imagined. The neighborhood story was alive again, embroidered with the laughter and kindness of its people. As evening descended, soft lanterns were lit along the familiar streets, casting a gentle golden glow on the joyful faces gathered beneath them. The mild air carried the warmth of friendship and the soothing hum of contentment. Each light flickered like a beacon of hope and connection, brightening the twilight hours. In the quiet moments after the festivities, Sarah opened her blue notebook and penned her final thoughts on the day. She reflected on the challenges they had overcome and the meaningful connections that had blossomed. Her writing captured a newfound optimism that these bonds would only grow stronger with time. Meanwhile, Max was packing away his equipment, a grin spreading across his face as he teased Sarah about the invention he was already imagining for the next neighborhood event. Laughter bubbled between them, a playful promise of future creativity and collaboration. His energy was contagious, lighting the way forward. From across the room, Mrs. Elm's antique clock chimed once more, its melodious sound marking the conclusion of a memorable day. The hour resonated like a signal not just of an ending, but also of new traditions beginning to take root. It reminded everyone that time flows on, carrying the stories and hopes of the community onward. Wrapped snugly in her cherished scarf, Sarah stepped outside and looked up as stars began to twinkle above their neighborhood. The familiar constellations seemed to mirror the interconnected lives below, filling her with hope and contentment. In that peaceful moment, she felt ready to embrace the promise of all tomorrows. The device blinked softly in the dim light, its screen flickering with an indecipherable code. Lena's fingers hovered over the console, heart racing. The last transmission from Earth's lost colony was captured in those symbols. Across the barren wasteland, the wind whispered secrets of what had gone wrong centuries ago. If this works, Lena murmured, we'll know the truth. She initiated the sequence. Suddenly, a holographic projection burst to life, swirling with images of a fading world and desperate voices. The voices told tales of isolation, strange mutations, and a breakthrough that promised salvation but vanished before fruition. Lena's eyes widened as she pieced together the story. A desperate experiment to communicate beyond the known universe had backfired. The projection shifted, showing a figure reaching outward, enveloped in luminous energy before disappearing entirely. Each image conveyed not just loss but a warning, a puzzle that begged to be solved. Determined, Lena adjusted the device's settings, aiming to send a response through the temporal rift the colony had opened. The machine hummed louder, the air charged with anticipation as she sent a plea for connection and understanding. Suddenly, a reply flickered back, clearer this time, a message of hope and reconciliation from the echoes of the past. Lena smiled softly, feeling the weight of isolation begin to lift. She realized the colony's fate was no longer lost, but part of a larger dialogue woven through time and space. The device quieted, the holograms fading into gentle light as if saying goodbye. Outside, the barren wasteland seemed less empty, filled now with possibility and unseen life. We're not alone, Lena said, voice steady, and maybe, just maybe, we never were. Packing up the device, she felt an unfamiliar warmth, a connection bridging centuries and stars. As she prepared to return to the main base, Lena glanced once more at the horizon, where the first faint signals of dawn began to glow. With newfound hope, she stepped forward, ready to share the echoes that would change humanity's story forever. The world had fallen silent, save for the whispers of wind among ruins. Ilara climbed the cracked wall of the old library, eyes scanning the horizon. In a sky once vibrant, gray clouds now held only ash and sorrow. Her only companion, a rusted drone named K2, buzzed softly at her side. Another day, another shadow, she murmured, gripping a faded map. They ventured beyond the city's skeletal remains, seeking seeds of life. Fields of twisted metal and splintered wood stretched endlessly. Hope was scarce, but Ilara's hands trembled with determination. K2 beeped sharply, detecting faint signals buried beneath rubble. They uncovered a buried greenhouse, surprisingly intact, a sanctuary of green. Inside, shoots of verdant plants clawed toward fractured glass ceilings. Ilara knelt, brushing the earth from a sprouting leaf, a miracle in decay. Life finds a way. K2's voice crackled with optimism. They worked through days and nights, nurturing the fragile garden of rebirth. As plants flourished, a distant storm began to cleanse the ash-filled air. Neighbors emerged, drawn by the promise of renewal beneath shattered skies. Together, they rebuilt, patching the world with small acts of courage. Ilara smiled, watching green reclaim the gray, a quiet victory. The future was uncertain, but within those growing leaves lay the spark of dawn. And under the ember-streaked horizon, hope whispered its unyielding song. At midnight, under the flickering street lamp, Lana slipped the tiny black card into her jacket pocket. The vault was said to be impenetrable, but Lana had something no one else did, a whisper on the wind and nerves made of silk. She checked her watch. 5 minutes until the museum's security system looped the same footage again. Perfect timing. Inside, the silence was a different kind, heavy, expectant, like the air itself was holding its breath. She moved with precision, avoiding laser grids, as if dancing to music only she could hear. At the heart of the room, the ancient artifact glowed faintly behind bulletproof glass. It was beautiful, almost alive. Lana's fingers worked quickly, disabling the alarm with a hacked signal she'd crafted over weeks. A soft click and the glass slid open, the treasure now within her grasp. But then a shadow shifted. Someone else was there. Not security, but a rival, her own mirror image in ambition. Their eyes locked. Lana whispered, "I guess this is the part where they say may the best thief win." Words were needless as they darted and weaved, each trying to outsmart the other in a silent battle of wits. Lana's hand closed around the artifact just as footsteps neared. She bit her lip. Time was running out. Thinking fast, she triggered a smoke flare hidden in her sleeve, filling the room with blinding mist. Using the chaos, Lana slipped out through the emergency exit, heart pounding but victorious. Outside, rain began to fall, washing away the night's tension as if it had never happened. Another day, another dance, Lana mused, glancing back at the glowing artifact safely in her bag. She didn't look back to see the rival slip out too, nursing a grudging respect for Lana's skill. The city was quiet again, but Lana knew the game was far from over. She smiled, already planning the next move, the last lure just the beginning of a thrilling tale. In the shadows, the evening's heist already becoming legend. Rain slicked Ali's blurred areas quick steps as she clutched the small red data chip tightly, anxiety flickering in her sharp eyes. Behind her, city lights cast fractured shadows, broken clocks ticking faintly in the distance. She slipped through the cracked doorway of a dim apartment, where Dex awaited, his tattooed sleeve visible beneath the rolled-up fabric. His impatient gaze met hers, the tension thick in the cramped room. Under the flickering overhead light, Dex inspected the red data chip, suspicion brewing between them. Words were exchanged sharply, betraying their fragile trust in the dangerous game they played. Outside, beyond the rain-streaked window, shadowy figures lingered unseen. Their fleeting reflections shimmered within a cracked mirror hanging awkwardly by the entrance, silently observing. Mara's gloved fingers danced expertly over the security terminal, cracking through dense encryption with ease. Her eyes fixed, determined, as the locked secrets began to yield. A broken clock on the wall ticked uneven rhythms, its hands stuttering in defiance of time. Suddenly, the quiet was pierced by a beep, signaling an incoming encrypted message. Aria's fingers traced the message's cryptic lines, revealing chilling warnings tied to the red data chip's unknown dangers. The weight of the revelation pressed hard against her resolve. From the shadows, the broker's distorted voice crackled ominously through an old radio device. Threats echoed clearly, surrender the chip or face dire consequences beyond their reckoning. Dex slammed his fist against the table, anger flashing over his tattooed arm as blueprints and wires scattered. Frustration twisted in the cramped air, tensions mounting between them all. Mara offered a daring plan, an infiltration of the data vault where the chip had originated. It was risky, but the only chance to unravel the web of deceit surrounding them. Arya hesitated, a haunting memory stirring. A broken clock stopped at midnight, symbolizing lost chances. Doubt flickered momentarily across her sharp features. With determination set, the team readied themselves, the red data chip nestled securely in Arya's jacket pocket. The fractured ticking of clocks outside seemed to count down their fate. Dex methodically checked his gear, the glow of a neon sign casting light across his tattooed arm. His focus was unyielding, the city's restless pulse echoing through the room. At her console, Mara manipulated traffic cameras, her gloved hands orchestrating a diversion to cover their anticipated escape. The city's network became their battlefield. Suddenly, the apartment door shattered inward. Shadowy pursuers stormed in. The urgency of their situation erupted as danger closed rapidly around them. A tense and frantic chase spilled onto rain-slick streets, with Arya deftly navigating the narrow passages. The red data chip's burden weighed on her as every second counted. Dex engaged assailants with striking prowess, his tattooed arm a blur in the melee, while Mara remotely sabotaged their pursuers' escape routes. Their coordinated efforts kept hope alive. They dove into an abandoned warehouse, greeted only by a haunting trail of broken clocks, stopped at various fragmented times. The eerie stillness deepened the mystery they faced. Among the debris, Arya spotted a silver locket, its clasp cracked and worn, stirring unsettling familiarity. Suspicion gnawed at her. Was this a link to a ghost from their past? Mara's gloved hands delicately decoded the intricate engravings etched into the locket. Hidden messages emerged, revealing a betrayal by an informant they had once trusted. Dex confronted the informant through a faceless hologram, the broker's looming presence cast as a dark shadow over the exchange. The unseen enemy tightened its grip. Forced to divide, the team pursued scattered clues tied to the broken clocks dotting the city. Each path carried risk, threading deeper into the web of deception woven around them. Arya uncovered a hidden shipment manifest connected to the origins of the red data chip, intensifying the stakes. The puzzle was unraveling, but the danger escalated with each discovery. Mara hit a sudden lockout while hacking, her gloves briefly glowing as she pushed past the barrier. Innovation and persistence became their only weapons against digital defenses closing in. Suddenly ambushed, Dex narrowly escaped, using his tattooed arm's hidden signal to summon a shadowy ally. The fragile line between friend and foe blurred in the shadowed streets. Arya moved silently through the dimly lit clockmaker's shop, her sharp eyes scanning the myriad of broken clocks that adorned the walls. Among the shattered gears and dusty faces, she discovered a coded map hidden beneath a panel, its design mirroring the recurring motif of fractured timepieces. The map's lines intertwined with images of broken clock faces, hinting at a secret path. Suddenly, every clock in the shop chimed in eerie unison, a disorienting cacophony that froze Arya in place. As the echoes faded, a section of the floor subtly slid open, revealing a hidden passage cloaked in shadow. The broken clocks looming around framed this critical moment, underscoring the urgency of her discovery. Miles away, Mara's pale fingers danced over her keyboard, her fingerless gloves flexing as she intercepted an encrypted communication. The message warned of a massive data theft slated for midnight, sending a chill through the team. The red data chip, though not yet in her hands, had been referenced cryptically within the transmission. Dex appeared suddenly beside Arya, his muscular frame tense as he examined the fragments of the map she had uncovered. Piecing together details from the shipment manifest, he connected the dots that hinted at the scale and timing of the impending heist. Their reunion was brief but charged, the background clocks ticking ominously. From the shadows, the broker tightened his control, dispatching assassins whose distorted voices and shadowy forms moved like phantoms in the night. Their presence was an unspoken threat, signaling that no step the trio took would be unchallenged. The broken clocks in the environment seemed to mock their fragile grasp on time and safety. Cornered and outnumbered, the team was forced to split, each member vanishing into different alleys and byways. This narrow escape tested their trust and revealed fissures in their alliance as doubts and fears crept in. The broken clock motif lingered in the background, a reminder that every second counted and their unity was fragile. Later, Arya confronted Mara, her voice edged with frustration over the withheld truths about the red data chip's potential. Mara's gloves remained visible as she hesitated, the tension thick between them. The exchange was sharp, exposing cracks in their shared mission and the stakes they faced. Mara finally unveiled the chip's secret. It was a digital key capable of unlocking vast and hidden corners of the city's surveillance network. This revelation deepened the stakes, showing the scope of the broker's ambitions and the power the chip held. Their breath hung heavy in the air, punctuated by the distant ticking of broken clocks. Meanwhile, Dex grappled with his own conflicts, memories of the intricate tattoo sleeve on his left arm flashing in his mind. These flashbacks linked his past loyalty with his current resolve, grounding him in purpose amidst uncertainty. The tattoo, inked with symbolic gears, seemed to pulse in rhythm with the broken clocks around him. The broker struck back anonymously, sabotaging their communications with waves of interference. Each team's connection faltered, isolating them in their individual spheres of danger. The broken clocks in the background fell silent, underscoring the growing chaos and their vulnerability. Arya arrived at a desolate tower, the final clock looming above Frozen at midnight, the very hour planned for the heist. Time seemed to stand still as she prepared to confront the endgame. The broken clock hands pointed relentlessly toward urgency and inevitability. Within the tower, Mara's gloves moved deftly over her equipment, bypassing intricate security systems with rapid taps. Her pale features set in concentration, she fought against digital barriers to clear the path for her team. Around her, faint clock faces flickered on monitors, their fractures echoing the theme of fractured time. Dex intercepted a courier clutching a red envelope, the color matching the data chip that had come to symbolize their mission. This envelope held a critical piece of the broker's plan, shifting their understanding and strategy. Even as neon lights flickered, broken clocks hung ominously nearby, framing the hidden threat. Together, the team narrowly avoided a trap set beneath the tower's foundation, illuminated just enough by failing neon signs to reveal danger. They moved swiftly, the atmosphere thick with tension and uncertainty. Broken clocks in the area seemed to almost count down their fleeting chance for survival. Mara disabled a swarm of surveillance drones overhead, her gloves glowing faintly as she fought digital battles. This gave Arya and Dex a narrow window of opportunity to advance, their movements urgent and calculated. The broken clock motif lingered, a silent witness to their desperate push forward. Inside the tower's heart, Arya's eyes caught a cracked mirror reflecting her tense, focused expression. The fragmented glass paralleled the fractured timeline they struggled against, reminding her that time was slipping away. The palpable pressure of the impending heist bore down as the clock struck closer to midnight. Dex confronted a shadowy figure cloaked beneath a hood, a mask shaped like a broken clock hiding the intruder's identity. Their brief encounter was charged with danger and uncertainty, the clock motifs on the mask echoing the pervasive theme of lost time. The silhouette's movements were swift, leaving Dex questioning who stood before him. A fierce struggle revealed the broker's true agenda, dominion over the city's invisible digital web, manipulating every unseen strand. This battle was not just physical but ideological, the broken clocks serving as a backdrop to a power struggle over time and control. The stakes had escalated beyond what the trio imagined. Mara launched a counterhack, her gloves glowing fiercely as she engaged in a digital duel with the broker's sophisticated code. The flashy lights and flurries of data in the tower's control room painted a vivid picture of their hidden war. Every keystroke was a battle for the city's surveillance future. Victory seemed within reach until the broker unleashed a devastating final trap, fracturing the entire data network across the city. Alarms blared as systems faltered and chaos erupted. The broken clocks seemed to shatter metaphorically, symbolizing disrupted time and control. The screen of their devices faded to black amid the blaring alarms, the broken clocks ceasing there, ticking in an eerie silence. The blackout left them helpless and isolated, dangling in the dark void of uncertainty. Time itself felt suspended, the motif now hauntingly literal. In isolation, Aria's thoughts drifted to the silver locket with its broken clasp, a tangible symbol of unfinished business and fractured bonds. Memories of its meaning stirred resolve within her, fueling a flicker of hope. Even in the absence of time, connections lingered. Suddenly, Mara's voice crackled through a hidden communication channel, calm and urging focus amidst the chaos. Her message was a lifeline, reminding the team of their shared mission and the strength in unity. The sound rekindled a fragile thread of trust. Dex carefully repaired a small, intricate device embedded within his tattoo, the motions steady and skilled. The device sparked to life, restoring the delicate communication lines that had been severed. The broken clocks in the background began to faintly tick once more, signaling renewed hope. The team reconvened at the tower's apex, the red data chip pulsing subtly in Aria's grip like a heartbeat. Around them, remnants of broken clocks framed the bleak city skyline, time still fractured but not defeated. Their unity, fragile yet resolute, poised them for the final confrontation ahead. The red data chip, once thought to be a weapon, reveals itself as a key to restoring the stolen digital memories held hostage by the broker. Aria studies it carefully, realizing its potential to unlock what was lost rather than destroy. Mara, gloves firmly on, connects the chip to her portable device, triggering a wave of data that slowly reverses the blackout. Around them, broken clocks begin their synchronized ticking once more, filling the air with a hopeful rhythm. In a rare moment, the broker's shadowy mask falters, revealing a familiar face etched with pain and regret, someone deeply tied to their shared past struggles. This glimpse casts new light on the contours of their conflict. Dex steps forward, his tattooed arm glowing softly as he faces the broker. His voice is steady, embodying both forgiveness and strength, breaking through years of silence between them. Aria slides the red chip into the central console. Streams of data flood the system, revealing hidden conspiracies buried deep beneath layers of deception. The room hums with newfound energy, secrets unfolding before their eyes. Citywide systems awaken, lights flicker back to life while long-held shadows retreat into forgotten corners. The faint ticking of clocks syncs with the resurgence of order and control. Mara finally removes her fingerless gloves, a silent symbol of trust restored as the complex digital web begins to heal. Technology feels less like a barrier and more like a bridge between them. The broken clocks scattered across the city start moving forward in unison, marking the dawn of a new chapter. Time, once lost, now regains its steady, purposeful flow. From the high tower, Aria, Dex, and Mara watch the sunrise breaking through rain-streaked glass, their silhouettes dark against the light. The scene breathes relief, unity, and the promise of what lies ahead. In Aria's hand, the silver locket glints softly, now repaired and whole. It symbolizes the closure of their ordeal and stands as a quiet promise of vigilance and hope for the future. Under the dim glow of a street lamp, Detective Marlowe crouched beside the shattered glass of the old music shop window. Inside, among the scattered shards and broken strings, lay the body of Victor Chen, the town's renowned harpist. A single, crumpled sheet of music rested in his hand, untitled and unfamiliar. "What were you playing, Victor?" Marlowe whispered, eyes scanning the note for any clue. The shop owner, Mrs. Grady, appeared from the shadows, clutching her shawl tight. He came in earlier, scared. Said someone was after the composition he discovered. Marlowe examined the sheet again. The note seemed ordinary, yet there was an odd symbol scratched in the margin. A jagged lightning bolt. He recalled an old town legend about a lost melody, hidden within pieces of music, that could drive listeners mad. Determined, Marlowe headed to the local library's archives, fingers tracing over dusty ledgers and faded newspaper clippings. There, he found a record of a harpist from decades ago, who vanished after unveiling a captivating tune linked to that very symbol. The pieces fit. Victor had uncovered the same haunting melody, and someone wanted to keep it secret. Back at the shop, Marlowe noticed a locked drawer beneath the counter, and a faint humming sound emanating from within. Using a hairpin, he picked the lock. Inside lay a small, intricately carved music box playing the melody from the mysterious sheet. The tune floated eerily in the air. Marlowe felt a strange dizziness, but clenched his jaw in resolve. Suddenly, a shadowy figure emerged from the back room. A rival musician desperate to silence Victor and claim the composition. "You don't understand its power," the figure hissed, lunging toward Marlowe. Quick reflexes saved him, and during the scuffle, the music box fell silent as it shattered on the floor. The intruder fled, leaving behind a trail of whispered threats and unfinished secrets. Marlowe secured the scene, deciding to safeguard the sheet music and the broken box pieces, vowing to uncover the full story. As dawn broke, the quiet town stirred, unaware of the melody that almost consumed its soul. Marlowe glanced at the crumpled notes one last time. "Some tunes," he mused, "are better left unplayed." In the stillness of the village bathed by the full moon, Ilara's silver crescent birthmark softly glowed, its light pulsing gently with the lunar glow. Her piercing green eyes reflected the moonlight as she traced the familiar mark on her skin, sensing a quiet resonance with the night. At the forest's edge, Ilara noticed a shimmering, ethereal ribbon of light weaving silently among the ancient trees. The veil flickered subtly under the moonlight, its silvery hues shifting and fluttering like a living thread of light. She reached out cautiously toward the veil, her fingers trembling as the ethereal ribbon rippled briefly at her touch. A faint whisper echoed on the night breeze, unintelligible yet filled with a mysterious urgency. From the shadows stepped Kale, his storm-gray hair tousled by the night air. His weathered cloak seemed to merge with the darkness as his steady gaze reflected the haunting light of the veil. Kale warned Ilara about the veil's power, his voice low and grave, hinting at dangers tied closely to the cycles of the moon. He spoke of forces that could not be easily controlled, and the peril hidden within the shimmering light. Ilara held up her silver crescent pendant, watching it resonate faintly as the veil's light brushed against it. The pendant's subtle glow mirrored the birthmark on her skin, linking her to the mystery unfolding before them. A flashback took her to childhood, when she first discovered the crescent birthmark. Even then, she had been inexplicably drawn to moonlit nights, feeling an unspoken connection to their shifting phases. The village elders gathered in whispered tones, recounting the veil's curse that had loomed over their people for generations. Their stories spoke of restless shadows and the heavy price of past recklessness under the moon. Disturbances grew. Shadows began to move on their own, and villagers reported hearing chilling whispers in solitude. Fear threaded through the village as the unnatural phenomena escalated beyond whispers and glances. Determined, Ilara knelt by a calm pond under the bright moon, tracing the veil's path through the reflections. The silver light twisted fluidly across the water's surface, guiding her gaze deeper into the mystery. In a rare moment of vulnerability, Kale confessed he had tracked the veil for years. His quest to uncover its source was driven by the hope of mastering or perhaps ending its haunting influence. The veil thickened, pulsing rhythmically as ghostly shapes emerged, mimicking villagers' deepest fears with unsettling clarity. The ethereal light warped into haunting forms that tightened its grip on the frightened souls nearby. Ilara's pendant glowed with unexpected intensity, revealing hidden runes etched beneath its surface that had gone unnoticed before. The runes shimmered against the moonlit silver, suggesting a link to ancient wisdom. Suddenly, a fierce gust snuffed out every lantern, plunging the village into deeper shadow. Only the moon remained to illuminate the veil's mesmerizing, yet terrifying, dance in the night. Resolute, Ilara chose to venture into the forest to confront the veil's enigma, with Kale reluctantly binding himself to her. Together, they stepped into the shadows where the moonlight barely pierced the dense canopy. Deeper within the forest, they discovered ancient stones arranged in a crescent shape, faintly glowing beneath the moon's silvery light. The stones hummed with a subtle energy, resonating with the veil that now encircled them. The veil wrapped around the stones, growing more tangible as its whispers rose into haunting melodies that wove through the trees. The silver light pulsed like a living heartbeat, intensifying the eerie atmosphere. Ilara stumbled, and from the shimmer emerged a shadowy figure eerily resembling her own reflection. It reached out, trying to pull her into the veil's radiant but unnerving light, challenging her grip on reality. Kale reacted swiftly, chanting incantations from his ancient journal inscribed with cryptic runes. His voice cut through the night, momentarily dispersing the shadow and soothing the restless Vale's turmoil. Their eyes caught a hidden inscription on one of the crescent stones, referencing an ancient ritual designed to bind or control the Vale's potent power. The markings hinted at a fragile balance between light and shadow, old as the moon itself. As the night deepened, the Vale became tempestuous, tugging fiercely at Alara's pendant and the birthmark pulsing beneath her skin. The lunar energy strained against her, threatening to overwhelm her senses. Visions assaulted Alara, moonlit battles between ethereal guardians and Vale spirits trapped between worlds. The spectral clashes echoed through her mind, revealing a long-hidden conflict intertwined with her own destiny. Kale disclosed that he had once been a guardian, bound by a curse to roam until the Vale's balance was restored. His storm-gray hair and weathered cloak marked years of wandering in search of redemption and renewal. The forest shifted around them. Ancient trees whispered dire warnings as the path back to the village faded into obscurity. Shadows thickened, and the boundary between reality and Vale blurred dangerously. A sudden change in the moon's phase warped the Vale's form, stretching it like molten silver encasing them. The light's fluid motion intensified, binding Alara and Kale in its shimmering grasp as the night deepened. Alara and Kale finally reached the ancient altar, its surface worn smooth by time but still radiating a strange energy. The crescent-shaped indentation in the stone calls to Alara's pendant, which fits perfectly as if made for the place. The moment the pendant settles, a faint hum vibrates through the air, heightening the tension around them. As Alara presses the pendant deeper into the altar, a sudden burst of blinding light erupts, flooding the clearing with silvery luminescence. The Vale responds violently, thrashing like a living current before enveloping them in its shifting folds. Both find themselves swept away, pulled through an otherworldly vortex that warps the very fabric of their surroundings. They emerge in a liminal realm where the skies glow with a cold silver hue, and the land is draped in long shadows cast by an unseen moon. This ethereal place seems bound by lunar light, both beautiful and haunting, its edges blurred and constantly shifting like a dream. All around, reflective surfaces ripple oddly, mirroring more than just their images. From the shadows flicker faint, sorrowful figures, lost villagers caught in the Vale's unyielding curse. They approach silently, their eyes pleading for release though no words escape their lips. The air is thick with a heavy grief that weighs on Alara's heart, deepening her resolve. Suddenly, Alara's silver crescent birthmark glows with intense light, casting a gentle beacon that reaches out to the fragmented souls. The spectral villagers respond, their forms stabilizing as a faint connection is formed between their trapped essence and the waking world. This luminous link offers a fragile hope for their salvation. Kale studies the cryptic runes inscribed within his ancient journal, muttering translations under his breath. He reveals that the Vale was originally created as a shield to protect the realm from outside harm, but the magic became twisted over time. The intended guardian became a curse, feeding on the fears of those it was meant to defend. They are soon met by a spectral guardian, an imposing figure woven from light and shadow. The guardian warns them solemnly that interfering with the Vale is perilous, threatening to collapse both the liminal realm and the physical world. Its tone is grave, underscoring the fragile balance at stake. Torn between duty and fear, Alara wrestles with whether to sever the Vale's corrupt power completely or try to restore its original protective nature. The weight of her people's fate presses heavily on her as the moonlight continues to shift all around them. Kale watches closely, understanding this choice could alter everything. In vision-like echoes, they witness scenes from centuries past, a ritual interrupted and mistakes made that bound the Vale's power improperly. Shadows flicker with ancient sorrow, revealing how the once sacred ceremony turned source of torment. This glimpse into history deepens their understanding of the Vale's dark transformation. The Vale's once gentle shimmer now feeds on fear and despair, distorting the village's destiny under each changing moon phase. The shadows writhe unnaturally, as if alive with malice, and the villagers' suffering becomes a continuous cycle of anguish. This sinister evolution curses the land with dread and hopelessness. Kale confesses that he fled the village long ago, overwhelmed by guilt after failing to stop the curse from spreading. His weathered face reflects years of regret, and his voice carries a somber tone as he admits his past mistakes. Ilara's resolve only hardens upon hearing his confession. Determined, Ilara pledges to confront the root of the corruption, vowing to free both her people and the trapped souls from the Veil's grasp. Her birthmark pulses softly, as if lending its strength to her conviction. Kale nods, ready to stand by her side through whatever trials lie ahead. Back at the altar in the forest realm, Ilara and Kale begin a ritual drawn from the ancient runes and guided by the pendant's radiant glow. The air thrums with power as they work in unison, weaving light and shadow to mend the fractured veil. Time seems to stretch as the veil responds to their efforts, but the veil resists violently, twisting in turbulent waves of shadow and shimmering light, fighting to maintain its corrupted hold. The altar trembles under the strain, and the boundaries between realities blur dangerously. It becomes clear that the veil will not surrender its power easily. Summoning her inner strength, Ilara channels the energy from her glowing birthmark, stabilizing the veil's tumultuous flow. Her hands steady as a calming lunar light radiates outward, soothing the chaotic forces. Slowly, the balance begins to shift, giving hope that the ritual will succeed. One by one, the trapped souls start to dissolve into serene moonlight, their expressions peaceful, as if finally freed from torment. Their silent gratitude fills the liminal realm, lightening the oppressive atmosphere. Each soul's release brings the veil closer to restoration. At the ritual's climax, the spectral guardian merges with the veil itself, a sacrifice that purifies its essence and dispels the lingering darkness. Its form dissolves into radiant light, vanishing but leaving behind a restored balance. The price is great, but necessary for renewal. With calm restored, the liminal realm fades away under the dawn's first light, gently guiding Ilara and Kale back to the forest floor. The world feels still and new as the sun's early rays touch the ancient altar. Their journey through shadows and moonlight has reached a turning point. Back in the village, clear skies stretch overhead, and the faintest crescent moon glows softly before sunrise. The suffocating darkness and strange whispers that once plagued the village are lifted. A subtle calm settles over the land, promising a fresh beginning. Ilara's pendant has become inert, its light extinguished, yet her silver crescent birthmark remains, pulsing faintly with tranquil lunar energy. This quiet glow serves as a reminder of the veil's lingering presence beneath the surface. Though subdued, the magic endures within her. Days pass peacefully, and villagers report no unusual shadows or haunting whispers at night. The once ominous phases of the moon now bring comfort instead of fear. Life begins to return to its natural rhythm, free from the veil's oppressive influence. Ilara and Kale revisit the ancient stones where it all began. The crescent pattern now appears as mere faint reflections of moonlight on the worn rock. The altar's power seems dormant, transformed from feared relic into quiet monument. This subtle change hints at the delicate balance retained beneath the surface. The village elders gather to honor Ilara's bravery, sharing stories that reaffirm respect for the moon and its enduring cycles. Their words weave tradition with newfound hope, reminding all of the lessons learned from the veil. Ceremony and reverence bind the community in healing. Prepared to leave the village behind, Ilara and Kale share a quiet moment, their bond strengthened by the trials endured together. Mutual respect and understanding pass between them as they ready themselves for the journey ahead. Though the path forward is uncertain, it is faced united. Before departing, Ilara conceals the pendant within a secret hollow beneath the oldest tree, guarding the veil's lingering secret with quiet solemnity. The pendant rests there, hidden from prying eyes yet still connected to the moonlit power they confronted. Its silence speaks of mysteries yet to unfold. Suddenly, a soft shimmer returns to the air, subtle and benign, weaving gently through the silvered shadows. It hints that the veil's protective spirit still endures, faint but unwavering beneath the moonlight. Ilara smiles, her piercing green eyes reflecting the quiet radiance. She understands now that the veil was never truly lost but transformed, an unseen guardian watching silently over them all. Kale nods solemnly, the storm-gray strands of his hair catching the moonlight as he acknowledges the restored balance between the human realm and the veil's ethereal light. The ancient connection hums quietly between them. As they walk away, the village is bathed in a peaceful silver glow, the moonlight soft and steady. Shadows settle into calm, and the familiar motifs of reflective surfaces seem to hold their secrets gently, undisturbed. Elara glances down and notices her silver crescent birthmark glowing faintly once more, pulsing with a quiet promise. It is a sign of an enduring bond, linking her to the veil and the cycles of the moon. A final flashback reveals the ritual's original guardian, a figure cloaked in moonlit grace, passing the sacred charge to Elara's ancestors. The lineage of protectors is made clear, bridging past and present beneath the shifting phases above. Kale carefully folds his ancient journal, its pages now filled with new runes recounting their journey and the hope born from this night's revelations. Each word is a testament to the legacy they carry forward as guardians. Meanwhile, village children laugh and play beneath the soft moonlight, unaware of the unseen forces that shield them. The veil's silent protection wraps around them, gentle and unseen like a whispered lullaby. Together, Elara and Kale disappear into the horizon, their figures blending with the shadows and moonlight. They are ready to face whatever the next chapter of their intertwined fate will write beneath the celestial veil. Above, the silver moon arcs steadily across the sky, a timeless sentinel watching over all beneath its eternal veil. It remains the silent witness to stories of light, shadow, and enduring promise. The static on the radio crackled louder than usual, slicing through the midnight silence. Mara's fingers trembled as she adjusted the dial, searching desperately for a clear frequency. "Come in, Delta 7, she whispered, her voice barely audible over the interference. Suddenly, a faint voice emerged, distorted but unmistakable. "Code broken, seek the shadow before it's too late." The line went dead. She stared at the radio, heart pounding, breath ragged. Outside, the city slept, unaware of the storm creeping closer beneath its quiet surface. Mara grabbed her coat and slipped into the night, following the whisper of the message. She moved quickly down deserted streets, eyes darting for any sign of movement. Around the corner, a shadow detached itself from the darkness and approached silently. "You shouldn't be here," the figure warned, voice low and urgent. Mara squared her shoulders. "I need to stop what's coming. Help me." The figure hesitated, then handed her a small, encrypted device. "This holds the key. Find the truth before they shut it down for good." With no time to waste, Mara felt a surge of determination. Every step brought her closer to unraveling the mystery buried under layers of lies. She reached the hidden control room, lights flickering ominously as she entered. Connecting the device, the screens lit up with invaluable data just as alarms blared. "Got it," she muttered. "Now to escape before they find me." Bursting into the cold night air, Mara vanished into the shadows, clutching the last hope for truth. Late at night, Emma heard the faintest whisper coming from the attic above her new apartment. She told herself it was just the wind, but curiosity pulled her up the narrow stairs. Each step creaked underfoot, shadows dancing on peeling wallpaper as the whispers grew clearer. Reaching the attic, she found an old trunk, covered in dust and cobwebs, oddly warm to the touch. The whispers turned into soft pleading voices, begging to be freed from the locked chest. Emma's hands trembled as she lifted the rusted latch and cracked open the trunk's heavy lid. A cold breath escaped, and inside lay a faded diary, its pages fluttering despite still air. Flipping it open, Emma read about a forgotten tragedy, a family lost within these walls decades ago. Suddenly, the attic door slammed shut, trapping her with the restless spirits lingering within the room. She felt a chill crawl down her spine. The whispers grew desperate, pleading for release. Emma clutched the diary and spoke softly. "I will help you find peace." Following clues in the diary, she noticed a hidden compartment beneath the floorboards. Inside lay a locket and a faded photograph of the family smiling in happier times. As she held the items, the shadows softened, and the voices whispered thanks instead of fear. The attic lights flickered, then steadied, as a warm glow filled the small space. Emma placed the locket and photo back carefully, feeling a calm settle over the room. The door creaked open slowly, inviting her to leave the attic with a gentle breeze. Downstairs, the apartment felt lighter, the oppressive atmosphere lifted at last. Emma whispered to herself, "Sometimes, to silence the past, you just have to listen." She smiled faintly, knowing the voices would finally rest, and she was no longer alone. Jack slipped into the dimly lit room, the hum of old electronics filling the air. On the battered radio, a faint, irregular static crackled with an eerie pattern. He adjusted the dial, eyes narrowing as the static gave way to a whispered message. "Help me," a chilling voice beckoned, barely audible beneath the noise. Jack's heart skipped. This was no ordinary interference. He traced the voice's origin to an abandoned bunker on the outskirts of town. Against better judgment, he grabbed his coat and headed out into the biting wind. The bunker's door groaned open, revealing decades of dust and darkness inside. A faint light flickered deep within, pulsing in sync with the haunting message. Step by cautious step, Jack descended into the depths, every shadow a threat. Suddenly, the whisper came again, clearer. "Find the truth before it's too late." He found an old journal, yellowed pages filled with frantic notes and diagrams. The journal spoke of a secret experiment gone wrong, trapping a scientist's consciousness in the radio waves. The static pulsed, now a rhythmic beat, guiding Jack to a hidden panel. With trembling fingers, he flipped a switch, and the room flooded with pale light. A holographic figure shimmered into view, the scientist, desperate and trapped in limbo. "Thank you," the figure whispered, relief washing over his ethereal form. Jack promised to keep the secret safe and seek help to bring him back. As he exited, the radio's static faded forever, silence reclaiming the night. Outside, the first rays of dawn cracked the horizon, signaling a new beginning for all involved. Ella's days were a rhythm, a quiet melody flowing through the small cafe she ran by the corner. Every morning, she unlocked the doors with the same gentle smile, ready to welcome familiar faces and new stories alike. On this particular day, a shy boy named Liam stepped inside, clutching a worn-out notebook. "I heard this place feels like home," he said softly, glancing around as if searching for something. Ella nodded, pouring him a warm cup of coffee. "Every note counts here," she replied, gesturing to the vintage jazz records lining the walls. Liam revealed he was working on a poem about the little things people usually miss. Inspired, Ella shared tales of customers. The baker who hummed while kneading dough, the old man who tapped his cane like a drummer, the young artist who sketched the laughter in the air. Together, they found stories in ordinary moments, like the steam rising from a cup or the clink of teaspoons mixing sugar. As the afternoon light shifted, so did Liam's confidence. His words began to flow smoother, capturing the subtle melodies Ella had described. When it was time to leave, he handed Ella the notebook. "Thank you for helping me hear the music in silence," he said. Ella smiled, watching him step back into the world, now carrying a brighter tune in his heart. Later, she flipped through the pages, each poem a note in the song of everyday life around her cafe. She realized their small moments were like a jazz ensemble, improvised, imperfect but beautifully intertwined. The sun set, casting a golden glow over the storefront, warming its familiar embrace. Ella whispered to the quiet room, "Every day has its own rhythm, if only we listen." As night fell, soft music played, and the cafe waited patiently for the dawn and its new stories. Ella locked up with a contented sigh, the book tucked safely beside the register. In those pages, she found a reflection of her own life, simple, rich, and unfolding note by note. Tomorrow would bring new faces and untold melodies, a fresh verse in the ongoing song of her days. And with that thought, she stepped into the gentle night, humming a tune that promised more to come. Evelyn steps cautiously into the abandoned village, the evening mist swirling around her feet. Her sharp eyes fixate on the cracked mirror hanging outside the ruined chapel, its fractured surface catching what little light remains. Pulling her faded blue coat tighter against the chill, Evelyn listens as distant church bells toll the hour, their eerie chimes echoing through the silent streets. The sound sends a shiver down her spine, breaking the unsettling calm. From the shadowed street, Marcus emerges, his tall frame casting a long silhouette. The pale light glints off the deep scar on his cheek as he approaches, holding out an old locket with faded engravings to Evelyn. Suddenly, Nora appears, clutching a small wooden box tightly, her young face mixed with fear and fierce determination. Her presence adds a new energy to the uneasy reunion beneath the flickering candlelight within the chapel. The trio huddles close, exchanging hurried whispers about the hollow entity, the shadowy figure blamed for the village's recent disappearances. Each word weighs heavy as they share their knowledge of the relentless force haunting them. Inside the chapel, the cracked mirror's surface begins to flicker unnaturally, revealing fleeting shapes that do not belong. The candlelight dances wildly, casting trembling shadows that bring the room alive with menace. Evelyn strikes a match, lighting a single candle whose flame immediately starts to flicker and sway as if fighting to remain lit. The clock tower's bells ring out again, signaling an ominous moment as the atmosphere tightens around them. Marcus opens a worn journal discovered among the ruins. Its pages describe a dangerous ritual designed to confront the entity, but warn of grave risks involved. The weight of their task settles heavily on their shoulders. With hesitation, Nora hands over her wooden box, explaining in a hushed voice that it contains a charm, a relic passed down through generations of her family. The charm might be their only hope against the darkness that awaits. Resolute, they agree to venture into the forest at nightfall, knowing the entity's presence intensifies there. Evelyn leads the way, the flickering candle a fragile guide through the encroaching gloom. The trio moves cautiously among the twisted, gnarled trees, shadows curling and stretching in unnatural ways around them. Each step forward heightens the tension as the forest seems to close in, alive with unseen eyes. A sudden, chilling whisper brushes past their ears, causing Nora to tremble violently, her grip tightening on the wooden box. The sound seems to mock their resolve, a reminder of the malevolent force trailing them. Marcus swiftly draws a small blade from beneath his coat and signals for absolute silence. From just behind them, faint footsteps echo softly, each step deepening the dread surrounding their fragile group. Evelyn catches a brief glimpse of glowing eyes reflected in a broken shard on the forest floor. The realization strikes them all: the entity is dangerously close, its presence palpable and threatening. The church bells toll one final time, their somber notes hanging in the air before silence falls. This last toll signals the dire stakes. Failure means being consumed by the hollow, lost forever in its merciless grasp. Ghostly cries carry through the night, believed to be the trapped souls lured by the entity's sinister siren call. The mournful sounds chill the trio to their core, fueling both fear and determination. Nora slowly opens the wooden box to reveal an amulet, emitting a cold, eerie blue light that pushes back the enveloping darkness. The faint glow offers a fragile beacon of hope amidst the encroaching shadows. Marcus begins to recite the ritual from the journal, his voice trembling as an unpredictable wind howls through the trees. His words falter, challenged by the rising power of the forest and the entity's presence. Without warning, Evelyn's candle flickers violently before extinguishing completely, plunging them into near-total darkness. Only the amulet's chilling light remains, a solitary shield against the surrounding void. Shadows gather and twist until they form a humanoid silhouette with shifting, haunting features and faintly glowing eyes. The entity has revealed itself, its looming form both terrifying and mesmerizing. The hollow voice of the entity echoes around them, tempting the trio to abandon their quest and flee the cursed village. Its words drip with cunning malice, aiming to break their spirits and resolve. Steeling herself, Evelyn relights her candle using the amulet's glow, the flame flickering but holding strong. The brief flare of light weakens the entity momentarily, offering a slender chance to press on. Marcus steps forward, clutching the locket tightly as he invokes a name from the journal, an ancient word meant to bind the dark presence. His determination is clear, though the air cracks with tension and uncertainty. The entity recoils briefly, but quickly shifts tactics, morphing into haunting figures from each of their pasts. By exploiting their deepest fears, it seeks to unravel their unity and resolve. Nora struggles visibly as the entity takes the form of her lost brother, pleading for her to release her grip on the wooden box. Her conflict is palpable, torn between grief and the necessity of their mission. Evelyn's gaze flickers repeatedly as she catches fleeting glimpses of her reflection in the cracked mirror, which now pulses faintly with a reddish glow. The distorted image unsettles her, as if the mirror holds memories or warnings beyond its fractured surface. Suddenly, the mirror shatters violently, but instead of crashing to the floor, its sharp fragments remain suspended midair as if held by an invisible force. The flickering candlelight casts eerie shadows that dance around the floating shards, heightening the cryptic atmosphere. Among the suspended fragments, one reflects a hidden passage beneath the chapel that had previously gone unnoticed. This glimpse into the underground world appears only through the broken glass shards, suggesting a portal forged by shattered realities. Marcus, bruised but resolute, leads the trio toward the concealed entrance beneath the chapel. He clutches his worn journal tightly, and the old locket around his neck glints faintly in the dim light, anchoring their uncertain path forward. As they descend into the damp underground crypt, the amulet's light flickers erratically, uncertain amidst the oppressive darkness. The walls are carved with ancient symbols, their meanings lost to time, but heavy with foreboding significance. A faint chanting echoes softly from deeper within the crypt, its ethereal tones pulsing rhythmically and hinting at the source of the hollow entity's dark powers. The sound swells as they approach, drawing them inexorably toward the heart of the crypt's mysteries. They encounter grotesque, twisted statues resembling long-gone villagers, their distorted features frozen in eternal warning. A shared unease settles over them as they realize that time itself behaves strangely in this subterranean realm, warping their sense of past and present. Without warning, the entity materializes again, its form dissolving into swirling darkness that lashes out to extinguish their flickering resolve. Shadows ripple as it attacks, threatening to swallow their courage along with the faint candlelight. Nora, clutching her wooden box tightly, steps forward and releases a sudden burst of blue light that momentarily drives the entity back. Her steadfast grip on the box brings a fragile but vital reprieve, turning the tide against the encroaching darkness. Evelyn, drawing strength from Nora's light, recites phrases from the journal with steady, determined voice. She lights candles embedded in the crypt walls, arranging them carefully to form a protective circle that gleams against encroaching shadows. The entity's agitation grows palpable as it distorts the crypt's flickering shadows into grotesque and horrifying shapes, writhing like living nightmares. Its desperation fuels the darkness, intending to break through their defenses and extinguish their hope. Marcus takes the locket and angles it to catch the candle flames, reflecting beams into the crypt's darkest corners. This reveals a hidden altar nestled beneath the base of a twisted statue, its presence previously veiled by shadow. They place the amulet on the mysterious altar, and Nora's wooden box begins to hum softly in response, reacting to the crypt's ancient energies. The interconnectedness of their talismans pulsates faintly, signaling an alignment with the ritual's power. The chanting surges louder, and Evelyn identifies it as a binding prayer designed to imprison the entity forever within the crypt. Their voices join in solemn unison, beginning the sacred verses that will seal away the darkness once and for all. As the prayer begins, the hollow entity manifests fully, shrieking in a blend of rage and despair that reverberates through the cold stone. Its glowing eyes burn fiercely, threatening to unravel their combined efforts. Shards of the cracked mirror begin to reassemble midair around the altar, swirling together in a mesmerizing vortex of shifting light and shadow. The chaotic dance of fragments seems to bind the crypt's energy into a swirling prison for the entity. Marcus steps forward to complete the ritual, but an unseen force violently pushes him back, interrupting his advance. He stumbles but holds firm, clutching the locket tightly as if it might protect him from the unseen menace. Nora sacrifices the remaining power of the amulet, unleashing a shimmering shield that envelops Marcus and halts the unseen force's attack. The effort visibly drains her energy, yet her resolve shines bright despite the weakening aura around her. With Nora's sacrifice bought, Evelyn recites the final verse alone, her voice steady against the entity's writhing resistance within the vortex. The entity's glowing eyes dim slowly as it recoils within the binding spell's unyielding grip. With a deafening crack, the vortex collapses inward, and silence envelops the crypt once more. Only the gentle, soft flicker of candlelight remains, marking the end of the entity's menacing presence for now. They ascend from the crypt into the night air, and outside the old church, the bells resume their steady tolling at midnight. The once ominous sound is now calm and inviting, a promising sign of peace restored. Nora opens her wooden box one final time, revealing a small seed emitting a faint, gentle glow. It symbolizes new beginnings and growth after the long darkness that had gripped their lives. Evelyn touches one of the cracked mirrors, remaining dull fragments, now harmless and cold to the touch. A profound sense of closure washes over her, as if the echoes of the past have finally quieted. Marcus removes the old locket and hands it to Evelyn, a token of their shared victory and mutual protection. The gesture seals their bond, forged through hardship and triumph. The village is bathed in the soft light of early dawn, shadows retreating as nature slowly reclaims the silent spaces once haunted by darkness. Hope stirs gently among the empty streets, promising renewal just beyond the horizon. Evelyn's sharp eyes glinted as she explained, the ritual didn't destroy the entity. Instead, it trapped it within the shards of the cracked mirror, scattered throughout the crypt. The flickering candlelight cast uneasy shadows on her faded blue coat as the distant church bells tolled midnight. Nora, clutching her small wooden box tightly, vowed, "I will guard the seed that now holds the essence of our village's spirit and hope." Her curious expression showed determination against the lingering darkness. Marcus, the scar on his right cheek catching the faint glow, nodded firmly, "I'll stay and help restore the village." His resolve marked an end to their wandering and struggle, a new beginning for them all. Together they discovered that the church bells, once twisted by dark influence, now rang clear and true, able to call for aid instead of spreading fear. The sound resonated through the night, a beacon of hope. The trio planted the seed beneath the chapel ruins. Almost instantly, grass and vibrant flowers began to bloom rapidly, enveloping the ancient stones with life and promise. Evelyn stood quietly, reflecting on the sacrifices made. The fragile piece they'd won together felt like a delicate flame, one they must protect at all costs. With great care, Nora locked the broken mirror shards inside her wooden box, securing the remnants of the entity's power. The candlelight flickered again, as if acknowledging her solemn task. Marcus opened the worn journal and wrote a new entry, chronicling the true story to warn future generations. The old locket at his neck caught the candlelight, a silent witness to their journey. As twilight enveloped the village, soft candlelight flickered through windows, a silent remembrance of the horrors they had endured. The distant church bells rang quietly, their sound now gentle and protective. The camera lingered on the blooming seed beneath the chapel ruins, vibrant and alive. A gentle breeze stirred the flowers as the fading echoes of the hollow drifted away, leaving only renewal in their wake. The clock struck midnight as Emma sat alone by the window, clutching a worn envelope. She hesitated, fingers trembling, then unfolded the brittle paper inside. "If you're reading this," the letter began, "it means I never made it back." Her heart pounded. It was her brother, Alex, lost at sea months ago. He wrote of regrets, dreams, and a secret he had kept about their childhood. Emma's eyes filled with tears, but she kept reading, drawn into his words. "I've hidden something in the old oak tree by the river. Look there for me." Determined, she wrapped her coat around her and stepped into the cold night. The riverbank was quiet, bathed in silver moonlight, the oak tree standing tall. She searched the rough bark, feeling around until her fingers found a small, carved box. Inside, a collection of photographs, and a note declaring his unwavering love for their family. "I wanted you to know, even if I can't be there," the note reads softly. Emma clutched the box to her chest, feeling both pain and comfort mingling. She whispered, "Alex, I miss you. But now, I have a part of you to hold on to." As dawn approached, Emma sat beneath the oak tree, the weight in her heart beginning to lift. The letter had given her closure she never thought possible, a final connection. Slowly, she smiled through tears, ready to face the days ahead with newfound strength. "Goodbye for now," she murmured, "and thank you for the memories." The sun rose, casting warm light over the river, a new day beginning for Emma. She stood, carrying her brother's love with her, finally at peace. Lena sprinted through the dense jungle, the mysterious compass clutched tightly in her hand. Every step felt heavier, but the compass needle pulsed with an eerie glow, pointing deeper into the unknown. "Where are you leading me?" she whispered, heart pounding with adrenaline. Suddenly, the dense foliage gave way to the ruins of an ancient temple, vines crawling over majestic stone pillars. The compass tugged insistently toward the temple entrance, urging her forward. Inside, the air was thick with dust and secrets, shadows dancing as sunlight filtered through crumbled walls. A faint hum echoed, as though the temple itself was alive, beckoning her onward. Lena stepped carefully, eyes scanning hieroglyphs etched in gold, revealing a tale of lost explorers and hidden treasures. She followed the compass down a narrow stone corridor, feeling the weight of history in every breath. At the corridor's end, a door barred her passage, covered in intricate symbols. "The key must be near," she murmured, examining the carvings. Her fingers traced a pattern, triggering a hidden latch that slowly revealed a small chamber. Inside, an ancient chest lay covered in dust and cobwebs, waiting patiently through the ages. With trembling hands, Lena opened it to find a radiant gemstone pulsating with warm light. The compass needle aligned perfectly with the gem, its glow intensifying. The heart of the jungle, she realized, understanding its power. As she lifted the gem, the temple walls seemed to sigh, like a long-lost secret finally unveiled. Outside, the compass stopped glowing, its purpose fulfilled. Adventure isn't just about treasure, Lena smiled. It's about trust, courage, and discovery. With the gemstone secured, she stepped into the sunlight, ready for the journey still to come. The world had turned silent. Cities buried under ash and memories, and I was one of the few who still wandered. I stumbled through the ruins, scavenging what little life remained beneath the gray skies. Amid the debris, a soft hum caught my ear, a sound I hadn't heard since before the fall. Following the melody, I entered what was left of an old library, the last sanctuary of human knowledge. There, a small device flickered faintly, projecting a hologram of a woman speaking words I barely understood. "To those who find this," she said, "hope is not lost, even in the darkest times." Her message was a whisper from the past, a spark through the gloom that clung like a second skin. Determined, I set out to find others who might still listen, carrying the hologram and its promise of hope. Days passed, and the ash continued to fall, but so did the weight from my chest. At a dilapidated radio tower, I managed to revive an ancient transmitter, sending her message into the void. Static answers crackled back at first, then words, faint but unmistakable. "We hear you," came the reply, like a balm to my weary soul. Life, I realized, had not ended. It was merely waiting beneath the ash, ready to rise again. Together, we found strength in shared voices and the fragile technology of the old world. Communities began to stir, where once there was only silence and dust. The hologram's final words echoed in my mind. "Never forget, even ruins can root new life." From hopelessness, a network grew, grounded in trust and the desire to rebuild. The ash storm slowed, revealing a horizon touched with pale light for the first time in years. I smiled as the first green shoots emerged from cracked concrete, a testament to endurance. And in that fragile dawn, the echoes beneath the ash became the heartbeat of a new beginning. Elena sat alone in her dimly lit apartment, the rain tapping steadily against the window pane. Her fingers gently traced the contours of the vintage locket around her neck, the cool metal a small comfort amidst the growing unease in her chest. Navigating through the crowded streets, Marcus clutched his leather-bound notebook tightly, his eyes darting nervously between passers-by. The towering buildings felt oppressive, shadows stretching like silent watchers as he moved with purpose yet caution. In the sunlit park, Ava played quietly with her small handcrafted doll, her curls catching the golden light. She observed the pigeons fluttering nearby, a faint tension in her gaze that belied her innocent demeanor. A soft thud alerted Alina to a letter slipped under her door, the old seal instantly recognizable. Her expression shifted from curious anticipation to deep concern as she broke the wax and unfolded the aged paper inside. Inside a cluttered cafe, Marcus scribbled furiously into his notebook, each stroke urgent and deliberate. He kept glancing over his shoulder, as if expecting someone, or something, to appear at any moment. Elena hesitated at the entrance of a small antique shop, her fingers trembling slightly as she reached out to touch a cracked photograph resting on a dusty shelf. The image within stirred a mix of nostalgia and unease, the fractured glass symbolizing memories she struggled to piece together. In the park, Ava approached Elena cautiously, clutching her doll tightly as if seeking safety. Her eyes held a silent plea, a fragile bridge between their worlds amid the dappled sunlight. In a shadowy hallway, Marcus met briefly with the elderly Mr. Reynolds, exchanging a folded piece of paper with urgency. The dim light highlighted the weariness in Mr. Reynolds's silver hair and the weight behind their secretive interaction. Elena stood before a wall plastered with fragmented photographs and newspaper clippings, her gaze intense as she pieced together a complex puzzle. Each torn edge and overlapping image echoed the fractured past she was desperate to understand. Rain intensified as Alina walked along deserted streets, droplets streaking her face as fleeting memories flashed behind her eyes. The storm outside mirrored the turmoil rising within, each step heavy with unspoken questions. Marcus's hands trembled slightly as he unlocked a drawer filled with old letters and faded maps. The worn papers seemed to whisper secrets, invitations to delve deeper into a tangled history. In a quiet room, Ava carefully painted a small symbol onto her doll, glancing nervously toward a distant figure watching from the shadows. The faint line between safety and danger grew more fragile by the moment. Alina's vintage locket clicked open, revealing a hidden photograph of a mysterious figure obscured by faded light. The image sent a ripple of recognition mixed with uncertainty through her heart. With hurried movements, Marcus scribbled a note before slipping it discreetly under Alina's apartment door. The rain masked his footsteps as he vanished into the night, leaving a trail of unanswered questions. Alina unfolded the note, realization dawning on her as the words echoed in the silent room. Across the street, a shadowy silhouette lingered, watching her every move under the relentless drizzle. In the quiet corners of a crowded library, Alina confronted Marcus, voices low but charged with tension. Secrets long buried began to surface, casting long shadows over their strained interaction. A flashback unfolded. Years earlier, Marcus and Alina shared a quiet moment bathed in soft light, their expressions tender yet tinged with an unspoken sorrow. The memory revealed the fragile threads of a broken bond that still haunted them. Panic gripped those who cared for Ava as she disappeared from the park without a trace. The sun seemed to dim, the vibrant life draining away with her sudden absence. Alina and Marcus searched frantically through rain-drenched alleyways, calling Ava's name into the cold, empty air. Each echo replied only with silence, deepening the growing dread between them. Mr. Reynolds appeared suddenly, his worn cane tapping softly as he warned Alina of dangers lurking unseen. He pressed a cryptic key into her hand, his eyes grave with unspoken truths. With shaking hands, Alina unlocked a hidden compartment inside her locket, discovering a worn photograph of Ava's family carefully folded within. The discovery linked their fates in ways she was only beginning to comprehend. By flickering candlelight, Marcus pored over his leather notebook, drawing meticulous connections between the lost girl and Alina's fragmented past. Each revelation pulled them deeper into a mystery few dared to confront. Hidden in an abandoned building, Ava clutched her doll tightly as footsteps drew closer, her breath shallow with fear. The shadows seemed to close in, the silence fractured only by the slow creak of the floor beneath approaching feet. Tempers flared as Alina and Marcus argued fiercely over trust, their shared history casting long, painful shadows. Muted earth tones surrounded them, the weight of unspoken betrayals thick in the air. A mysterious figure left a subtle clue at the park, a silent offer of alliance amidst the chaos. Alina and Marcus discovered it, their search steering toward unexpected allies as the rain began to soften once again. Rain cascades steadily over the city streets as Alina and Marcus weave through twisting alleys, their footsteps echoing softly. Streetlights flicker through the downpour, casting muted earth-toned glows on wet cobblestones as they follow a tenuous trail. Their coats pressed tight against the chill, the urgency in their expressions is only hinted at through fleeting close-ups of clasped hands and focused eyes. Near a locked, weather-worn door, Ava's small handcrafted doll lies abandoned, dampened by rain. The lock is adorned with an unfamiliar symbol, carved deep into the wood, its jagged lines catching droplets that slide down slowly. Alina crouches nearby, hesitant to reach out but compelled by the haunting stillness of the scene. Marcus frowns as a sudden memory surfaces, a phrase half forgotten that pulses with new meaning. He murmurs it aloud, words that once felt meaningless now revealing their connection to Ava's disappearance. The leather notebook at his side seems to hum with dormant significance as he clutches it tighter. Back in her silently lit apartment, Alina carefully moves a painting aside, revealing a faded map hidden behind it. The map is jagged at the edges, marked with cryptic symbols that tug at her memory's edge. Her fingers trace the marks with a mix of confusion and dawning comprehension, the vintage locket at her neck resting heavily against her chest. Mr. Reynolds, seated in a dim corner of a quiet room, leans on his cane as he begins to speak. His voice carries weight as he recounts fragments of a past filled with lost memories and obscured truths. His thick-rimmed glasses catch the low light, shadows deepening the lines of a face etched by time. Alina stands before a derelict building, the fading light making its cracked facade seem both menacing and familiar. A flicker of hesitation crosses her face, a silent struggle with the choice to enter this place tethered to her family's hidden history. The rain has paused, leaving the air thick with anticipation and damp earth scents. Inside the building, Alina's eyes widen upon discovering scattered artifacts, aged photographs, worn letters, and personal items linking Ava's family to hers. Each piece deepens the mystery, weaving their histories into an intricate tapestry of secrets. Dust motes swirl in the shafts of fading sunlight, highlighting the quiet weight of revelation. Seated in a quiet corner, Marcus pores over his leather-bound notebook, the pages filled with scribbled notes and diagrams. His brow furrows as he deciphers patterns that bind recent events into a cohesive whole. The muted tones of the room mirror his intense focus, punctuated by the scratch of pen against paper. Unnoticed, Ava watches Alina and Marcus from a shadowed distance, clutching her doll tightly. Her eyes flicker between fear and hope, torn by the uncertainty of approaching trust. The muted dusk wraps around her, hiding her fragile presence from view. A beam of light catches Alina's vintage locket, its surface reflecting a hidden message visible only from a particular angle. She adjusts it carefully, mesmerized by the faint engravings that emerge and disappear with the shifting light. The locket's subtle glow links past and present in this intimate moment of discovery. A tense confrontation unfolds between Alina and a shadowy figure, voices low but charged with accusation. Layers of past betrayals ripple to the surface as secrets are thrust into the open amidst tight, focused shots of clenched fists and narrowed eyes. The rain begins anew outside, a symbolic backdrop to the emotional thunder within. Chaos erupts as Marcus sprints through narrow, rain-slicked streets, only to have his leather notebook snatched away in a swift, unseen motion. His outstretched hand grasps empty air as the thief disappears into the shadowed alleys, the loss weighing heavily. The damp earth muffles his frustrated breaths as rain blurs the scene. Determined, Alina battles the rising storm, her coat soaked and hair plastered as she retraces Marcus's path. The fierce wind and rain do little to deter her grit as she navigates the slippery streets to reclaim the stolen notebook. Close-ups reveal her unwavering eyes beneath the dripping hood, embodying her resolve. Ava's beloved doll lies damaged, torn cloth and missing stitches, symbolizing the fragility of their situation. The emotional stakes deepen as the doll's brokenness mirrors the tension and vulnerability enveloping the group. Rain trickles down its face, blurring the delicate features crafted with care. Under a brief clearing in the weather, Alina and Marcus confront their tensions, their expressions softening. They share a fragile reconciliation, forging a tentative alliance bound by their shared goal of saving Ava. The muted earth tones of the setting sun reflect a hopeful yet cautious new path. Guided by Mr. Reynolds's steady cane, the group embarks toward a forgotten location whispered about in old tales. The path is lined with overgrown vines and whispers of times past, the setting sun casting long shadows. His voice carries the weight of many years, imprinting urgency on their every step. Behind a locked door, Ava waits, relief washing over her face as Alina's locket fits perfectly into the aged lock. The gentle click echoes softly, a moment of release captured in close-up shots of hands and wide, hopeful eyes. The muted colors around them seem to brighten subtly, signaling a fragile victory. As the building begins to collapse around them, the group escapes amid falling debris, embodying the breaking of long-hidden secrets. Dust clouds swirl in the dim light, enveloping them as they sprint toward safety. The crumbling walls mirror the destruction of old pain and closing chapters. Alone in quiet reflection, Alina confronts her fragmented memories, embracing painful truths shaping her identity. Tears glint in her eyes as she holds the vintage locket close, understanding now the depths of her past. The subdued palette of earth tones reflects the somber yet necessary acceptance. Marcus places a steady hand on Alina's shoulder, promising protection for both her and Ava moving forward. Their destinies now intertwined, a quiet determination settles between them. The first hints of clear skies appear beyond the window, symbolizing fragile hope. Alina examines the recovered notebook carefully, uncovering a letter addressed to her, penned years ago. The words hint at concealed histories and warnings wrapped in metaphor, deepening the intrigue. The flickering candlelight throws dancing shadows over the faded handwriting, enhancing the mysterious aura. Marcus visits an old mentor in a cozy, book-lined study, seeking insight into the cryptic events. The mentor's calm explanations unveil perspectives that shift Marcus's understanding, shedding light on the tangled web they navigate. Muted earth-tone decor surrounds them, grounding the weighty conversation. Ava tentatively begins to open up, sharing fragmented memories that reveal surprising connections to Alina's past. Her voice is soft yet determined, weaving a delicate bridge between their histories. Close-ups focus on Ava's expressive eyes and the worn doll she still cradles. Together, Alina and Marcus uncover evidence suggesting a trusted figure's manipulation of their lives over many years. The revelation cuts deep, casting doubt on previous alliances and infusing their quest with new urgency. Shadows lengthen in the dimly lit room as they piece together the betrayal. The storm finally clears, sunlight breaking through heavy clouds and spilling golden warmth over the cityscape. This shift in weather mirrors a turning point in tone, signaling hope and the possibility of clarity amid chaos. Alina, Marcus, and Ava stand together, their silhouettes etched against the brightening horizon. Alina's trembling hands unfold the fragile letter, her eyes scanning words long concealed. The letter reveals the tangled history of betrayals that shattered their lives, stories stitched in shadows and silence. The muted daylight casts a fractured glow through a nearby broken window, reflecting the painful truth's ripple. Marcus faces the manipulator in a quiet, dimly lit room, leather notebook clutched tightly. Their confrontation is charged, raw emotions surfacing amid whispered accusations and trembling breaths. The rain taps softly against the window pane, mirroring the storm within them. In the soft afternoon light, Ava's doll is carefully restored, its delicate stitches mended with loving hands. The once worn and tattered companion now gleams gently, symbolizing newfound hope and the mending of fragile hearts. A close-up captures the doll, nestling peacefully in Ava's small hands. Alina stands beneath the sprawling branches of an ancient tree, the air warm and calm as sunlight filters through leaves. This peaceful spot from her childhood offers a quiet solace, a refuge for reflection and renewal. Her vintage locket catches the light, a beacon of strength and closure. Marcus places the final copy of his article on a local newspaper's editorial desk, each word exposing the hidden corruption uncovered. The muted earth tones of the office reflect the gravity of his revelations, a testament to perseverance and truth. Outside, clouds part, allowing soft sunlight to spill in. Under a sky clear and bright with sunshine, Ava laughs freely, her joy pure and unrestrained. She runs across a sunlit garden, the restored doll clutched close as a symbol of healing. The scene is warm, filled with vibrant life and the promise of brighter days. Seated together on a worn bench, Alina, Marcus, and Ava share a quiet, tender moment. Their bond, strengthened through trials and shared truths, is palpable in the gentle gaze exchanged among them. Raindrops begin to fall lightly, washed away by the serenity of their connection. Mr. Reynolds stands by the window, a knowing smile softening his features as he watches the trio from afar. The weight of his own past lifts subtly, as if the final pieces have found their place in the broader mosaic. His cane rests forgotten beside him, the room filled with calm acceptance. The vintage locket gleams softly on the windowsill, bathed in golden light as dawn breaks gently over the city. Its delicate chain casts slender shadows that dance with the morning breeze, a silent guardian of memories once fractured. The scene is intimate, full of quiet hope and enduring love. Together, Alina, Marcus, and Ava walk down a sunlit path, their steps steady and hearts lightened by newfound hope. The muted earth tones of the world around them embrace the promise of a future rebuilt from fragments of yesterday. Their journey continues forward, united and unbroken. Emma rushed into the bakery, just as the morning sun began to warm the sleepy town. She clutched a crumpled envelope, her heart pounding with anticipation and worry. "Behind the counter, mister," Jenkins smiled, wiping his hands on his apron. "You're early today," he said warmly. Emma nodded, her voice barely above a whisper. "I lost a letter I was supposed to send yesterday. It's really important." Mr. Jenkins raised an eyebrow, leaning in. "Lost it outside?" "I think so. I was walking here and it must have slipped out of my bag," Emma replied, eyes darting nervously. He reached under the counter and pulled out a small pile of papers. "We keep all found things here for a day, just in case." Emma's heart leapt. She sifted through the papers, but the letter wasn't there. Disappointed, she sat down at a corner table, the weight of failure pressing down. Just then, a soft chime echoed through the shop as the door opened again. An elderly woman entered, her eyes twinkling behind thick glasses. She shuffled forward, holding out a folded envelope. "Is this what you're looking for, dear? I found it on the bench outside." Emma took it, relief flooding her face. "Thank you so much." The woman chuckled. "Sometimes the town looks out for us, even when we're not paying attention." Emma carefully inspected the letter. It was still intact, ready to be sent. She smiled at Mr. Jenkins. "I'm so grateful. This means everything to me." He shrugged modestly. "We all need a little help sometimes." Emma stepped outside, the letter safely in hand, ready to deliver what mattered most. As the sun climbed higher, the town felt just a bit warmer, its kindness shining through small, unexpected moments. Emma whispered to herself, "Sometimes, losing something leads you to find even more." Elena and Marla arrive at the family cabin, its weathered wooden frame standing quietly among the towering pines. The air is thick with the scent of pine needles and damp earth, as shadows stretch long across the forest floor. Elena carefully holds a faded photograph in her hands, the image showing her as a child with her parents at this very cabin. She traces the worn edges, memories flickering behind her steady brown eyes. From the edge of the trees, Jonah steps forward, his salt and pepper hair catching the light through the canopy. His guarded expression is familiar, yet measured, as if the forest shields more than just trees. Elena meets Jonah's gaze with attention held between past and present, their greeting brief but loaded. The broken compass hanging from Jonah's neck gleams dully, its needle twitching erratically in the dappled sunlight. Marla, curious and unafraid, wanders close to the forest's edge, her small hands gathering pine cones. Her wide green eyes catch the flicker of shadows dancing just beyond her reach, as if the trees themselves are watching. Elena breaks the fragile calm by revealing her intent to sell the cabin, the words heavy with finality. Jonah's eyes narrow slightly, unease settling into the space between them like a gathering storm. Jonah warns Elena that the cabin holds secrets best left untouched, his voice low and urgent. The forest seems to lean in, the whispering pines echoing his caution with a soft rustle. Dusk falls, casting long shadows through the whispering pines as the wind carries a haunting song. Inside, flickering candlelight reveals the rough texture of wooden walls, the cabin enveloped in a fragile glow. Elena discovers a silver locket tucked beneath a loose floorboard, its delicate clasp worn by time and handling. Holding it, she feels the weight of unseen stories wrapped within its small, oval shape. Jonah recounts the forest's strange history, weaving tales connected to the locket and their shared ancestors. The old stories hang between them, thick with both warning and wonder. Marla suddenly points toward a shadowy figure glimpsed beyond the window. Her voice is a whisper, but the figure vanishes as they all turn to look. Doubt and fear flicker momentarily in the candlelight. Elena finds scattered letters hidden beneath floorboards, their torn edges and faded ink describing a family conflict long forgotten. Each word stirs a half-remembered tension, deepening the cabin's mysteries. Jonah steps quickly to block Elena's path as she moves toward the forest, his protectiveness clear but laced with unease. His warning is firm. Venturing deeper alone is too risky under the forest's watchful eyes. The air thickens as Elena confronts Jonah about his hidden ties to her family's past, demanding answers she has long awaited. Their voices are low but sharp, memories and mistrust colliding beneath the whispering canopy. A sudden storm bursts overhead, rain hammering the cabin roof and streaking windows as lightning fractures the sky. The power flickers and dies, plunging them into a darkness punctuated only by the pounding rain and distant thunder. Morning reveals unsettling changes. Marla's beloved doll has vanished without trace, and on the table, the broken compass spins wildly, ignoring any notion of north. Unease grows sharper as the sun's weak light seeps through the trees. Determined, Alina steps outside to search, discovering an overgrown trail obscured behind the cabin, tangled with vines and moss. The forest beyond seems both inviting and forbidding, its secrets buried beneath layers of time. Jonah follows reluctantly, his voice low with caution as he warns of hidden dangers ahead. His knowledge of the forest's unseen threats adds weight to every step they take deeper beneath the whispering pines. The woods close in around them, shadows shifting unnaturally with each footfall. The familiar path begins to warp, the forest taking on a strange, surreal quality that unsettles even Jonah's steady demeanor. Alina spots a carved symbol etched deep into the bark of a tree, identical to one seen faintly in the old photograph. The mark pulses with significance, a silent key to the forest's tangled past. Jonah admits he once belonged to a secretive group linked to that very symbol, tied to local legends shrouded in myth. His confession carries both regret and a warning, deepening the mystery that binds them. Suddenly, distant footsteps echo through the trees, too deliberate to be natural. Both Alina and Jonah glance toward the sound, but no figure emerges from the thickening mist. A mysterious stranger appears briefly, their presence fleeting as they drop a sealed letter before vanishing amid the veiling fog. The air feels charged, as if the woods themselves whispered a warning through this ghostly messenger. The letter's contents unearth a painful truth, one of betrayal woven through generations of Alina's family. Shock and disbelief ripple through her, as the delicate threads of her past unravel before her eyes. Alina grapples with the heavy revelations, her heart torn between trust and suspicion. Jonah urges restraint and patience, reminding her that some truths unfold only when the time is right. Back inside the cabin, Marla's sharp eyes catch a glimpse of something beneath a loose floorboard. With careful fingers, she lifts the panel and uncovers the missing doll, its worn fabric dusty from years of hiding. Relief washes over her face as she holds it close, unaware of its deeper significance. Alina and Jonah's voices rise in fierce disagreement, the tension thick in the shadowed room. She urges they leave before uncovering more pain, while he insists on unearthing every secret buried within these walls. Their opposing wills clash, embodying years of unspoken struggles tied to this place. Jonah rolls up his sleeve, revealing faded scars crisscrossing his arm like silent testimony. Each mark a link to the family's troubled past, struggles and sacrifices made long ago. The physical evidence jolts Alina, grounding the haunting stories she barely dared imagine. Alina's fingers tremble when she finds the silver locket left open on the mantelpiece. Within, a tiny photo of two children stares back at her, faces unfamiliar yet strangely evocative. It feels like a whisper from a past carefully hidden. A flood of fragmented memories rush through Alina's mind, snapshots of laughter and shadows intertwining beneath this roof. Moments forgotten and distorted press inward, as if the cabin itself breathes their story alongside the whispering pines. Suddenly, the broken compass shifts in her hand, now unwavering and pointing steadily in a strange new direction. The change intrigues them, yet an undercurrent of unease follows, as if the device knows more than it reveals. They follow the compass's lead and discover a concealed door beneath a dusty rug, an ancient cellar hidden beneath the cabin's floor. The air around it hums with forgotten secrets, beckoning them closer with cautious anticipation. Inside the cellar, time seems suspended as they find relics and yellowed journals describing a secret pact sealed decades ago. The words speak of promises and burdens, weaving a tale intertwined with their own bloodline. Jonah's voice falters as he admits his family's oath to guard these secrets, a duty that demanded heavy cost. His revelation weighs on Alina, adding layers of complexity to the truth they both seek. Despite the sting of betrayal, Alina's resolve hardens. She must unravel the full story, no matter how painful. The strands of mystery bind her to Jonah and the cabin, pushing past doubt and fear. Outside, the forest thickens in twilight, the pines whispering warnings carried by rustling leaves. The boundary between safety and the unknown feels narrower with every passing moment. Near the cellar entrance, Marla lingers, eyes wide as if sensing a presence unseen. Her small figure is still, caught between curiosity and the intangible gaze that seems to watch her every move. Without warning, the earth trembles and a collapse seals Alina and Jonah inside the cellar. Darkness envelops them, walls pressing close, turning their exploration into a desperate struggle for breath and calm. In the suffocating stillness, Jonah sings a lullaby from his childhood, soft, haunting notes threading through the darkness. The familiar melody steadies Alina's racing heart, bridging the gap between fear and hope. As the earth settles, they find a narrow path to freedom, emerging into fading daylight. Their shared ordeal deepens a silent bond, forging a cautious trust amid the shadows of their pasts. Back upstairs, Alina studies the journals with fresh eyes, piecing together the true nature of the family pact. It was not just about secrets. It guarded a treasure hidden from the world's gaze. Jonah reveals that the treasure is no gold or jewels, but a secret with power to alter their family's destiny. The weight of this truth presses on them, promising upheaval alongside understanding. A final letter, yellowed and creased, warns that unveiling this secret demands a personal sacrifice. The cost of truth is laid bare, chilling yet undeniable in its gravity. Determined, Alina and Jonah prepare to face whatever awaits beyond fear and hesitation. United in resolve, they step forward together to confront the unfolding mystery. Marla appears with the compass clutched tightly in her small hands, the needle steady and true. Its quiet certainty offers a fragile thread of hope amidst the growing darkness. Guided by the compass, the family moves deeper into the forest where shafts of light pierce the dense canopy. The eerie beauty of the woods surrounds them, mingling danger and promise in every breath. They reach a clearing dominated by an ancient oak tree, its bark carved with the same symbol appearing throughout their journey. The tree stands as sentinel to secrets long held in the whispering pines. At the base of the oak, moss and roots part to reveal a weathered box buried beneath the earth. The discovery feels like a culmination, a portal to truths hidden just out of reach. Inside the box lie personal keepsakes and a letter addressed directly to Alina from her grandmother. The words pulse with honesty and hope, bridging generations with unexpected tenderness. The letter speaks of forgiveness and legacy, urging Alina to carry the family's future with strength and compassion. It offers a fragile light amidst shadows, planting seeds for what lies ahead. As Alina gazed at the broken compass and the scattered letters, a deep understanding settled within her. The true treasure was not gold or jewels, but the shared history and bonds that had been frayed and were now being woven anew. In that quiet moment, surrounded by whispering pines, she felt the strength of family reignite. Jonah stepped closer, his weathered face earnest as he spoke of past mistakes and regrets. Alina listened, her steady brown eyes reflecting forgiveness and hope. Together, they made a silent vow to protect the legacy of the old family cabin, promising to face the future united. With careful hands, they restored the delicate compass, its needle finally steady and true. They placed the silver locket inside the worn wooden box, securing it as a symbol of their commitment. This act was more than preservation. It was reclaiming their shared past and safeguarding their future. Marla's inquisitive green eyes brightened with a gentle smile, sensing the tension in the forest lift. The once ominous presence among the towering pines seemed to wane, replaced by a peaceful calm that enveloped the cabin. Her laughter echoed softly, bringing life back to the quiet woods. Inside the cabin, the windows glowed warmly against the dusky twilight, casting golden light onto the surrounding trees. This welcoming glow was a testament to renewed life and resilience, standing firm amidst the forest's eerie beauty. It marked a fresh beginning for the family and their heritage. Alina stood before the familiar walls, feeling a renewed determination swell within her chest. She decided to keep the cabin, honoring the legacy of her ancestors while embracing the endless possibilities of the future. The forest was no longer just a backdrop, but a cherished part of their story. Under Jonah's guidance, Marla carefully hung delicate wind chimes outside the cabin. Their soft, melodious tones caught the breeze, mingling with the whispering pines in a welcoming symphony. It was a tangible sign that peace and warmth had returned to the place they called home. Alina reached up to pin the faded photograph back on the wall, its edges now whole and its meaning clear. The image connected past generations with the present, grounding their family's story within these walls. It symbolized healing and the continuity of love through time. Together, Elena, Jonah, and Marla stood outside as the sun dipped behind the pines, casting long shadows over the forest floor. United and hopeful, they faced the coming days with strength forged from understanding and forgiveness. Their bond, like the cabin, was steadfast and enduring. A final glance toward the forest revealed a serene stillness, the secrets nestled deep within, safely guarded by time and trust. The whispering pines swayed gently, as if sharing silent approval of the family's journey. In that peaceful moment, the mysteries of the woods